The last prince of the fallen Briol kingdom has been searching for a way to end his sad life. A dark figure encounters his half-dead state, commenting on his misery, after he became responsible for the demise of his own kingdom. 10 years ago, he was a gambling addict and won every game. Completely lost in his addiction to gambling, he refused to listen to his family's trusted mage to leave early. His opponents accused him of cheating, causing the young man to grow frustrated in rage and flip the table. Instead of eating a Snickers bar to calm himself down, he proudly revealed his identity as the third prince of the Briol kingdom. Shortly after, he killed the men, and later that night had a meeting with Yekaterina Ivarna Granzine, the empire's princess. She had a falling out with him for arriving, and his excuses only made her angrier. Bro pissed her off, and in a misunderstanding, she tossed the necklace he gave her to the ground. Yekaterina told him not to contact her, leaving the prince questioning how he can apologize to her. Unbeknownst to both of them, a spy had overheard their conversation. The following day, he had already made his move, causing the relationship between the empire and the Briol kingdom to fall apart. Conflict between them grew and became more unstable than ever before, until one day, doomsday broke loose for the Briol kingdom in the face of a sudden invasion. The gates incinerated before his eyes, and war had now officially begun. The war continued for several years, unending and brutal, reaping the lives of many. At the time, the most feared man on the continent, Fiore Briol, mysteriously disappeared. Because of his disappearance, the tables flipped into the favor of the empire. With the break of war, Yuri began to believe that it was the Empire Princess Yekaterina who had betrayed him and forwarded secret information. The moment his father left the nation, the empire made its move and unleashed war. At first, Yuri wanted to believe that he was wrong, that the princess wasn't responsible for the bloodbath that became of his family. But when he received an apology note from her, his feelings further sank into despair. The war continued. He fought for his life, cutting down many in his path. Exhausted and cornered, more of the empire's knights surrounded him. Yuri already accepted his death and was prepared to die. But before he could, a brave knight protected him, blocking the attack with his body. Laurent did his final act of service so that the prince could escape. Even though Yuri wanted to save him, he had to eat his own feelings and run away for the sake of his kingdom. A few days passed and the empire was still looking for him. Yuri had found shelter to hide, but it was clear he wasn't going to last long. At this point, despair had completely overwhelmed him. He fully accepted the reality that his father must have been assassinated too. At that moment, an empire's knight had finally located him. But instead of ending his family's legacy, he pleaded to the man to let him live for the sake of his family. The knight, instead of killing him, stated that the empire is destined to reap the consequences of its actions. He told the last prince to run as the others were approaching. Yuri ran once again, placing emphasis on his life, gambling on the chance that he'll get revenge one day. But in the end, everyone died. He knew that nothing was going to happen, and that someday, a knight will come to take his life too. And that brings us back to his encounter with the mysterious dark figure, who told Yuri that he doesn't deserve the relief of death. Pinning the blame on him for everyone's deaths, the dark figure unmasks himself, revealing a zombie-like warrior from hell. This man is actually Laurent, who literally died protecting him. And yet he's here now, to kill Yuri Brioli, the man who became responsible for the fall of his kingdom. His blade pierces Yuri's heart. What hurts even more than dying is the feeling of immense guilt that Yuri carries in his final moments, sinking him in unfathomable despair. The last thing he remembers are the dear words of his father, to never abandon his honor. As his consciousness fades to black, the next time he reopens his eyes, he's no longer in the same world. Yuri Briol awakens in shock. Only this time he's a child who is being scolded by his father, as the kid had been asleep for 3 whole days. His concerned father has been sitting by him, looking over the kid's condition. Too many things are happening at once. Yuri can't comprehend how the hell his father is still alive, or why he's here to begin with. Sinking into despair, the boy shrinks and grieves the death of his father right after his own. Though the leader of the Briols has no idea what his child is talking about, Yuri grabs his father's hand and admits that it's not an unbelievable ending, as even though his dad boasted about honor, he had plenty of dark secrets of his own. Finding his son's nonsense as ridiculous as ever, he smacks the kid's head, knocking the living daylights out of Yuri. The kid is brought to tears with that heavy smack, questioning why his father still can't deal with his troublesome habit of hitting even in hell. It seems like Yuri is fully convinced that both of them are in hell right now, until a leaf blows by and shocks him to his very senses. His gaze shifts to the beautiful view outside, as a stunning realization hits him. This isn't hell, because it can't be decorated with such beauty, of people that are full of life. Because if this was hell, then there would be other sinners roaming around the place, and plenty of demons would be taunting Yuri for the pathetic life he led, becoming responsible for the demise of his kingdom. Reality slowly starts sinking in, as he looks at his father and the rest of his brothers. Suddenly, the kid's vision starts wavering again, and he collapses, causing his family to shout his name in worry. The truth is that at this moment, the third prince of the Briol kingdom has regressed back to being 13 years old. Let's talk about his own thoughts for a moment. All this time, Yuri believed that this was some wild dream, or maybe some kind of déjà vu hitting him at the end of his life. But despite having tried his best, he couldn't wake up from the odd dream. What's more, the world as he knew it didn't end either. Life continued as usual, and the memories that he had once forgotten were resurfacing in his present life. He shares a normal family dinner and accepts the penultimate outcome of his life. He has returned to the past. The same spring when he became 13 years old. A second chance, a chance to correct everything. The next morning, one of the maids comes to help the young master wake up from his slumber. Yuri had even tasked her to wake him up on time, and yet he's still sleeping like a log. The kid wakes up in worry and shock, realizing that he's supposed to be attending his sword training class. He quickly hurries up his preparations, begging Ina to get everything ready while he washes himself. He's in such a state of hurry that even the maid Ina thinks he should calm down for a bit. She suggests they take it slowly by helping him wash his face first. By the way, seeing her alive and well again brings some really traumatizing memories flooding into his mind. Because in the real timeline, he found Ina slaughtered among the others. The chilling memory of her death still has him frustrated. Turning back to address her directly, Yuri makes an astonishing request. He wants his maid to slap the shit out of him. Ina is at a loss for words because her role is to serve him and to make sure he's okay. And to slap him, it would mean going against her role. It's a great crime for a servant. But Yuri argues that he's ordering her directly, so it should be okay. The maid is still concerned and asks if he's really certain about his decision. The confident Yuri is in the middle of completing his sentence when a loud smack hits his damn face. So loud that it even scares away the birds outside. Imagine how funny it would be if she killed him by accident. The story would end right here. The scene fast forwards to the training grounds. And yup, Yuri's face is swollen up like a balloon. He forgot just how strong Ina truly was as a maid. While he's practicing his blade, even the bystanders are laughing at his condition. Instead of offering him some kind of ointment to soothe the swelling, Bro got the entire gang laughing at him instead. The funniest part is how Bernard, his sword teacher, doesn't even acknowledge his face looking different today. The kid interestingly notes that his teacher doesn't even comment on Yuri's imperfect stance or positioning. He simply feeds the boy with a sparring experience without educating him with information. It makes Yuri want to question how this guy ended up becoming a teacher in the first place. The third prince then remembers a meeting he spied on between Bernard and his father. The sword teacher exclusively complained about Yuri's wasted potential. The kid could do much with his talent, but he isn't serious about his training, or else he has the fundamentals to become the finest warrior for their kingdom. Turns out that Bernard is actually a pretty good teacher. It's genuinely just Yuri being a terrible student that forced him into this role. In his original life, the young boy didn't think much of the meeting and simply got lazier. It frustrates the current version of him, because he understands the mistakes he made in his youth. So this time, Yuri addresses his teacher and orders him that from now on, he'll be learning properly. He is officially ready to give his 100% in every session. The sword teacher smiles, questioning what's suddenly gotten into the boy, but he feels glad to hear those words. Unleashing a wave of thrilling blue aura, Bernard declares the start of the child's real training session. Saying so, he bolts into tremendous speed and clashes his blade against the young master's. Sensing that he wasn't clear with his words, Yuri hastens to stop the dude from ending his life. Bernard returns to his spot, while our boy is left with a horrific expression on his face. He was so in over his head earlier that he completely forgot about something truly important. The man bursting with blue aura and walking up to him was once revered as the sword demon before he began serving the kingdom. And well, that wets Yuri's pants, and you can see the fear just collecting on his face. After an excruciating training session, the kid drops on the ground in defeat and exhaustion. He had just experienced a taste of what a real training session looked like. The only reason he was even able to contend against his teacher just now was because of his experience as a mercenary from the original timeline. Despite struggling for his life, Yuri finds optimism in his training. Sure, it made him want to kill himself, but at least he's improving immensely along the way. The real kicker is actually Bernard's own reaction. He can't believe that the young prince was able to block every single attack. His rate of improvement became magical in the middle of their fight. Interrupting their session, Ina bangs the door open, panting and requesting the young master to come with her. Yuri and Bernard are alarmed to hear that the king is requesting for his son. When our boy asks what's causing so much urgency, he learns that it's because Count Johannes brought his own son to meet them. By the way, Count Johannes' son is actually the same bastard responsible for betraying Kingdom Briol and opening the gates for the Empire's attack. Got Barkvar is a traitorous slimeball, and now he's come to haunt him again. Addressing his maid, Yuri's voice fills up with cold determination as he inquires for the scumbag's location. In the next scene, the family is sharing a meal with their guests. Seeing the poised behavior of the third prince, Count Johannes is rather surprised and even compliments the boy's physique. The king confirms this, and even thinks that perhaps Yuri is eating something new in his diet. Count Johannes jokingly responds that they should share whatever he's having with Gott, his own son. The king returns the compliment and commends Gott's intelligence. But apparently his father doesn't think the same and argues that his son is lacking in many areas. Speaking of which, Gott appears to be dazzled by Yuri's brother, fangirling over him. As for our boy, he's busy glaring his ass down, causing Gott to nervously avert his eyes. Yuri's other brother senses this and wonders if something happened between the two, seeing how they have some conflicting tension going on. The funny thing is how our boy casually admits that this kid stabbed him in the back. Hearing this, his brother taunts Yuri Briol for leaving someone like that alone, especially after they've betrayed him to such a degree. He isn't wrong, by the way. It seems like Yuri's got a hate boner for Gott, pointing out how the kid only acts like he's of high nobility, when really he's just a wimp. The expression on his face hasn't changed. Growing pissed, Gott furiously shoots him an angry glare, returning the same energy. Instead of escalating the situation, our boy decides to remain calm, remembering that he should handle the circumstances intelligently. After all, no way in hell is he going to let this bastard ruin the kingdom of Briol again, or repeat the mistakes from his past life. Speaking of which, Yuri also remembers having fought him around a similar time in his original life. Though they had a mere argument, it could have been the reason that led Gott to betray the kingdom someday. In the next scene, they enter the training grounds, where Yuri tosses him a wooden stick, acknowledging Gott's skills with a sword. The young fellow undermines his own abilities until our boy reminds him that their kingdom isn't known for producing wimpy and narrow-minded knights. Gott doesn't really know where this is coming from, as he's far from becoming an actual knight anyway. Yuri straightforwardly reminds him that it's his destiny to become one someday, so he can't deny what's to come. While Pipsqueak is in the middle of countering his words, Yuri launches himself at full speed, confirming the start of the duel. Wielding the most legendary weapon in the entire universe, the almighty stick, clashes his stick against Gott's, who calls him a coward for ambushing him suddenly. Our boy's not done yet. He showcases excellent battle IQ by kicking the dirt right into his opponent's face, blinding Gott and creating an opening. The annoying kid is now done being toyed around with, reminding Yuri of the honorable way of fighting that the knights hold. But to his shock, bro literally throws his sword on the ground, which is a short way of saying, "I don't need a weapon to beat your ass. My hands are enough for the job." Propelling forward with a confident stride, Yuri kicks the ever-living crap out of the kid and knocks him to the ground. And here I thought you couldn't bitch slap someone with a kick. Holding his wooden infinity stick of destruction in hand, he claims victory over Gott Barkvar, reflecting that this same child ended up becoming a traitor who sold his family's honor to help the Empire's cause. He straight up tells Gott that his father is an amazing man, a respected knight among the kingdom. A position like that exists for a reason, and that position may one day find its way to the young boy. Offering him a hand, Yuri reflects that everyone has the hunger to survive in life, but he simply can't stand it when one of his own knights is as weak-willed as Gott. This time, in this life, he refuses to create such a weak link, including himself. He repeats his question, questioning why his father became a count in the first place. He doesn't want Gott to answer right away. He just wants the boy to reflect on this same question every time he's in a difficult situation. The situation resolves itself as Gott leaves on a positive note. As for Yuri's brother, he's pretty damn surprised that he won that battle, openly admitting that he was rooting for Gott to win. Seems harsh at first, but remember, at this point in time, Yuri is perceived as a careless and lazy young master. Anyway, the kid takes offense, but his brother quickly reminds him that everyone knows the third prince for being a troublemaker and a gambler, so it's not really an unfair assessment. Annoyed, Yuri declares changing his ways and alarms his brother to stop pretending or teasing him. Seeing the surprised Pikachu look on his brother's face, Yuri teasingly smiles as his sibling fails to figure out what the hell happened to him. A few days passed. The hellish training session between him and Bernard continued. By the evening, our boy is fully exhausted. With his sword training already under motion, the instructor recommends that they start teaching him about a mana method as well. Yuri is dazzled and questions if he's about to learn Bernard's personal mana method, but his teacher quickly disappoints him by stating otherwise, believing that he's not ready for something like that. Instead, he strongly believes that Yuri Briol should learn the official Briol method. The kid doesn't know why, but Bernard vouches for the mana method for being a balanced and efficient one. Now here's the thing. Our boy has already mastered the Briol method in his previous life, so he's not really getting any new gains by learning it again. Not to mention, he reached its very limits during his time as a mercenary. Seeing his frustrated reaction, the sword instructor wonders if the third prince had something else in mind. The kid thinks for a moment and reaches his conclusion. He wants the instructor to recommend a competent instructor from the Royal Guard to teach him. It's fine if this person isn't extremely skilled. All they have to be is a pool of exceptional talent so he can learn from them. After all, despite his experience as a mercenary, there's one technique that Yuri couldn't get his hands on in his previous life. With the word potential in mind, the reputable instructor enters a state of contemplation. At last, he comes up with an answer. It's Jared, the one who has the most potential of all. The name Jared once again brings the boy with a flood of memories. He encountered the man in the hellish war of his previous life. At that point, he didn't stand out as an exceptional person or anything. In fact, you could call him pathetic, to the point it was a miracle for him to have survived the war. He complained to Yuri despite his pitiful state. Though, even our boy thinks that Jared must have possessed some monstrous natural talent. But reality is cruel. Because of his own negligence, he didn't train or hone his abilities well, and so he couldn't become powerful. By the time the war came, he was a sobbing mess, and it was instead Yuri who gave him hope. They'd both been a waste of talent by the time the war struck them like a truck. And by truck, I mean truck-kun. Back to the present, our boy is optimistic, and decides to meet Jared personally, dubbing him as the potential knight. Speaking of the man, he's training right now, and Yuri is hoping to flip a light switch on him to make sure he doesn't end up disappointing himself again. So in the next scene, he goes right to the Royal Guard Training Academy to meet up with Jared. Seeing the young master arriving all of a sudden, the senior knight questions what brought him here. The kid states that he came to check up on them and learn that the knights are working really hard every day. Our boy takes a look for himself and spots the trainees engaged in combat, facing each other with ferocity. But of them all, he specifically asks for Jared, who does not appear to be here. Abiding to his request, the senior knight points to the rookie's location. Just seeing him in such a state, our boy lets out a sigh of annoyance. He finally gets why Bernard reacted the way he did earlier. From the looks of it, Jared's training is actually quite underwhelming compared to the other fighters. Normally, you're expected to go above and beyond in your training routine, but this man is basically doing the bare minimum without making much use of his skills. Seeing him like this, it's not a surprise he ends up becoming a rusty knight in the dark future. Yuri tasks the senior knight, Sir Rosso, to help him with a wooden sword as he's interested in joining them along and sparring. Rosso is pretty happy and asks what opponent the third prince will be picking for his sparring session. As you guys have already guessed, Yuri points to the slacker and requests a match with him. After some time, the arena quietens down. The trainees are resting, while Jared faces off against his opponent, the young master of Brial Kingdom. His fellows are cheering him on, hoping Jared will perform his best, even though the dude himself is looking annoyed, like he doesn't want to be here at all. The boy directly addresses him, claiming that he heard of his great potential as a knight. That's why he's personally come here to test those abilities of his. Yuri wants to know about Jared's future. Feeling nervous, the guy accepts the duel's purpose. Going on the offensive, the fight kicks off as our boy lunges forth in the hopes of being impressed. Jared simply waits, not showing a hint of fear or worry. From where he stands, he deflects our boy's swing with his own. Even though the young master is going on the offensive, his opponent's movements are calculated with every step, so much so that Jared's peers are amazed by him. As the fight continues, the trainees notice how the third prince is also doing exceptionally well for his stature and experience. But something about the fight itself has the slacker questioning what's going on. Yuri strikes him again, forcing the man to block. He senses that the consistency of Yuri's attacks isn't just for show. This is all deliberate. It's actually an effort to match their pace equally. Quickly, the battle becomes rather boring, because so far, Yuri hasn't done anything but react accordingly to the energy he's receiving from the knight. Deciding to go ballistic and actually seize control of the battle, our boy hammers down his sword with so much force that it knocks the wind out of Jared for a moment. But that's not all. The fact that the rookie knight was still able to deflect the attack just shows the kind of talent he possesses. Yuri admits that his opponent's reflexes are out of this world, but he's not done yet as he pushes Jared away with a wide swing. The fight is starting to wear down and push him back. Yuri's attacks are way different now than they were before. All of a sudden, Jared actually stops taking it easy against the young master and retaliates with each strike. Yuri, now on the defensive, concludes that this is how it was going to be. Despite having the experience of his past life, it doesn't change the fact that Jared is a powerful knight. Victory was always out of the question, and yet at the same time, our boy has one last trick up his sleeve. Surprising his opponent, Yuri swings his blade in an upward strike, forcing Jared's blade to suffer such a recoil that it creates an opening. With a smile on his face, the third prince admits that he's going to get a solid hit in, even if he's going to lose this fight. And so that is what he does. Blazing forth with a slicing motion, he cuts past the knight in a confirmed hit, celebrating his strike. Even the rest of the trainees are at a loss for words. The third prince's excellent technique seized a proper hit against Jared, and they all praised him for it. But the fight isn't over, as the young master prepares his blade, questioning if Jared is still trying to hold back. Instead of being arrogant, the knight internalizes his confusion. Even though he had control of the fight, with every move he makes, it's like he's the one being driven back instead. Striding forth once again, a passionate Jared nearly gets struck again. The third prince encourages him to try harder, which in turn makes the talented knight grow annoyed. In his anger, he coats his weapon with a mana method technique. His usage of the ability has Sir Rosso and the others shouting at him for invoking such an ability against the young master. But this man doesn't care anymore, as his blade is pulsing with aura, and it makes its way just past the third prince's neck. If Yuri hadn't been careful there, he really would have been struck badly. Jared's rageful state turns to despair. That last attack just now? It chopped away a few strands of hair off the young master's head and left a scratch. The realization hits him again. Jared is scolded for being a lunatic who attacked the young master, while Rosso is fearful and asks for Yuri's condition. Instead of making a big deal out of it, our boy thinks it's just an inevitable outcome in a spar. He bandages his bleeding scratch shut and tells the knight to pick up his weapon again, as their fight has only just begun. Lunging into motion, Yuri goes on the offensive again. Their blades clash as the third prince finds himself amused, swiftly overwhelming his opponent with each strike. This side of the prince is something not even the knight was aware of. The rookie knight compares himself to the state of the third prince. One was barely giving any effort during training, while the other is motivated to give it his all, to prove a point. Not just that, Yuri is entertained instead of feeling cornered as he clashes against Jared back to back. It's not just that the young master is giving it his all, but he's positioning himself to try even harder with every attack. The duel reaches a standstill, but Jared is finding it hard to keep his cool. He's in a state of rage. This kind of passion and fury never came to him before, even when he fought against stronger opponents. Meanwhile, our boy is looking majestic as hell with those blue eyes as he blocks Jared's advance. The knight can't believe that the young prince is pushing him to such limits. Speaking of which, Yuri bursts forth and commences yet another horizontal swing. His opponent ducks it, but it's safe to say that Yuri got his payback for the hair as he slices off a few strands from Jared. The knight grips his blade with power, immensely swinging it down against the prince. I think he's also using a mana method here, because his blade literally cracks and shatters Yuri's sword. The fight reaches its end with a clear victor. Instead of feeling low about it, our boy maintains his calm and smiles at his opponent. Jared's aura dissipates. His body releases heavy breaths as a result of exerting so much power. The young prince offers a hand to the knight, stating that he learned a lot in this battle. Jared is a bit nervous, but he commends the prince for his efforts too. As they're shaking hands, the knight internalizes that his opponent's fighting spirit and drive were unlike anything he'd seen before. In the body of this young prince rests a powerful fighter. While he's thinking all of this in his head, he forgot that he was still holding Yuri's hand. The boy confronts him and questions why the hell the knight is acting so calm. After all, he is responsible for leaving an injury on the prince's head. Running away with his tail between his legs, Jared dozes off. Anyway, that fight wasn't really easy for our protagonist either. The first thing he does is flop to the floor because of how tired he is. The knights are all cheering for Yuri's impressive performance. While they're celebrating, the captain of the knights, who looks a bit like Bernard, also shows up and spots the young prince resting in the aftermath of his battle. Saint is the captain of the Royal Guard of Briolle, and he's just found an interest in the boy. The scene cuts to a few days after the incident. Jared is seen walking back after his shift, when a familiar voice stops to confront him. It's the third prince, and he's casually waiting for him. Yuri tells the man to follow him as they need to head somewhere important. Instead of following him right away, Jared shows consideration for his training, which he'll be missing if he tags along. This is actually a pretty huge change, as noted by Yuri, because it shows that Jared shows regard for his abilities. At the same time, the third prince admits that he's the one who made it happen, so just this once, Jared must follow him. The knight accepts the order. It's not like he can defy the young prince anyway. Meanwhile, our boy is satisfied with the guy's current state. There's still much for them to work on, but it's a good start. Curious, the knight inquires about their destination. To that, Yuri tells him to just shut up and keep following. Jared is afraid that the young prince might be making trouble, but our boy assures him that nothing like that will happen, as they're not alone in this little journey. The knight asks about the others, while Yuri shouts at the man just ahead. It's actually the court mage of their family, Hernando, who is alarmed by the young master's sudden call. The kid immediately states that he's got to go somewhere and needs the mage to assist him. Hernando isn't falling for a request like that, and hurries to decline, until our boy hits him at his weakest, revealing that the mage has a mountain of gambling debt that could be paid off in an instant. Astonished, the mage turns back to confirm the young master's words. The prince assures the guy that he'll pay off everything, and it's not like he's scamming him either, as Yuri is known to never lie outside the gambling den. Seeing Hernando vouch for our boy's honesty, Yuri is pumped up, until reality crashes down on him when Hernando clarifies that all he's seen him do is lie inside the gambling den. So it doesn't really make a good impression of him. Still, Yuri assures him that he'll pay the debt, so the mage should follow him. Deciding to agree to the request, Hernando pulls out a whole-ass contract for him to sign, to make sure he isn't getting scammed. Yuri's face is left devastated, as our boy realizes that not even his title as the third prince is of much use in this damn world. Funnily enough, he puts all the damages under Jared's name, telling the knight to do his bidding. At first it seems like poor Jared is being shoved under the bus, but in reality, this is actually Yuri's way of dodging the contract completely. He wants the knight to act as a key witness between their verbal agreement. With that settled, Hernando is ready to hit the road, but he's still not sure where the heck they're going. After all, if the young prince is taking a knight and a mage to such lengths, then clearly the matter is urgent. At last, Yuri reveals his mission. They'll be heading to the Sword Mountain. The mage fails to comprehend the goal, until the young prince smiles and declares that they're gonna loot the dungeon of his ancestor. As they walk through the old abandoned tunnel with Jared leading the way, Hernando remarks that he never would have guessed a hidden path like this existed right beneath the royal palace. Jared turns and asks Yuri what's waiting for them at the end of this long cave, and the prince shrugs like it's no big deal while saying it leads to Sword Mountain, which stuns the knight, who asks if it's that legendary one from all the stories. Pausing for a moment, Yuri nods and confirms that it's exactly that one, then drifts off into memory lane as he recalls how his past life went wild when the founder's legacy was uncovered right after the Empire took over Briolle. While running away during all that chaos, he remembers seeing a newspaper saying a dungeon had been discovered inside Sword Mountain. On the flip side, he'd only used the tunnel to make a clean escape, and the so-called legacy slipped right into the crusty hands of the Empire. But unlike his past self, who just wanted to survive, this time around our boy's aiming straight for the truth and refuses to look back. He locks in hard and decides he needs to see firsthand what kind of legacy his ancestors really left behind. A moment later, the scene opens to a lush green forest that looks like it's been ripped right out of a Disney movie, and Yuri pushes open the giant rust-covered doors at the tunnel's exit. The squad walks into the open woods as Hernando scans the area and asks if Sword Mountain really begins from here. Then he switches lanes and asks how Yuri even got his hands on the key, while the prince quietly recalls that just like in his previous life, it had been lying in his study the whole time. However, he did not know its value back then, which cost him dearly, but he just tells the mage to stop acting like a nosy auntie and forget about it. Right on cue, he suddenly yelps in pain as a thorn stabs into his palm, and Yuri warns him that the leaves are basically blades, so he better keep it cute and just follow along like a good boy. As they push forward through the forest, Hernando leans over to Jared and jokes if maybe the prince hit his head or something since he's been acting all kinds of weird lately, which the knight also happens to fully agree with. But before either of them can keep gossiping, Yuri yells from ahead telling the two slugs to move it, which proves that he still has the same old bossy streak to him. Yuri gets alert as quickly notices something in the distance and suddenly signals for the duo to stop in their tracks and not to make a sound. He points out a giant pack of direwolves up ahead who look like they're one bad step away from snack time. He whispers that they live in a pack, so more might be nearby, and Jared's clearly surprised that the so-called failure of a prince actually knows a thing or two. Yuri calmly replies that he read it in a book, and Hernando nearly collapses at the mental image of Yuri even touching a book. Yuri adds that the wolves haven't spotted them yet, so the plan is to sneak by without a sound. But the universe has other plans, because Hernando backs up and somehow steps on the one and only twig in the entire forest, which lets out a loud snap that nearly gives everyone a heart attack. Trying to play it off, he throws up a nervous apology while sweating bullets, only for a direwolf to leap from above and try to turn him into lunch. Jared freaks out and rushes forward as he yells his name and swings his sword hard enough to cleanly slice the wolf's head off in one brutal motion. The beast drops beside Hernando, and Yuri gives Jared props for using mana since direwolf skin might as well be iron armor. Unfortunately, that flashy move comes with a price as the pack's alpha, who's clearly bulkier than the rest, and locks eyes with Jared. The big guy lets out a bone-chilling howl, and in seconds the squad finds themselves surrounded by the entire pack, while Jared tightens his grip on his sword. He tells the other two to stick close while he charges up mana again, and the wolves begin drooling like they just found an all-you-can-eat buffet. They all lunge in together, but Jared isn't letting that fly. He stares them down with full kill mode eyes and slices right through the pack without breaking stride. Meanwhile, Hernando compliments the knight's sword work, and even Yuri agrees, though he quietly thinks Jared still has a long way to go while watching him hold his ground. Jared starts to struggle now as the wolves keep coming, and Yuri finally nudges Hernando to stop standing around and show off those fancy skills his proud father keeps bragging about. That gets Hernando moving, and he throws in a joke that the prince is seriously working his battle mage overtime while whipping up at least 100 fireballs. Jared glances back mid-fight and asks what that's supposed to mean, but his focus instantly snaps back as he spots a fireball flying his way. He barely jumps out in time and falls back just as the spell detonates and vaporizes the wolves in one massive explosion that turns the battlefield into dust. A few brutally exhausting hours later, and after hacking their way through all kinds of monsters, the squad finally reaches the mountain's peak. Jared pants hard as he tries to catch his breath and is clearly annoyed about the never-ending combat. The gang stands near the cliff edge, taking in the view, and Jared looks around the barren stretch, asking if this is even the right place. But our boy's already zoned in and says with full confidence that he knows it is, then starts poking around the area. Peeking behind a rock, he finally spots something shiny buried in the ground, and his eyes widen like a kid on Christmas. Yuri doesn't wait for a second and starts to dig it out while Jared rushes over to stop him and says he shouldn't be doing grunt work. He calls Hernando over too, but the pampered mage acts horrified and claims touching dirt is beneath his rank, and calls it a disgrace for a mage. A little while later, they manage to pull the thing out, and Yuri lifts the sword from the ground, staring at the shiny, expensive-looking blade with a sparkle in his eyes. Hernando hits his detective stance and notes that it doesn't even look that old, maybe like it was just placed there recently. Yuri narrows his eyes and spots something at the base of the blade, which is the word guilty carved into it. Jared walks up and asks if this is the ancestor's legacy, but Yuri isn't sure yet as he keeps inspecting the sword. Suddenly the ground trembles under their feet, which puts everyone on edge as Yuri smirks and says this is the perfect chance to find out. The earth splits open beneath them and Jared lets out a scream like a drama queen as they all plunge into the abyss. The royal knight keeps on screaming his lungs out until he finally slams to the ground hard in front of a sketchy-looking pathway. Yuri instantly bolts up awake as he finds himself lying on top of the knight who clearly shielded him during the fall and begins to climb off while Jared groans and complains about the pain like an old man. Yuri quickly figures out that he used mana to reinforce his body and calls it pretty impressive, though the knight just blacks out on the spot from pure exhaustion. Moments later, Hernando floats down like he's Mary Poppins on vacation and remarks that the place is way deeper than he expected. Yuri shoots him a glare and mutters under his breath that the guy just forgot about the prince's safety and instead focused on saving his own life, which Hernando nervously tries to cover up with some weak excuses. But before he can go full lawyer mode, a sudden noise makes the battle mage turn around fast as he spots something deeply cursed creeping through the tunnel and tries to warn Yuri, who still thinks he's deflecting blame. Hernando keeps insisting that he's being dead serious and straight up yells that it's a ghost, which finally flips Yuri's switch as he whips around mid-panic. Sure enough, an armored being that looks like it crawled straight out of a horror novel is slowly approaching them with a serious death aura, and Yuri immediately clocks it as a death knight while locking eyes with it. He tells Jared to get on his feet immediately, though the guy still looks halfway to dreamland and just groans like a zombie in response. But a swift kick wakes up his soul and he bolts upright in a panic. Jared gasps the moment he sees the incoming horror and dramatically throws himself in front of the prince and yells that he'll handle the Death Knight, though Yuri doesn't seem particularly impressed. The Death Knight comes to a full stop right in front of them, while Yuri narrows his gaze and remembers that these things used to be normal knights before they got resurrected stronger than they ever were in life. Still, he notes this one doesn't seem hostile and decides to approach calmly. Jared clearly doubts the logic behind that move, but Yuri replies with confidence that he just knows this sort of stuff and explains that it would make no sense for the Founder's guards to go wild on their own bloodline. Locking eyes with the knight, he states his name loud and clear. The Death Knight processes that little act of audacity by standing there like a loading screen for a second before suddenly pulling out his sword, which instantly throws the other two into panic mode. But it's already too late as the Death Knight swings his sword at the prince who's too stunned to even flinch, though instead of chopping him up, the blade stabs into the ground after giving him an emergency haircut. Hernando drops into despair mode and dramatically cries that the prince just caught sudden head loss syndrome, but Yuri tells him to shut it, but the mage mourns the surprise trim instead. The dusty skeleton finally opens his mouth and says Yuri carries the same arrogant energy as the last one. After sheathing his blade, Yuri asks who that mysterious guy even is, and the Death Knight reveals himself as Eric Briol, which instantly drops everyone's jaws. Jared echoes the name in disbelief while Hernando goes full lore nerd and explains that it's the one and only Giga Chad that no one in Briol could forget, the guy who conquered the entire continent solo. He is also the founder of the Briol Kingdom and served as its first ever king. Yuri straightens up and asks if he's the first one to ever make it here, and the Death Knight confirms it, adding that only a true descendant of Briol can ever draw that blade anyway. This locks in Yuri's suspicions for good that the sword really is the treasured heirloom used by his ancestors, and he brings it closer to his face to inspect. The Death Knight casually mentions that he used it before, which instantly kills Yuri's vibe, and leaves him mildly annoyed, which confuses the Death Knight. However, our boy just apologizes for taking his stuff. The skeleton then drops his full government tone and asks Yuri to speak honestly about why he came here. Yuri tightens his grip on the blade as he declares his full name, and demands that the knight hand over the founder's legacy. The Death Knight stares for a while before turning toward the glowing crystal and dramatically announces that the time has come to fulfill his duty. He adds that he will grant Yuri what he came for, and the prince starts sweating slightly as he begins to follow behind. Meanwhile, Jared looks completely zoned out as he silently processes all the recent paranormal drama, realizing that this royal guard life is not what he signed up for. Yuri glances back and yells at him, which breaks him out of his daydreams as the knight looks shaken and starts getting weird flashbacks of a past life that doesn't even exist. He scratches his head and is half convinced he's losing his marbles, but yells back that he's coming and runs after the prince. The Death Knight steps up to the crystal and slowly lowers himself onto its base like his ancient knees just gave up as he strikes a pose and radiates pure aura. The crystal starts glowing intensely, which forces the squad to shield their eyes, while the skeleton declares that he hopes the prince is truly worthy. Instantly, Yuri gets teleported into a barren desert-like zone and starts spinning around in panic and wonders where in the world he landed. He spots a figure approaching in the distance and briefly thinks it might be the founder himself. But that hope vanishes fast when he realizes the thing isn't even human and is already charging full speed at him with a sword in hand. He barely manages to block the incoming attack and grunts from the force. Locking his eyes on the blue glowing orb, he stares in disbelief as he realizes that the thing is actually wielding a mana sword. The transparent fighter gestures to the glowing blue orb embedded in its chest, which leaves Yuri a bit baffled, but it doesn't stop there. The glow begins to flow through its clear body and then spreads into its sword, making that light up too. Yuri keeps his own sword raised while still on guard, but starts realizing that what he's watching is the actual method to wield mana itself. His confusion grows when the being suddenly gestures at him. He shouts at the thing to ask if it seriously wants him to copy its movements, even though they're clearly supposed to be in the middle of a duel right now. Scratching his head, Yuri mutters that the founder might have really lost his mind before dying. The concept of throwing someone who hasn't even touched the mana method into a real fight to teach them by force only sounds like the kind of move someone living their second life would even think up. He comes to the conclusion that someone might just be him. Yuri crouches down and focuses as he starts channeling mana into his palm and watches it glow softly. He's stuck trying to understand how to use the technique, but he raises his sword and calls out to the faceless figure and says he's still not getting it. He asks it to demonstrate properly one more time and gets a wild grin in response as the being lifts its sword again. That moment hits Yuri that he realizes he has no choice but to get stronger no matter what. He stands off against the warrior and swears that since the Empire is bound to reveal its true face and attempt to invade Bryol, this time will be different. There's no way he's repeating his past failures and promises to destroy them completely this time, even if it means to give up his own life. He tightens his grip on the sword and quietly mutters that this must be the swordsmanship of the Ancestor King. Yuri doesn't hesitate for a second more as he charges in at lightning speed and slashes with full concentration, while he vows to absorb every technique thrown at him and begins his intense battle against the faceless fighter once again. Meanwhile, Jared slowly opens his eyes in a completely unfamiliar space and looks around with a confused look. He quickly figures out that he's standing in what looks like a training ground. Trying to find any signs of life, he comes up short and comments that everything here feels far too real to be any kind of dream. He senses something is off and clutches his sword tightly while he yells out that whatever is hiding should stop acting scared and just come out already. Behind him, someone begins walking up and he spins around, ready for a fight, but then freezes in confusion when he comes face to face with a mirror image of himself. He wonders aloud if this is supposed to be the Death Knight's idea of a trial. He calmly asks the copy for its name and whether it's supposed to be Jared too. Finally, the doppelganger opens its mouth and tells him he shouldn't be trying to fight fate, which throws Jared off. The copy smugly questions if he didn't just join the royal guards to have the easy life with riches. It adds that he should stay far away from the third prince, and warns him that the more he fights fate, the more miserable he'll end up, while Jared narrows his eyes and listens in silence. Taking a deep breath, he looks down at his sword and realizes that maybe the old him would have agreed with all of that, but things aren't the same anymore. His mind goes back to all those sparring matches with the prince. A wide grin breaks out across his face as he calls out the fake for being salty and starts spitting Shakespeare, and states that once a blade is swung, your only job is to focus on the next one. Because if you get caught up in what already happened, it will just mess up your head even more. The fake Jared doesn't let that pass and fires up his mana sword with a taunt and calls him arrogant. He sprints forward and launches a jab, but Jared manages to block it with ease. As their swords clash, Jared picks up on the pattern quickly and thinks about how boring this copy is, never taking risks and dumping everything into defense. The clone jumps up, but Jared sees right through it right away. He thinks back on how painfully dull he used to be and lands a clean hit that sends the double crashing to the ground. Jared takes a breath of victory but stays on guard just in case. Sure enough, the fake begins to melt into some gooey substance, and the real Jared watches closely as it transforms into a giant sludge beast. He realizes that the real fight's only just started. The knight stares down the oversized goo creature and mutters that it's just another loud brute, and silently hopes the prince is managing on his end too. Readying his sword, he braces himself and mentally cheers for Yuri to hang in there and win. Meanwhile, back in the desert-like area, the rocks are completely torn up from all the sword strikes, and Yuri lies still in a crater and doesn't even move an inch. The transparent being stands over him with his sword in hand, and walks up with menace in his steps. Yuri still seems out of it and does not react at all, but the faceless fighter doesn't care in the slightest. It raises its sword high above and brings it down with force, unleashing a massive explosion that rocks the battlefield. However, just as the transparent figure brings its sword crashing down, Yuri drops the act as he clutches his sword tight, and while flooding it with mana, he thrusts it straight toward the being. With acrobat-like reflexes, the guy manages to bend backward just in time to dodge, though the swing still sets off a massive mana explosion. As nimble as ever, the faceless fighter hops back a few steps while Yuri exhales sharply as he finally catches a second to breathe. He wonders just how long this duel has been going on. He admits that the last move was extremely reckless and dumb, but the way he slashed and the way mana surged through his blade, especially the way he fought like his life depended on every clash, that's what finally helped him start to feel it click. He stares down at the blade in his hand, now pulsing with power, and senses a breakthrough. But before he can soak it in, something pulls his attention back as he notices the transparent warrior starts to crack. Its sword splinters into fragments as its body begins breaking apart, and Yuri figures it out instantly: the guy's time is up. Dust begins to peel off from its limbs, and just before fading, it raises a hand in one last wave. The prince watches the remains scatter into the air with a strange smile tugging at his lips. He closes his eyes and quietly thanks the faceless mentor, right as his own form starts to dissolve too. Eventually, Yuri groans and slowly opens his eyes and blinks off the haze as he looks around in confusion. His companions are waking up and look like they have gone through something similar too, and that's when it clicks that they're finally back. The Death Knight watches and remarks smugly that it sure seems like they all had a nice little dream. Yuri is still a bit out of it but manages to ask what that even was. He gets told it was all part of the Founder's master plan, which is something he left behind in case his future descendants ever made it to this place. Yuri remembers how in his past life, the Empire completely demolished Sword Mountain, which probably explains why no one from the Brielle family ever got close to this legacy before. Instead of letting it go, he asks if the Founder himself used this mana method, but the Death Knight denies it. The Founder didn't use it, but this was his final legacy, as after journeying across the world, he took every skill he deemed worthy and fused them into one final technique, and Yuri is the very first to inherit it. The prince looks thoughtful, and then questions why Eric didn't just pass this down to the royal bloodline directly. The skeleton explains that the dungeon only opens when the time is right, and since it opened now, it means that this power is needed. Yuri asks what exactly that timing means, but the knight shuts down that it's not his place to answer that question, and Yuri's got to figure that part out for himself. He focuses on the sword again in interest and asks its name, and the Death Knight reveals it's called Soul Severance. The name lingers in Yuri's head, but before he can stew in it, the knight tells him to bend the knee like he's about to pass down the family heirloom, and his aura makes it clear he's not playing around. Yuri drops to his knees on instinct with no hesitation, and the Death Knight places his hand on the boy's head and begins reciting the vow. He tells Yuri to never fear his enemies, and the prince replies with a solid yes. He continues and commands him to follow what he believes in and no matter what, fulfill Brielle's duty until the end. Then without warning, the knight grips Yuri's head tighter and pulls it back as he orders him to lock in and remember this next part well, that Brielle never throws away its honor, even if the cost is life itself. With those final words, the Death Knight begins to turn to dust as well, having finally completed his mission. His voice fades with one last line that this is the oath of Brielle, while Yuri says nothing and can only stare at the fading night. The next morning, the maid barges in and pulls open the curtains and announces that it's morning. From under the covers, Yuri groans in protest, and she asks if he's feeling tired since he apparently came home super late last night, and warns him not to lie back down or he'll fall asleep again. Yuri yawns and explains that he made a stop at the Royal Archives, which is why he got in so late. The maid seems curious and asks why he did that, and he answers that he was looking for a particular record. While digging through the family archives last night, Yuri came across something interesting that the record stated the founder had a sibling. Someone who tossed away their honor and then just vanished from the pages of history without a trace. Staring at the sword now, Yuri figures that brother must have been the Death Knight and that the sword originally belonged to him. She reminds him that he should probably get dressed, since the king is apparently waiting to see him, which makes Yuri's heart nearly skip a beat. She adds that she isn't sure why, but after Hernando's meeting with His Majesty, the king immediately asked for him. Yuri starts sweating bullets and curses Hernando in his head as the events of the previous night flood back. He remembers Hernando's face telling him straight up that he was going to report everything to the king. Yuri asks if that's really necessary, but the guy just smirks and says he kind of feels like it is. Yuri grabs his head in stress and realizes that everything must have been reported by now. Later inside the gleaming royal hall, Yuri stands beneath a chandelier that looks expensive enough to bankrupt a city and announces that he's here as requested. The king sits there as he scratches his head and is clearly unsure what to even do with him at this point. He opens with the fact that Hernando already told him everything and scolds him hard for sneaking off, and not to mention that he somehow managed to find the secret dungeon and came out with the founder's legacy. Yuri doesn't deny any of it and admits it's all true. But that doesn't stop the king from rising from his seat, and if he really found the sword down there, which Yuri confirms to be true as well. His Majesty walks toward him slowly as his tone turns heavy and states that lately he's heard from a lot of people that Yuri has changed a lot. The king narrows his eyes and starts rattling off names, listing everyone who's told him about Yuri's sudden shift in personality, with the final nail in the coffin being Hernando. Placing a hand on his son's head, the king commands him to speak and demands to know what exactly happened to trigger this transformation. Yuri gulps nervously as holds his sword tighter but says nothing. The king doesn't back off and presses again, asking if he doesn't want to give a reason. Yuri stammers that it's not that, but the king cuts in and wonders why he's hesitating then. The prince replies that he's scared because His Majesty's been clenching his fist tightly all this time. Realizing this, the king loosens his grip and tells him to spit it out already. Yuri finally opens up and says that he had a dream which puts the king on alert. But Yuri continues that in the dream, he committed an unforgivable sin. The king still looks unconvinced and repeats the phrase slowly. Using his full government name, Father Briol straight up asks, what was that unforgivable he committed that led to such a change in attitude, while Yuri just stares at him eye to eye. Yuri pauses for a long second before finally admitting that his sin was failing to protect Briol to the very end. In the dream, the kingdom was thrown into the chaos of war, and countless innocent people were wiped out without mercy. The prince tried to turn the tide and stand his ground, but completely failed. After Briol fell, he fled in shame while he got stripped of his honor and ended up dying as a miserable, broken-down man. He clutches at his chest and continues that when he woke from that dream, the necklace his mother once gave him was suddenly gone. That's when he started to think that maybe this wasn't just a dream, but some kind of warning from his mother herself. The king looks slightly unsettled by that and asks which force exactly was responsible for destroying the kingdom in his dream. Yuri panics internally as he knows it's too early to throw the Empire's name into the mix. There's still a chance, even if it's small, that the invasion can be delayed or stopped entirely with the right moves. So instead, he plays it safe and answers that he doesn't know for sure, and it was just a black army that came out of nowhere. The king lets out a quiet sigh, then smiles and tells him it was probably just a nightmare, and maybe a warning from his mother too, but he is glad that he is finally deciding to man up now. Yuri doesn't seem all that convinced, as deep down, he knows he's fighting to be forgiven for the sin of running away and leaving Briol and its people behind to rot. But his train of thought gets cut short as the king straightens up and mentions there's something else that still needs to be dealt with. His Majesty crosses his arms and orders him to draw his sword. Fiore Briol is a prodigy who probably started slashing things before he could even talk properly. A walking disaster with a sword who dominated everything and everyone. His name was carved into the continent through sheer unmatched skill, raw talent, and a level of martial skillfulness that had no business existing in a single man. Back then, there was talk about the top 10 strongest people alive, and Fiore was the kind of man who hovered right at the top of that list. As Yuri stands in the training hall facing this living legend, he suddenly realizes that his old man is probably considered the best swordmaster on the entire continent. He glances around the room in awe and mutters that he's never even been inside his father's personal training space before. Fiore replies that he never expected any of his sons to have the talent for swordsmanship to begin with. Yuri grits his teeth at that jab and mutters that he does have talent, while the king just lets out a long, tired sigh and repeats the word talent. Then out of nowhere he raises his sword and aims it directly at the prince, which catches him completely off guard. He starts listing off all the usual physical skills such as speed, reflexes, instinct, and asks if having all of those automatically makes someone the greatest swordsman. Still holding his sword at Yuri's throat, he answers his own question that none of those are the answers, and the most important thing is the drive that pushes the swordsman beyond his limits. His gaze sharpens and grows heavier as he explains that it goes beyond duty or expectation, but all of a sudden his eyes glow red. Yuri's body stiffens as he senses the sheer pressure rolling off him, and that his aura around him completely changes into something terrifying. Fiore lowers his sword and goes on that he doesn't even know how to put that feeling into proper words, so instead, he simply calls it the sword's calling. Yuri stares in surprise and lowers his own sword and quietly asks if that's supposed to mean destiny or something. Fiore closes his eyes and agrees that it could be called that. Yuri goes quiet as his thoughts spiral again and recalls that he was never destined to wield a sword in his previous life, and wonders what changed all of a sudden. His eyes flick toward the blade in his hands, as if searching for some kind of answer in its reflection. Fiore interrupts and throws out another question that should Yuri even be holding that sword at all. He pushes and asks if Yuri can even hear the sword's calling, and demands to know would he still hold on to it, even while staring in the face of death. Yuri is completely shaken as he stutters to get an answer out that he doesn't feel anything in the first place. However, he is met with the ice-cold gaze of his father, and gets frightened as he takes a step back with wobbly legs. Suddenly, it feels like he's being watched with evil eyes surrounding him, and he completely starts to spiral. His past life's worst memories come crashing back like a tidal wave as he remembers his loyal comrades screaming at him to dodge and to run away, while others cried for help. They called out to him, but he could not even answer them back. The world around him shifts, and once again he is back in his old life, where everything was burning around him. The soldiers of the Empire march forward as they trample the lifeless body of Hernandos beneath his foot. Civilians are slaughtered without hesitation, while the older version of Yuri just stands there and watches it all unfold. He suddenly gasps and looks around in horror and wonders why Briol is burning now. Out of nowhere, a voice calls out that it is the third prince over there, the last surviving prince of the Briol family. Enemy soldiers spot him and start closing in while he stares down at his trembling hands. That's when the brutal truth hits him like a hammer that somehow, he's been dragged back to the exact moment when Briol was destroyed. Briol is burning to the ground, and the Imperial army is out hunting for Prince Yuri of Briol. Yuri's mind is spinning as he finds himself back in the same place all over again, only to be chased down once more for being the last surviving Briolian and the only heir who can bring back the lost honor of Briol. The guy's frozen on the spot, completely stunned, not sure how it's even possible for him to be here. The Imperial army's itching to take the prince out, one of them even lunging from behind to take his head off. But Yuri senses the murderous intent creeping up on him and gets his sword ready in time. He turns and dodges the strike like a pro, just barely making it. Now it's a full-on clash of blades, raw strength clashing as Yuri struggles to hold his ground. With a solid swing, the guy slices the Imperial soldier's roach clean in half. One threat down, but before he can catch a breath, he hears his own men shouting, jumping in to protect their prince. They're screaming at Yuri to make a run for it while they buy him some time. He doesn't want it to end like this, but they're begging him to go. One by one, the Imperial army cuts them down in the middle of the flames. Yuri's head spins, wondering if this is still some kind of nightmare. Also, questioning whether this is really the fate Briol is doomed to face, trapped in helplessness. As he comes to terms with the fact that this isn't the end, yet knowing it can't be stopped either, something inside him breaks. The last prince of Briol stands before the burning ruins of his fallen kingdom, a kingdom he couldn't save. Meanwhile, the Imperial army charges in from behind, convinced this is their chance to wipe out the last remaining Briolian royal. Yuri sees them coming, his grip tightening around his sword. He knows the fight won't stop here, but he's already made his vow. No matter the situation, he swears he will never fear the enemy again. With that fire in his eyes, Prince Yuri turns to face the Imperial army, while a voice deep inside pushes him forward, reminding him to stand by what he believes in. That voice echoes in his mind, drilling in the truth that he has a duty to Briol, and he's going to see it through to the very end. Yuri grips his blade tightly and charges at them full speed, his strike slicing through armor and flesh in a single motion. The scum from the Imperial army drop dead on the spot, their blood splashing into Yuri's eyes and nearly blinding him. But even with blurred vision, the guy manages to block a soldier's spear with his bare hand just in time. Seizing the moment, Yuri drives his sword straight into the soldier's gut. Breathing hard, he hears a voice telling him to prepare for death, saying his time is up. It wants him to give up already, but the raw pain in his voice explodes with defiance. Briol will never throw away its honor, even if it means dying for it. With that fury, Yuri lunges at the Imperial army like a beast, ready to carve their graves right then and there to fulfill Briol's duty. Just then, little Yuri mumbles that he will protect Briol's honor until the end. Fiore's voice cuts through, waking the poor kid up and asking if he can hear him. One loud call of Yuri's name snaps him out of it, and the shaken boy finds himself staring at the Black Army, while his father, Fiore, gently calms him down. He reveals it was all just an illusion. The moment Yuri gripped the sword, it triggered a tragic memory, and now his hand is drenched in sweat. From the look in his eyes, his father seems to realize he may have been wrong, and now, he wants Yuri to take up the sword for real. Little Yuri smiles at him, saying he's made his decision. But then he pauses, kind of weirded out by the strange expression on his father's face. Anyone looking at him would think Yuri just signed his own death warrant or something. Suddenly, the boy tugs at his father and tells him to chill. The old man's caught completely off guard, stunned by the guts his son has to throw him a reality check like that. Little Yuri bursts out laughing and confidently says he's a genius after all. His father's face twitches right before he smacks Yuri on the head. Later that morning, under the soft light of sunrise and a pleasant breeze blowing through the field, Bernard strolls by and catches sight of young Yuri icing the bump on his head. He can't help but ask whose brilliant idea that was, and Yuri casually says it was his dad. Bernard, shaking his head, jokes that the old man must be feeling generous today. Still, he warns Yuri that from now on, training's going to get tougher. No more holding back. Yuri's already prepared for that. Thinking back, the kid realizes that Bernard's reason for living in Briolle probably had a lot to do with his father. Seeing his chance, Yuri finally asks if Bernard had to take on some special condition, like a duel with his dad, that convinced him to stay in Briolle. The old man doesn't even hesitate before saying yes, so Yuri takes that condition out of the picture and asks, if not for that, Bernard would have still stayed. The answer's a flat no, and Bernard laughs when Yuri calls him heartless. Still, the old man knows this little prince just wants him to stick around. Bernard says he might consider the offer if Yuri can give him a good enough reason. Anything tempting will do, since the old bones might just be willing to forget everything else. Little Yuri is shaken to his core when Bernard suddenly picks up on the vibe and asks if he truly wants to learn swordsmanship. The kid's scared out of his wits, while Bernard's lost in thought, clearly cooking something up in that head of his. He's pretty curious to see how this turns out. Yuri finds the whole idea a bit overwhelming, especially since Bernard carries a nickname like Sword Demon. But the old man just shrugs and says it's all right if Yuri hasn't mastered anything yet, he'll take that into consideration. Yuri says it probably won't be of much help, then pulls out his sword and shows his style, swordsmanship infused with mana. The mana flows through the blade itself, something Bernard admits he's never seen or even heard of before. From what he knows, mana is usually just used to enhance sword skills, not become one with them. Yuri explains that's exactly why it's so hard to pass down, because it would always end up incomplete. But Bernard surprises him by saying he's fine with that. He's willing to take it even if it's not perfect, and now he's making that the condition to stay in Briolle. At the very least, he's confident he'll understand part of it. Yuri's impressed by the old man's confidence and officially confirms Bernard's stay in Briolle, just like they agreed. With that settled, Bernard tells the kid to show him something and gets into position. Yuri Briolle, gripping his sword, demonstrates his Simhanchum technique. In the middle of it all, Bernard casually drops a bomb. He never actually planned on leaving Briolle in the first place. His Majesty had already asked him to stay for another 10 years. That revelation hits Yuri like a ton of bricks. The kid realizes he just got played big time. Before he can even react, Bernard smirks and reminds him he's supposed to be attacking. But Yuri's done waiting, so he decides to strike first. This old bag is seriously getting on his nerves. He blocks Bernard's attack with all his strength, their blades crashing together in a sharp clash. Later that evening, little Yuri lies on his bed, lost in a flood of thoughts. He starts to feel like the future is shifting. Not the same future where Briolle burned because of his mistakes. He hasn't done anything major yet, but the fact that Bernard chose to stay in Briolle is proof that something's already changing. The future always felt uncertain and out of reach, but now it's shifting little by little. Even so, Yuri knows it's not enough. Deep down, he's fully determined to bring the Empire to its knees. The kid's ready to make that happen. Out of the blue, Maid Ina shows up, hoping Yuri won't stir up any more trouble from now on. Curious, Yuri asks her what other plans she's hiding. Ina, clearly used to his usual antics, brings up how he always has some excuse to ask for help. Then she drops the news. There's a meeting tomorrow at the Elders' Council, and she hopes he hasn't forgotten. She's clearly had enough of his shenanigans. His father casually adds that Yuri will be joining them too, which is completely new information to him. Ina reminds him it's the first thing in the morning, and most of the council will be present. Just then, she grabs little Yuri's hand, her eyes sparkling as she warns him the place will be full of scary old folks. But she really hopes he doesn't end up punching anyone. He laughs nervously, assuring her there's nothing to worry about. He's not the same as he used to be. And with that, he promises Ina that he will behave. The next day at the Elders' Council, the very first thing Yuri notices is the overwhelming opposition. No doubt about it, Ina was absolutely right. Duke Genard is the first to speak up, bringing attention straight to the prince's mana method. The old man strongly opposes the idea of the prince learning such an unverified mana technique. What was supposed to be a council for discussing national affairs has clearly lost its purpose, turning into little more than a roadblock against royal authority. Now Yuri finally understands why his father used to avoid this council altogether. Duke Gennard, Lettery of Wes, insists that Yuri should stick to the traditional Briole method instead. This royal member immediately objects, claiming the so-called unverified technique is actually the founder's legacy. The big man in the room demands solid proof to back up that claim. This royal member is clearly irritated that Duke is doubting the prince's beliefs, but Duke argues it's all about safety, saying everyone's gathered out of genuine concern for the prince's future. Yuri can't help but find it a bit amusing that the entire Elders' Council is going back and forth over his mana method. It almost feels like an honor, especially considering that after Briole fell, the same man who bowed his head to the Emperor is now speaking so smoothly, it's more than a little ironic. Duke then calls for the opinion of Sained, captain of the Royal Guard. Sained, trying to stay neutral, admits he's not sure. Every mana method has its pros and cons, and people have different affinities. Duke jumps on that statement, using it to push his agenda by pointing out that even the Royal Guard captain has doubts, so it's better to throw the whole thing out. This royal member quickly counters, saying Sanad meant each mana method holds its own value. Duke's sidekick jumps in, accusing the Duke of worrying that the method might harm the prince. Yuri senses the mood shifting fast, and he's not liking it one bit. In just a few seconds, the entire council had completely turned on him. If he hadn't already put in the work with the mana method, he'd be stuck rebuilding his core from the ground up. But since he stuck to the founder's original vision, his Simhansham was already deeply rooted in his core. Yuri's at a loss for words, tense and unsure how to move forward as the weight of the council's judgment hangs over him. Just as the silence starts to feel suffocating, a voice cuts through the hall, sharp and casual, saying they sure know how to talk big. All eyes turn as Free Baron Calcio Arancha steps forward, breaking the tension. With a smirk, he throws out a question to the room, asking who among them has actually fought an orc. The entire room's attention shifts to Calcio, the atmosphere changing as a few members start whispering among themselves. Duke Gennard raises an eyebrow and asks who he is and what rank he holds, clearly trying to gauge whether he even belongs at the table. Calcio Arancha steps up and casually introduces himself as a Free Baron. The big man looks surprised, almost offended, that someone of that status would dare attend the Elders' Council. Calcio admits he never planned to come here either, but had no choice after Count Sidor personally delegated the task to him. Yuri's eyes widen at the mention of Count Sidor. The name brings back memories. He's the border count, the one who guards the outer edges of Briole, a lord known for fighting on the front lines. That man is a living legend, a true soldier who spent his life on the battlefield, and now his name is being dropped in this very hall. Although Yuri knows full well that Count Sidor has little to no interest in noble gatherings, he still can't figure out why the man would bother sending a representative to the council. This royal member beats him to the question, asking why exactly Count Sidor sent Calcio here. Calcio, with a sly grin, jokes that Sidor wanted him to witness all the snooty nobles talk big about politics without actually doing anything. After watching everything unfold, he admits it all makes sense now, why Sidor sent only him. Then, shifting the tone, Calcio explains that on the real battlefield, the type of mana method doesn't matter. Whether it's the Empire's Lion Fang art or Briole's traditional method, what truly counts is the person wielding it. He turns to Yuri, saying he'd like to hear the prince's own thoughts on the matter. Taking the opportunity, Yuri steps forward and expresses his desire to learn the founding king's mana method. What confuses him is why it's even causing so much controversy in the first place. And with that, Prince Briole makes himself clear. No matter what anyone says, he's going to pursue the founder's mana method, one way or another. Calcio goes on to say that the sword-bearing prince is clearly set on following the will and method of their founder. He adds that most of the people in this room have neither the authority nor the responsibility to speak on the matter, especially when it doesn't concern them directly. He takes a jab at the lazy nobles glued to their scholarly chairs, saying anyone who's never stepped onto a battlefield shouldn't even have a say. Duke Gennard comments that the Free Baron certainly speaks bluntly. Calcio smiles and says slaying orcs tends to rub the manners off a person, so he hopes the Duke can overlook that. He then circles back to his original question, asking who here has actually slain an orc. The room falls into a blunt silence. Calcio keeps the pressure going, making it clear that monsters don't care what kind of mana method one uses. The way he speaks has everyone in the room looking nervous. Duke's sidekick agrees with Calcio to a point, but insists Yuri is still just a kid who lacks proper judgment. Yuri doesn't take that lightly and fires back, asking if Duke's sidekick is really questioning his judgment. He reminds everyone that his mana method can't just be scrapped or overhauled like it's nothing. Calcio backs him up, saying Yuri isn't the type to give up so easily, and asks if the council seriously plans to rip out the kid's core by force. Duke's sidekick's anger spikes, but Calcio stays cool, pointing out how pointless this whole debate is starting to look. Little Yuri is probably turning into a Calcio fan at this point, flashing him a grateful smile for stepping in. Calcio lays it out straight, saying they're practically harming the prince's well-being by wasting time on pointless debates. It's as if the royal capital has the luxury to sit around talking nonsense. That's all it takes for Duke Gennard to lose his temper, clearly fed up after taking what feels like a verbal smack to the face. He snaps back at Calcio, accusing the boarder of draining the budget while staying conveniently silent. That hits a nerve. Calcio's sharp glare cuts into him as he asks if it only stops being quiet when 100 people have to die. The guy adds a grim truth about life on the front lines, saying there are daily reports of soldiers dying out there. It's hard to believe no one here has had even a minute to hear about any of them. He mentions that on the very day he left the border, word came in that 4 soldiers had died, one of them being a friend he had shared breakfast with that same morning. He quietly confesses that he laid the burial cloth himself before coming here. With that, he makes it clear that orcs don't rest. They're a race born for battle and bloodshed. His words trigger a memory in Yuri, reminding him of the conflict between Briolle and the Klein Duchy back then. That tension gave the orcs an opening to cross the border and cause havoc. Yuri asks if things have been different lately, and Calcio tells him they have been much more concerning than normal. Yuri also confirms if Klein's soldiers were at the border, but Calcio said the border guards had suddenly pulled back. That's when Yuri learns the nearby villages were burned down, with people either enslaved or slaughtered entirely. It leaves him wondering if this is turning into a civil war, or if Duke Gennard's third son made some serious mistake. Everyone listens to the grim discussion in silence, unsure how the prince is even holding himself together. Without waiting any longer, Prince Yuri brings the meeting to a close and stands to leave. Duke Gennard tries to interrupt, but Yuri shuts him down cold, throwing shade at the so-called noble for wasting time on trivial issues like mana methods. He tells them straight, they'd be better off focusing their energy on real problems, like strengthening defenses against the Duchy of Klein and the orcs. With that, the kid delivers a clean hit to the pride of every greedy scum in the room, telling them to stop obsessing over a teenage boy and start doing their actual jobs. Later, the whole fiasco involving the third prince reaches Count Sidor's ears as Calcio fills him in on what went down at the Elders' Council. He tells Sidor that the kid seems like a completely different person now. Sidor asks for Calcio's honest opinion, and Calcio simply says the prince's eyes didn't look bad to him. Taking that into account, Sidor assigns Calcio to keep a close watch on the third prince, maybe even dig a little deeper. With that, Sidor ends the call through the crystal, saying they'll talk again soon. After the connection cuts off, Calcio stands there thinking about how soldiers keep dying on the borders while everything here feels so peaceful. Just then, he spots the third prince outside. Hernando, on Yuri's request, has snuck out of the palace with him like a pair of runaways. Yuri teases him, asking if he used to run away from home 3 times a day like he does. Hernando laughs and calls himself quite the delinquent. Yuri doesn't get why this clumsy guy is so hyped up when he's got the freedom to stroll around anytime he wants. But Hernando lives for the thrill of rebellion, especially when it involves doing something forbidden, like a prince sneaking out of the palace. He asks for the spicy plan, but Yuri shrugs and says there's nothing wild going on while he's around. Still, Hernando presses him to spill what's really up. Turns out, Yuri's planning to hit the biggest illegal casino in the capital. Hernando's stunned. He thought Yuri wasn't going to do anything reckless. Now the kid's begging him to spill the directions to the place, claiming it's all for the sake of Briolle. That instantly flipped a switch in Hernando. He suddenly lit up with excitement and happily agreed to lead the way, eager to help turn that casino upside down. Among the names that everyone in Briolle tossed around in his past life, a few always stood out. This includes the king of the underworld, who doubled as a massive loan shark, and the business titan who built the continent's biggest trading company. Next, Briolle's streets were seized by fear, thanks to the legendary assassin who took off the crime boss's head. The man who got assassinated was Goryo, yet here he is now, the underworld's top loan shark, standing before little Yuri. Goryo says it is an honor to host such high-born guests in his casino, and Yuri instantly realizes that Goryo already knows they are the third prince and the royal mage, which is why he came down to greet them in person. Yuri makes it clear he is not here just to gamble. Goryo catches the shift in tone and smoothly moves into business mode. Meanwhile, Hernando looks downright betrayed. He came chasing thrills and poker tables, not political power plays. Yuri shuts him up with a look. Goryo asks if Yuri's here to borrow money. Turns out Yuri's actually thinking of flipping it into an investment. But Goryo sees right through him. The kid's clearly building his own stash on the side, and the fact that he came to him instead of a bank makes things a whole lot more interesting. Goryo figures the third prince has bigger plans and some serious ambition behind those eyes. But Yuri's not looking to get into the details. He shuts it down, reminding Goryo that asking questions isn't part of his job. Goryo backs off, switching gears and apologizing. Yuri leans in, casually pointing out that he's the one borrowing the money here. Goryo intends to know what the fund even for. Turns out Yuri's aiming to buy up Mugranza, a rare spice from the Klein Mountains. He bets that the supply won't come close to meeting the demand. Hernando feels like everything's moving a little too fast for comfort. Goryo knows Mugranza plays a key role in crafting high-end perfumes, but he's still unsure if it's worth betting money on. Yuri, though, is dead certain the buzz will kick in soon. Hernando knows the civil war brewing in the Klein Principality, and the orcs roaming the region, casting doubt on whether spice prices will really explode. He starts to suspect the kid might just be trying to corner the market on a local rarity before anyone else catches on. Still, the way Yuri carries himself makes it clear that he's not just throwing darts in the dark. Even Goryo gets the sense that Yuri Briol isn't some naive noble playing merchant. Kid is calculated, sharp, and probably knows a lot more than he's letting slip. Now Yuri starts working out the numbers, not as a prince but as a serious investor. Goryo takes his time thinking it through before finally having the kid sign the agreement. Yuri's all smiles, clearly pleased with the deal he just locked in. Hernando, meanwhile, can't wrap his head around how this kid had the guts to borrow such a huge amount from Goryo of all people. The guy's still grumbling, whining that no one gave him a heads up, and extra salty they haven't even gambled yet. Yuri knew full well this guy would have dragged him straight back to the castle, and right in front of his father, so he kept it all under wraps. Now he's got business to handle at the guild. And as far as Mugranza goes, the profit's already in the bag. Yuri is well aware that the first casualty of the looming civil war will likely be the alchemist, the only person who knows how to process Mugranza and a trusted aide to Duke Klein. Until a replacement shows up, Yuri has already planned to sell the spice at whatever price he wants. He also knows better than to hand this job to just anyone, which is why they end up at a sketchy, run-down place. Hernando is seriously judging the kid for showing up somewhere like this. Yuri knocks hard, calling out for Irene Wood, while Hernando keeps insisting that the guild would have been a smarter choice. Irene steps out, completely clueless, asking what's going on. Yuri wastes no time introducing himself and offering her a job. Meanwhile, the Dumbo mage is practically losing it over the fact that the third prince would stoop this low and try to hire someone like her. He's ripping into Yuri's judgment, baffled that he would trust the future of Mugranza's trade to some little no-name shop. But with a wicked grin, Yuri knows that right now, it might look like nobody is running a shabby trading company. Still, he knows one thing for sure. Irene Wood is going to become the greatest merchant on the entire continent. While Goryo uses every dirty trick when things get rough, Irene, on the other hand, values promises above all else. Little Yuri gives off a creepy smirk, knowing that in his past life, the guy only made it as far as legendary merchant status. But this time around, Yuri's set on turning him into a full-blown myth. Hernando, still trying to keep up, dares to ask if Yuri's finally done with all his outside business. Yuri just shrugs, saying he's got one last thing left to handle. So Hernando ends up chasing after him, while Yuri's already thinking ahead. The loan shark of the underworld and the great merchant are both on board with his plan. That leaves only one more piece to complete the set. The two of them arrive at a rundown street where beggars are fighting over scraps of food. Yuri knows it has to be somewhere around here, and sure enough, his eyes land on a group of kids. As the third prince, Yuri Briol steps forward and addresses the woman among them, the same one who killed Goryo in his past life. That's the assassin of legend, Asana. Of course, the big question in the future assassin's mind was why the prince of the kingdom would stroll through the slums. Yuri quickly assured her that he came by with good intentions. There is no need to be so wary. In fact, he is here because he thought he could provide some help to the needy. He turned to Hernando and gestured for the thing they prepared beforehand. The mage could not bear to let it go. In the end, he was forced to hand over the sack filled to the brim with coins. The prince's gaze darted around and saw a little girl hiding behind Asana, evidently wary of the well-dressed strangers. Yuri could tell that this child was the reason Asana borrowed a large amount of money from Goryo in his past life. She had to bite the bullet in order to get the little girl the treatment she needed for her illness. Just like all those who borrowed from the ruthless loan shark, Asana's life went downhill quickly into ruin from that point. This eventually led her to the path of an assassin. She quickly made a name for herself in the underground world as one of the most skilled killers in the market. Yuri's little trip down to this slum is for the sake of preventing that unfortunate fate from happening. Without elaborating, he handed Asana the bag of coins, and asked Asana to take the little girl to the temple to be treated. When asked what he wanted in exchange for such a large sum, he had a very short answer. With a bright smile, all he asked for in return was for Asana to remember his name, Yuri Briole, the third prince of the kingdom. Afterward, they did not stick for long and made their way out of the depressing part of town. While walking out of the miserable area, Hernando still could not make sense of why the prince would give all that cash to some random beggar. Well, it will be a very lucrative investment for the future. In a single night, He made invaluable connections with 3 of the most important figures in a few years' time. He now has the key figures he will need in his pocket. Aside from those 3, there is just one more person he needs to get into his corner. He turned to Hernando and asked a simple question. He asked the carefree mage what vision he saw in the founding king's tomb. With a wry smile, he answered that all he did in that dream world was gamble away. Yuri was not expecting such a silly answer at all. The mage elaborated that he played a game in the Empire's Barthlegas casino with his life on the line. While it is surprising at first, knowing this degenerate gambler, a gambling den really is his battlefield. Visions aside, Yuri wanted Hernando to keep his mouth shut about everything that happened tonight. That means keeping it a secret even to the king. Just as the 3rd prince expected, the court mage was called upon the throne room to report about the prince's activities. Even though they tried to sneak out without tipping any alarms, the king still heard that they had gone out last night. Hernando did not bother denying their excursion, so the king wanted more details. The mage detailed how Yuri practically forced him to leave the palace in the middle of the night. He truthfully confessed that they went straight to the biggest casino in the capital. Scenes of their shading dealings with that notorious loan shark flashed in his mind. Of course, King Fiore would assume that they went to that place to gamble and waste money. With the most genuine smile he could muster, the mage lied through his teeth and answered that they did spend money on the tables. The king did not seem surprised or upset. To sell the lie better, Hernando added that he had lost all the money he had lent to the young prince in card games, which he was not very good at. When asked to elaborate further on what happened last night, scenes of their bizarre trip flashed in his mind. They took the money borrowed from the known underground dealer to some failing old merchant guild. Then, the rest of the coins were donated to some random orphan in the slums. Of course, Hernando did not go into those details. In his words, they just walked around and saw how people lived. The prince was simply interested in how his people lived their lives. Before the sun rose, they were back in the castle. Nothing more, nothing less. King Fiore took in the report with stoic discernment. He could tell that the court mage wasn't entirely truthful, but he did not pry any further. Changing the subject, he asked Hernando if he was going to attend the ball being held soon. With a jovial smile, the court mage confidently answered yes. The king was quite surprised. This guy was not the type to go to formal balls, but people's minds change all the time. Besides, it has been a while since he busted out his moves on the dance floor. Meanwhile, Yuri is back on the training grounds for his daily spar with the sword demon. As usual, he is down on his ass after a good beating. While he was recovering from his latest beatdown, he noticed some commotion nearby and teased Bernard for being quite popular with the ladies of the castle. The maids keep on glancing at the stalwart trainer while blushing and murmuring amongst themselves. Yuri tried goading his stoic teacher on to attend the ball to give the ladies what they wanted. Bernard simply retorted that he had no interest in such things. That inherited sword technique, on the other hand, has been on the back of his mind since he started trying it out. Unfortunately, the 3rd prince was right. No matter how hard he tried to make sense of the moves, there was simply no decisive form in the technique, since he could only put half of the whole into practice. To Yuri, the soul severance technique comes naturally. He moves with the flow without rhyme or reason. There is simply nothing like it. A mana method directly linked to a sword technique does not exist anywhere else. But Bernard doesn't want to give up. Perhaps watching the 3rd prince in a real fight would give him better insight. As for their regular training, he is quite pleased with Yuri's progression, whether in pure swordsmanship or mana usage. To be honest, the kid's growth is astounding. In truth, this type of progress wasn't really progress at all. The prince is still trying to erase traces of the Briole method he had mastered in his past life. With stern concern, the sword demon asked the kid to never rush himself. He is worried that Yuri is progressing way too fast. Faster than his growing body could support. He's already achieved so much at a young age, but going at the rate he's going, complications might arise. With a confident smile, Yuri assured the old sword nerd that he would always maintain a good balance. He knows his body the best. In fact, he can go for another sparring round right now. To spice things up, he tossed the wooden sword away. He unsheathed the ancestor's blade and with a cocky grin, challenged Bernard to draw his own. The sword demon honored his request and elegantly drew his weapon. For an added layer of risk, Yuri proposed a bet. If he can successfully land an attack, Bernard must attend the upcoming. Of course, the sword nerd declined such a ridiculous wager. Besides, he's confident that he'll win anyway. Other than that, he has no faith that Yuri, with his zero credibility, would honor any sort of bet. Ticked off by the fact that his teacher is practically dismissing his challenge, the 3rd prince injected mana into his blade. He took off like a speeding bullet, ready to pounce on any opening he could find. Yuri's blade collided with Bernard's. Master and student clashing with smiles on their faces. Spoiler alert, the 3rd prince lost. He still has a long way to go. A few days later, the sounds of hooves galloping towards the castle can be heard from all corners of the kingdom. The day of the ball had finally arrived. In one of the luxurious carriages, a tall blond man clad in shiny armor was peering through the window. The Empire's second prince, Georg Ivarna Granzian, is about to arrive. Sitting opposite him was none other than the little Princess Yekaterina Ivarna Granzian. It has been so long since she left the Empire. Tonight, there is someone she really wants to meet. A few hours before the ball starts, the third prince is getting ready. He finally ditched his simple and comfortable clothes for something more royal and grander. In truth, he wanted nothing more than to ditch this fancy garb. All the decorations are too flashy for his rugged taste. Ina argued that he used to like extravagant things like this before. After buttoning him up and straightening his outfit, Ina moved towards the door. Before she could leave, the third prince invited her to a dance. He reasoned that he wanted to get some practice in, and he did not have anyone else to pair up with. Ina stammered, looking bothered by the young master's request. She reckoned that this boy must be planning to step on her foot to get her to fall or something. He smoothly took her by the hand, pulling Ina closer while promising not to mess with her. No funny business at all. Tonight, they are just partners dancing to the tune of their own music. He took the lead, and she followed. Ina felt her maiden heart skip a beat, unable to utter a word as the dashing young master swayed her with care. When she calmed down, Ina bragged that she was a fairly good dancer. In response, he playfully asked who it was she's been dancing. Once more, Ina boasted that she was quite popular, but she had never danced with someone so short before. No worries, that height difference won't be a problem soon. For a few minutes, the two freely danced under the moonlight, peering through the window, and Ina stepped on his foot a few times. Inside the opulent ballroom, sounds of melodious music filled the halls. Nobles and their partners took to the floor to show their elegant moves. Up in the highest booth, King Fiore is sitting on his throne, drinking his wine while observing the festivities. Besides the table with a wide spread of food, the three princes were talking and laughing. While he's engaged in conversation, Yuri is carefully scanning the room. He could see Count Sidor in attendance. The man is really different from the rest of the knights. Surprisingly, he did not send Baron Arantia as a proxy tonight. Yuri's eyes darted towards his eldest brother's glasses. He asked the crown prince if his eyesight was getting even worse, but Big Bro assured Lil Bro that it was not bad enough to worry about. Finally, the trumpets blared, signaling the arrival of some important guests. Nobles cleared out of the way as the second prince of the empire valiantly rolled in with his posse. Prince Georg marched straight towards the king to pay his respects. Fiore shook Blondie's hand and politely thanked him for making the trip. They exchanged more pleasantries, and Georg finally introduced everyone to his little sister. When Yekaterina came into view, Yuri felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. In contrast to his grim look, the little princess was equally polite and graceful with her greetings. Who would have thought that this angelic girl would spell the downfall of the kingdom? Even now, Yuri can still remember their sweet memories together. Of course, he also knows the inevitable and painful ending. Her written apology on a piece of paper sent by a carrier pigeon still haunts his dreams. In this life, he vowed to never create a rapport or even interact in the slightest with this girl. He cannot afford to make the same costly mistake. Never again. His silent brooding on the sidelines caught the princess's attention. While the other princes of the kingdom threw compliments and pleasantries, she just curtly responded with polite smiles. The night continued as usual. Wherever the princess goes, Yuri makes sure to steer clear of the perimeter. On the dance floor, he could see his eldest brother dancing with some noblewoman. As expected of Cedric, he's as respectful and graceful as ever. Yuri could see all the qualities of a benevolent lord in that brother of his. Compared to that guy, he's like an uncultured swine. He can't even smoothly avoid the Empire's princess for one night. Thankfully, his second brother is always there to pester the young lady. Even though Yuri is carrying all the baggage of the future that hasn't happened yet, the feelings and memories are still there. Thankfully, Ina was there to cheer him up with her delicious cookies and warm smile. He asked if serving guests in such a big event was tiring. She jokingly answered that this event is nothing compared to attending to a certain someone. After taking all the cookies in her tray, Yuri's mood seemed to brighten up quite a bit. He leaned against the table, hoping that this night of noble formalities would end. His thoughts were interrupted by the Empire's second prince approaching him with an apprehensive gaze. In his past life, Georg Ivarna Granzian became a legendary figure. He commanded the troops on the field in place of the king. Yuri's etiquette training quickly kicked in. He politely bowed and formally introduced himself as the third prince of the kingdom to the man who drove Briol to ruins. It took every iota of his willpower to stay calm and suppress his bloodlust against the guy. Unfortunately for Yuri, it looks like Georg had taken a special interest in him. With a sly smile, the second prince suddenly exuded a sharply oppressive aura that was wrapped around his neck. It felt like multiple coiling blades were dancing and touching his vital points. The second prince grimly asked if he had just turned 13 this year. "We might need the FBI here, dog." Without waiting for an answer, Georg walked away with enough information to discern that the third son of Fiore was quite a talented young man. Yuri clenched his fist in frustration. That guy just openly threatened him with an intrusive test. He felt how strong and dangerous Georg was, and he was not even in his prime yet. Those spawns of the Empire really are a bunch of bastards. Suddenly, the sounds of wine glasses shattering on the floor attracted everybody's attention. Ina had accidentally spilled wine on Georg's cape, a grave disrespect towards the symbol of the Empire. Instead of looking upset, the second prince looked mischievous instead. Yuri saw the whole thing unfold, and he felt his blood run cold. Without hesitation, Georg motioned to draw his sword from its sheath. He lightly placed the blade against Ina's neck like an executioner thirsty for blood. He cited that according to the rules of the crown, such a grave mistake is punishable by death. Yuri was the only one who saw that this dickhead tripped Ina on purpose. The maid made a mistake, and the second prince wanted her head for the sake of his so-called justice. Thankfully, the king stepped in to reprimand Prince Georg for interrupting the ball. King Fiore asserted that if it was blood that he wanted, he should spill some in his own land. Georg sensed the pressure from the king's words, withdrew his blade, bowed, and kindly apologized. He respectfully laid out the mutual respect between the kingdom and Briol until now. Then, with a masterful redirection, he brought up the name Gattensha. Gattensha is a knight of the Empire, mercilessly executed by Fiore in Empire land. The Emperor respected the king's honor and did not ask for any sort of retribution or compensation. Prince Georg likened that event to the one happening right now. He insisted that beheading this maid was a matter of protecting both nations' peace and honor. This is a tricky situation. It's an indirect challenge to Fiore's authority. With one sentence, Georg backed the king up to a corner at the risk of honor. Stopping the prince from exacting his twisted take on justice would be taken as a direct challenge to the empire. Yuri weighed his options. Necessities and conditions, ideals and reality, reason and power are all tenets that are far outweighed by Briol's main philosophy. A Briol must never abandon honor. Even after death, one must uphold that way of life. The oath of Briol stands above all. Before Prince Georg could swing his weapon to separate Ina's head from her body, Yuri loudly interrupted. He calmly walked to the middle of the room and professed ownership over the maid. Since she is under his employment, her wrongdoings are as good as his. Since he too is a prince, he asks Georg to reconsider this punishment. Inwardly, Yuri could not help but feel like he was being punished for his criminal past. No matter what cards he's been dealt, he must play the game. He never had a choice to begin with. Instead of a merciless execution in the middle of the ball, he proposed a duel trial instead. Hearing the boy's sincere request, the second prince of the empire could not hold his amused laughter. This time, Yuri's name had definitely stuck in his mind. As the two princes stood in front of one another, the surrounding nobles held their breaths. Georg turned to the king and expressed his intent to accept the ridiculous alternative. Fiore reluctantly agrees to this compromise, knowing that he's throwing his boy into the wolves. Luckily, Prince Georg saved face by insisting on using a proxy for a duel on account of their vast difference in strength. He will pick out the youngest person from the Empire's royal guard to give the third prince a chance. With that settled, the second prince doesn't see any more reason to stay and mingle. Once the lunatic was out of the picture, Yuri swiftly ran to Ina's side to check on her. She's still shivering from fear. She was seconds away from losing her life in such a gruesome fashion after all. Yuri tried to help her get up, but she did not have the strength to do so. She could not bear the thought of putting her master in harm's way. In the end, she had to be escorted out by her fellow maids. Yuri walked towards the opposite way, and just happened to run into the princess of the empire. Yekaterina's smile was gone. In its place was a serious expression. Yuri closed his eyes and dismissed useless thoughts from the past, and briskly walked away without saying a word. Hernando saw the whole thing happen while sipping on his wine from afar. On the way back to his room, Yuri's eldest brother was waiting for him to pass by. The crown prince's laid-back demeanor was gone. With worry and concern, he asked his little brother about what was going to happen next. Yuri felt compelled to explain that he could not bear to see that dick kill Ina like some meat in a slaughterhouse. The crown prince sighed and ruffled the boy's hair lovingly. It has been a while since he felt his brother's genuine concern for his well-being. Before dismissing him, Cedric asked his little bro if he needed any sort of help regarding this upcoming headache. Prince Georg made it seem like he was being considerate by assigning a proxy near Yuri's level, but Cedric sees this as the exact opposite. If Yuri was to fight a knight close to his age and strength, some sort of accident could occur in the trial. Cedric wanted to step in and take care of the problem himself, using his own means. However, Yuri doesn't want that. He started this problem, so he wanted to be the one to put an end to it. Sensing his little brother's tangible confidence, Cedric dropped the topic and chose to place his trust in the boy. Right now, the ball is a bit of a mess when the Empire's second prince stormed off. It's Cedric's job to fix the heavy atmosphere out there. Yuri really looks up to his big brother. If the kingdom hadn't fallen, he is certain that Cedric would have been a great ruler. In this lifetime, he wants to see what kind of kingdom Briolle is capable of becoming under Cedric's reign. For that to happen, the boy must fight through and make sure that a future exists. It did not take Georg long to pick the youngest knight in his order. Today, some redhead hotshot product of the Empire has taken the stage to go up against the third prince, while everybody watches from the comfort of their seats. Judging by his excited smile, Hernando did not look too worried about this tryst at all. As for Captain Sand, he's seen enough geniuses to tell that the opponent's energy is extremely stable. Based on the refined movements, the knight looks like a blade expert too. This dude is the product of the Empire's military education after all. While Captain Sand is stressing over Yuri's safety, the court mage is just smiling and chuckling beside him. Looking at the stage, the third prince was just stretching his arms while yawning as though this fight was the most boring thing in the world. By Hernando's estimation, there is nothing to worry about at all. In this world, the Grand Wizard is a rank that is virtually impossible to reach. Of the ranks given to mages in various magic towers, the title is only given to mages who have obtained what's called origin magic. Among these all-powerful origin magic spells exists the ultimate power to take a peek at the world's fate, the all-seeing fate-revealing magic. In this world, there is only one mage who succeeded in learning that overpowered ability, Hernando. He remembers going up against the third prince when they were both in their degenerate gambler phase. It was the first time he had lost money ever since he obtained his original magic. At first he tried to chalk it up to a coincidence. Maybe it's just bad luck on his part. But that's impossible. His fate-revealing magic allows him to read an opponent's hand and the flow of fortune with a mere glance. But he cannot read anything about the brat's future. When he tries hard enough, he sees the illusion of a sword mountain. In the middle of those inns, he could make out a boy with black hair and eyes shaped into an arrogant gaze, unmistakably belonging to the third prince. Hernando watched as the young man plowed through hordes of enemies despite his bloodied and battered body. He swung his sword and never yielded for a second. The strange vision ended with the young knight collapsing in utter despair. Back then, Hernando dismissed the story as just a weird quirk in his ability. A coincidence, if you will. From that point on, he became aware of an anomaly in the order of the universe. Hernando was right beside the prince the whole time. He witnessed the kid's erratic actions and drastic changes. Hernando was convinced that his fate-revealing magic could peel through that seemingly unbreakable wall. But now it makes sense. He's quite certain that Prince Yuri is a man with no destiny at all. Right now, that kid with no discernible future is about to showcase his skills in front of everyone in the arena. His opponent has been practicing and swinging his sword on the other side of the stage, driving the third prince mad with impatience. Second, Prince Georg asked the participants if they were ready, and both combatants gave their go-ahead for the start. Under the intense scrutiny of the king, the trial combat officially commenced. In the first few seconds, both the prince and the knight maintained their distance, while watching out for any quick movements. As soon as the go signal was dropped, Yuri shot forward at breakneck speeds. Much to the knight's surprise, he envisioned himself getting caught by the first attack so badly that a quarter of his upper body was wiped out of existence. Like a true, tried, and tested fighter, the knight powered through the surprise and raised his sword for defense. They exchanged blows within milliseconds apart from each other while hopping all over the place. Yuri's blade attacked and defended depending on whether he needed defense or lethality. As the fight goes on, it becomes harder to suppress his smile. Right now, the opponent who's been trying to catch him off guard has a long blade wound on his cheek. In the crowd, Fiore turned to his court mage for a question. With the concern of a father, he asked Hernando about the possible outcome of this blade dance. In all honesty, the all-seeing mage cannot see the end result at all. Instead of feeling upset, he felt thrilled instead. The king recalled that when the young magician arrived in Briolle, he stated that it was through heaven's guidance that he landed here. When the king asked if the time for his departure had finally arrived, Hernando decisively answered no. Fiore sighed in relief. It's a good thing that such a valuable asset is staying by his side. Hernando humbly responded, and the king warned him that excessive modesty could bring about misfortune. Asking the king to turn his attention back to the fight, he asked the strongest swordsman in the world about his perspective on who the stronger swordsman is between the two on the stage. Without a shadow of a doubt, King Fiore gave the title to the Empire's prodigious young knight. Logically and realistically speaking, the king is right in saying that. Hernando is finally starting to understand why heavenly signs pointed him to this kingdom. The heavens are trying to get him in the vicinity of a man who could shift the fate of the entire world. At first, he thought he was being drawn into the strongest swordsman, the king. In all honesty, the years of peace led him to believe that it was time to pack up, go, and never look back. But with that interesting young man budding into quite an interesting specimen, Hernando cannot possibly go away and miss out. When the young knight tried to bum rush him, Yuri increased the intensity of his mana coating his ancestral blade. He's done testing the waters and dipping just his toes in. It's time to get some real attack going to end this farce. The young knight could feel and see the sudden increase in the prince's speed. Like flowing water, the glint of the blade danced around before reaching the killing range through the enemy's neck. As the mana got close enough to burn his skin and the coldness of the blade inched closer, the young knight closed his eyes and accepted his impending doom. The ones who were most taken aback were the royals in the Empire's viewing deck. At his level, Fiore managed to follow the series of attacks down to the last detail. Even Captain Sand was slack-jawed at the sudden reversal on stage. As for Hernando, he smiled wryly at the choice that the kid made. He actually twisted his sword at the last possible second. A few inches away from a clean beheading, he deliberately stopped the onslaught of his blade. When the young knight finally voiced out his surrender, cheers for the prince erupted from the viewing decks. Hernando has been roaming the lands chasing heavenly signs. Who would have thought that he would meet someone who defied his guiding light? Life turned into death, and death into life. The humble mage's destiny had finally changed, and so did the boy. Every step of his defies the will of the cosmos. Yuri Briol is the only life form free from the bounds of a set destiny. Hernando can't wait to see how this kid will make waves all over the world. Wondering how this transcender of fate will reshape the destiny of the world fills the mage with thrilling anticipation. Just like that, 5 years peacefully passed in the land of Briols. Today, a new maid is zooming through the castle halls, filled with anxiety. It's her first day at this new job, and she has mixed up her assigned area. Just as he was hoping to get into position without anyone noticing, a voice stopped her in her tracks. He had a deep voice, a dark look in his eyes, and black hair, symbolizing Briol's loyalty. The man interrogated her about her seemingly suspicious roaming around the empty halls. Newbie tried her hardest to calm down and remember what her seniors taught her. The man continued blaring at him. He didn't wear a stoic expression, so he was not the king. The crown prince, on the other hand, always greets others with a gentle smile. This one has sinister eyes and crooked steps. He has to be one of the remaining princes. Afraid of offending one of the bosses on her first day, Newbie tried to pardon herself. The man yelled at her even louder for ignoring his royal presence. He asked if these maids had some sort of manual, mentioning that he must be avoided. Running out of patience, the prince finally decided to dish out some heavy education on the new girl. Before that could proceed any further, a laid-back voice called out to his brother to stop the creepy behavior. When Newbie was just training to enter the castle, everyone told her to take note of one more person in that stronghold. If she sees someone wearing a confident expression while carrying a sword by his waist, she must greet the handsome third prince with the utmost respect. After forcefully separating his brother from that poor maid, Yuri went for a stroll around the courtyard with a bag of snacks in hand. As payment for getting her out of trouble, the maid kindly handed him a decadent bag of sweets. It was quite delicious. After wiping his mouth and dusting his hands, Yuri focused. He's now at the unarmed realm level, a state where the pressure on his hand and body is lessened with or without the sword. Reaching that level after years of hard work is quite an achievement. It has been half a decade since he was killed by Laurent's undead sword and regressed back to his 13-year-old body. Now that he's 18, peaceful days will soon be coming to an end. Speaking of which, those old men in charge of the kingdom's future are probably yapping their asses off right now. Yuri headed for the conference room. He knocked and yelled for anyone to let him in, to no avail. Inside, sounds of intense arguing leaked out through the door. The guard standing by the entrance suggested that the third prince try knocking one more time, and maybe someone would hear and let him in. Done wasting time being ignored, Yuri used his newfound mana enhancement to blow the door open with his fist. The high-ranking nobles of the kingdom were scared and confused to see the third prince apologizing for the intrusion. He's been knocking for a minute, but no one seemed to hear it. Like a reasonable guy, he used more force the second time around. Yuri turned to his father at the head of the table and requested to be included in this conference. After being seated, the discussion about the last and biggest agenda continued. One of the young counts restarted the dialogue by asserting that they did not have any spare troops to help the allies outside the border. If the nobles are going to ignore the Empire's earnest request, then the nobles should be the ones to shoulder it instead. Yuri understood why everyone felt so strongly about their stance on this issue. Everyone is heavily considering their gains and losses. It's all a money game. If he recalls correctly, this coalition of allied forces and the grim incident it will suffer is about to begin. The Empire issued a call for every neighboring power to join the so-called allied forces. They humbly requested troops from various nations in hopes of building an army big enough for a massive orc raid toward the east. Yuri knows that this operation will end in complete and utter failure. In their fury, the orcs will rampage through the human army, putting immense pressure on the bordering nations. The odd thing was the orcs seemingly ignored the Empire. That's when everybody realized that the letter, the failed raid, and everything that happened after had been perfectly orchestrated from the start. In the process, Briole lost outstanding knights and heroes, including Sir Leon Flandre. With Yuri present in the room where it happens, he won't let things flow south in this lifetime. The table was pretty much split on the decision to send or not to send troops to the Allied forces. Before the bitching and moaning about protecting their numbers could get any worse, Yuri decisively volunteered to be sent to the front lines himself. He will join the Allied forces so they can properly show their sincerity to the world. As for these politicking old men, all he asks is for them to do their noble duty and not bring the Briole name any more shame. Hearing his son speak with candor and honor made the king smirk a little. He was quite impressed that his boy arrived with an answer that would tick off all the required boxes. Later that day, Yuri transferred over to his beloved training grounds to spar with Bernard. One of his brothers, the rude one, came running into the arena to ask him if the news was that Lil Bro was seriously heading to the front. The arrogant and ignorant brute could not understand why Yuri was risking his safety when he was an untouchable royalty within the kingdom. Yuri retorted that what he's trying to do is precisely the duty of a royal. With a sigh, the second prince asserted that he finally understood Lil Bro's mindset. With a twinkle in his eyes and a new appreciation for life, he promised to protect the palace while Yuri was away. Then the dumbass ran away with his unnatural gait. At this point, Yuri would be relieved if that fool didn't cause any trouble, let alone protect their home. On the topic of leaving home, the third prince asked his longtime friend and instructor, Bernard, if he was worried about his safety. The sword demon reckons that as long as the kid doesn't do anything too reckless, he will return in one piece. Knowing how critical the old man usually is, this is quite a generous evaluation. Still, he urged the third prince to always be vigilant and careful. In his sword demon days, Bernard learned how tricky dealing with orcs was. Those big fuckers are stronger and more despicable than you would expect. He warned the kid to look out for orcs carrying a tattered flag on their backs. Those things are from World of Warcraft. They are orcvals, a particularly ferocious and powerful subset of beasts. Yuri assured his trainer that everything would be fine. He has his ways, after all. Interrupting their conversation, Ina barged into the training hall while trying to catch her breath. She came by to inform her master that Yuri's guest had arrived with that thing he had ordered. He has a plan for this upcoming doomed orc raid. A very special one at that. The guest, Ina, pinged him about sitting in Yuri's office while drinking tea. When the third prince entered, Elaine Merchant Guild's vice president, Guillermo, stood up and extended a reverent greeting. Yuri thought he would be meeting Elaine today, but his madam is currently on the road, so the vice president had to shoe in as a substitute. Even with the success of their merchant guild over the past 5 years, she still prefers going on dangerous product runs herself. She says it's what she does best. Well, Guillermo did not come here empty-handed. He procured and delivered Yuri's special item. The third prince excitedly opened the ornate box, and finally, the 4-piece dagger set, Elementarian, was now in his possession. Guillermo went through a lot of hoops to get this set, and he did not expect such an exorbitant price for some decorative daggers. But these things aren't purely decorative. They are artifacts imbued with great ancient magic. Seeing the third prince's mana manipulation in action, Guillermo almost shat his pants. To tease the man further, Yuri slowly brought his tip to the man's face. Pause. When the blade was withdrawn, Guillermo breathed a sigh of relief. The prince's mana use is simply on another level. Suddenly a dark figure entered the room. It was quick and silent. Yuri caught a glimpse in the corner of his eye, but Guillermo was none the wiser. The arrival of that shadow prompted Yuri to send the businessman off. In a few days, he wants an exhaustive report about how the Empire is preparing for the raid. When Guillermo is finally out of the picture, Yuri slumps onto the couch and calls someone to come out of the shadows. Slowly, Asana materialized behind him, clad in her assassin's garb. First and foremost, he wanted to know if their Goryo problem had been handled. As the boss ordered, Asana sent that loan shark a very convincing warning. She left a strongly worded message to that bastard to stay in his lane in the middle of the night. Yuri had to step in since that cash rat kept on trying to go after Elaine's money. On the way to this room, Asana heard the servants talking about this boss of hers joining the Union Army. With concern, she urged him to be careful out there. She makes it sound like he's going out to enemy territory alone. Well, that's not the case since Asana will be tagging along in this upcoming journey. When asked if she could keep up, Asana's deadpan expression curved into a beautiful smile. Anywhere is better than where she came from. She will be by her master's side even in war. A few days later, the day of the march had finally arrived. Before leaving, Crown Prince Cedric sought his little brother out while he was fixing his new black armor. With deep concern, all he asks of Yuri is to take care of himself out there. The third prince confidently jested that he was invincible. Out in the front lines, he plans to raise the image of Briole. He returned the concern for his big bro's eyes that's been worsening since he's been deep into his books every day. Before they parted, Cedric hugged his little brother tightly, hoping that it wouldn't be long before they saw each other again. Yuri promised that he would be back soon. The war trumpets blared, calling every soldier's attention. Up on the platform, King Fiore stood in front of his countrymen to signal the ceremony's commencement. The commander of the departing army climbed up the carpeted stairs with utmost confidence. The third prince of the kingdom, clad in his shiny new armor, looked awe-inspiring. Speaking as a father, Fiore asked his son if he was feeling the nerves. He asked the young man to turn around and look at the men he would be leading in this campaign. All the Briolle soldiers lined up in the town square are valuable lives that he must carry on his shoulders. Realistically speaking, not everyone in this army will be able to come back alive. However, Yuri is determined to make sure that they will not face a pitiful death like in his past life. For one last time, the king asked his son if he was ready to shoulder such a massive responsibility. Before he could answer, King Fiore had already left the podium as the atmosphere in the town square turned unbearably hostile. Yuri looked at the man in front of him and felt such thick and vicious, murderous intent. His body trembled, refusing to move from where he was standing. He instinctively felt that the thing approaching him right now wanted his blood. It was the personification of death itself. As the dark avatar raised its blade, Yuri could tell that trying to evade would result in a painful death. Fortunately, the third prince had never slacked when it came to training his body and mind for such situations. Using the ancestor's mana method, he stimulated his core to combat the crippling hold of terror. He carefully drew his blade and entered a steady defensive stance. Instead of waiting and letting the strike set the tempo, he used the soul-severing slash to meet death's blade. Up on the platform, father and son crossed swords to a standstill. With a satisfied smile, King Fiore praised his boy for a job well done. That sword strike shall serve as Yuri's letter of departure. King Fiore is not one to hold ceremonies longer than it should be. All he asks is for his son to come back alive. Like a seasoned veteran, Yuri Briole turned his attention to the men he would be leading to the depths of hell. He raised his sword, and his soldiers started passionately chanting his name. With utmost conviction, he asked his soldiers to put their trust and faith in him. The banner is raised and blades are drawn. It is time for the soldiers of Briolle to march. Up at the border, word of Yuri's departure reached the ears of a certain someone. Down in the dungeon, orcs are being kept captive for research purposes. Count Sidor, the kingdom's valiant first line of defense, is looking forward to meeting the fated prince after 5 long years.
After the departure of Yuri Briole and the soldiers, later in the forests, Yuri sits amongst the soldiers while they rest and chatter among themselves from their long journey. While resting, he comes up with an idea, so he wipes his mouth and goes straight to meet Sir Raymond. He tells Sir Raymond that the journey is quite far and asks him how long they have traveled for. Sir Raymond replies, telling him that they are at the brink of Sitter. Staring at the map and analyzing their position, he informs Yuri that they should reach Sitter soon. He continues on, telling Yuri that after they reach Sitter, they intend to cross through Gid and into Balshat. As Yuri and Sir Raymond have their conversation, one of Brill's knights walks toward them without their notice. Yuri continues his conversation with Sir Raymond, asking him if their pace would be fine while they travel, and Sir Raymond confirms that it would, saying, of course. The knight, upon getting closer, calls Yuri, third prince, which draws both the attention of Yuri and Sir Raymond. Upon seeing the knight, Yuri instantly recalls a scene from his past life. The knight in front of him is Laurent Flandre, the Death Knight who killed him in his past life. Count France's eldest son, Laurent Flandre. Standing before the prince, Laurent pays his full respect, kneeling one knee to greet and say that it's nice to meet the prince. As he bows his head, he introduces himself, and the prince stutters as he calmly replies Laurent, saying all right. Then Laurent raises his head, and as if making a pledge, he tells the prince that he has wanted to tell him something for a long time. And Prince Yuri Broyle, looking somewhat worried, breaks a sweat and asks him what it is that he has been wanting to tell him. So Laurent, with his sparkly eyes filled with admiration and strong loyalty, tells the prince that he admires him. And the prince is taken aback by this sudden confession and asks with a stunned expression, "You what?" Laurent recalls clearly when his father told him how the prince stood his ground and how he was mesmerized by what he heard. He tells the prince that ever since he heard from his father about what happened 5 years ago, the prince has become his idol. He tells the prince that him raising his sword for his servant girl, that was the code that a knight should follow. The prince, not knowing what to say, just stares awkwardly and quietly, while Laurent looks at him deeply with admiration. To kill the awkward silence, the prince raises Laurent up with a smile and tell him that it's true, and that he has also heard so much about Laurent from his father, so he tells him that it's nice to meet him. But Laurent immediately refutes him, shouting, "No," and telling the prince that he's the one who's honored to meet him. Sir Robert then comes interrupting them, and telling the prince that it's time to depart again, and the prince instantly replies, saying, all right. But before they depart, Sir Robert gives the prince a heads up, telling him that Count Sitter, whose place they are headed, is not the friendliest man. So he asks the prince in advance to please not take it too personally if Count Sitter doesn't greet them with a warm welcome. A later time, at Count Sitter's estate sits under the beautifully shining moon, awaiting the arrival of the prince. They put up a large banner in front of the estate gate, which boldly welcomes the third Prince of Briol. And surprisingly, Count Sitter, his knight, and soldiers stand outside awaiting the prince to give him a grand welcome. Just then, the prince arrives with a smile on his face, surprised that they are actually receiving quite a warm welcome. Also shocking Sir Robert, Count Sitter bows his head, greets the prince, and welcomes him to his estate. Sitter Margrave, I'm Sitter. The prince also shows respect and greets the count, while also appreciating him for the kind welcome. And Count Sitter replies, telling him that it's because he admires the fact that he the prince is jumping into the front lines at such a young age. Before anything else, he asks the prince if he has fought orcs before. And the prince, still with a warm smile after unmounting his horse, replies, saying that of course. But recalling that he hasn't fought any in this current life, changes his statement and says that of course he hasn't fought any orcs, but that he have studied. He then turns to the soldiers he brought with him and tells Count Sitter that most of his troops have also never fought orcs before, and that's why he thought it would be good to study up. Count Sitter then looks proudly at him, tells him that he can see why now, and also tells him that he finds his actions impressive. Once more, Count Sitter greets the prince, tells him that if he wouldn't mind, he would like to offer him a gift he has prepared for him. Moments later, in front of a huge door stands a knight. The knight unlocks the lock to the door with a key, and slowly opens the door while everyone else stands behind him, including the prince and Count Sitter. Count Sitter then becomes the first one to go in with his fire torch. Once in, he asks that the third prince kindly follow him as he leads the way. So, the prince, his knights, soldiers, and Sir Hernardo all walk in together. Once inside, and after a small walk, they open another door, and Laurent, after seeing the contents of the second door, is overwhelmed with fear. The prince also looks irritated and annoyed by what he sees, so he asks Sir Haim Sitter what the meaning of this is. And Sir Haim responds boldly, telling them that there's no need to be scared. Using his torch, he lights the lamp in the dark room, and it's clearly shown that where they are is in a prison cell filled with beings that have been captured and locked up. The prince, upon seeing this clearly, takes his time to observe and tries to figure out the current situation. Then one of the soldiers, seeing all this, stutter as he shout that it's an orc. They stand before the cell of one of the captured orcs. But Count Haim Sitter tells the soldier to refrain from calling it an orc and that they should just call it a captive for now. He then tells everyone present that they needed to learn as much as they could from these monsters in order to survive against them. From their small habits to their instincts, everything that they could utilize for battle. They needed to learn it all. So, seeing this and after hearing Sir Haim's explanation, Prince Yuri Briol turns to him and asks him if this was the gift that he mentioned earlier. And Sir Haim responds with a proud smile, saying that it indeed is. That as they approach war with these savage monsters, what better gift could there be? Finally, Yuri smiles for the first time since entering this prison. He also thanks Sir Haim Sitter, while thinking to himself that Sir Haim is even crazier than he thought, for him to be torturing orcs. Behind Yuri is one of his soldiers who stands anxious. Yuri notices the expression on the soldier's face, so he immediately turns to him and asks him what his name is. The soldier replies, saying that his name is Simon Fesh, the son of Baron Bolf. Yuri then asks him to say out loud what he's thinking right now as he stands seeing the imprisoned orc. Simon then replies calmly and respectfully, telling Prince Yuri that he doesn't think that they needed to go this far with the orcs, and that torturing the orc seems overboard for a prisoner of war. Yuri then turned to look at the orc. As he does, he tells Simon that he agrees with him. However, he also makes it known clearly to Simon that although he may think like that for now, he won't have the same mentality later. So he asks Sir Haim Sitter to open the door containing the orc that's being tortured. And without any resistance, Sir Haim responds, saying that he understands. The third Prince Yuri turns back to Simon and confirms from him if he said his name was Simon, and Simon responds saying that it's true. So as the orc steps above his cell, Yuri tells Simon that this is now real combat, and orders him to fight the released orc. Everyone then stands in place as they anticipate the fight. Simon braces himself for combat, prepared and waiting for the orc to make its first move. However, instead of attacking, the orc roars loudly at the top of its voice, then goes on its knee, and with great force, hits its head on the ground, as if to apologize and beg for mercy. It then repeatedly smashes its head against the concrete ground, while saying something in its orc's language. This then ultimately makes the soldier lose all will to proceed with the fight, and lets his guard down. The soldier looks at the orc with so much pity in his eyes, and also makes him feel like he's doing something really bad. So he gathers courage to face the prince and speak up against this cruelty. He turns to the prince with so much resolve, telling the prince that there's no way, that nothing can make him fight a helpless prisoner. Unknowing to him, that display of unwillingness to fight was all a ploy by the orc, and it's already right behind him with an impending violent attack. Before Simon could say more in opposition to fighting the orc, he's caught unaware from behind by the orc, who lands a serious punch to the side of Simon's head. The punch carried enough force and pressure to leave the dent of the orc's fist on Simon's helmet. making him to cough out blood and almost instantly go unconscious. The other soldiers, seeing that Simon has received a serious blow, shout out his name in worry. But before they could step in to help, the orc already grabbed Simon and put him in a chokehold, which then makes the knight present to give the order for everyone present to prepare for combat. But before they could do that, Count Heimsitter steps forward, telling them all to relax, that they have cut most of the orc's tendons already. Count Sitter stands beside Yuri, who seemed to be paying full attention to the scene that's before him. So he calls the prince, and with a bold and commanding tone, he tells the prince that this is the true nature of an orc, telling him that if you give an orc an inch, they try to take a mile. The knight then shout, calling the third prince and telling him that they need to rescue the Simon now. But once more, Found Sitter tells them to relax, that they have already cut off almost half of the orc's tendons. That Simon isn't going to die, though he adds that the chokehold still is going to hurt a little. The orc continues choking Simon, while also saying strange things in their orc language, making the soldiers stand ready to fight while Yuri and Count Sitter stays calm. Yuri adjusts towards the count and worriedly asks him if the orc is taking Sitter hostage right now. Count Sitter responds, telling Prince Yuri that he doesn't know, but that he'll call an interpreter now. So he does, calls the interpreter and tell the interpreter to translate the orc's words. The interpreter appears to be hiding behind a pillar while also covering its face with a hood. Regardless, it answers the count's summon and comes out of hiding. Species unknown. Its name, Cory. Prince Yuri looks shocked to see Cory, though Cory stands in a dark corner. The prince could tell that something's off about Cory. Cory then pays close attention to the orc's words and translates it for them. Cory tells them that the orc is saying that if they don't lower their weapons right now, he will break the knight's bones one by one. After Cory's translation, the orc tightens its grip on Simon's neck, causing Simon to cough and cry out in pain. At that instant, Prince Yuri calls for Hernando, telling him that it's his turn. This then makes Hernando stand in front of the prince while casting a magic spell. He tells the prince that he understands. Hernando, after successfully casting his spell, sends it as an attack towards the orc, placing it in shock and confusion. At that moment, Hernando tells the prince that it's now his turn, and instantly, without a moment's waste, Prince Yuri Briol jumps forward, charging towards the orc. He tells Hernando that he has done a good job. While the orc is still in confusion due to Hernando's attack, Prince Yuri Briol swiftly whisks Simon away from its grip and immediately makes his way to the others. Then the orc comes to its senses and stomps the ground with great force. Fully enraged by what has just happened, it roars so violently loud, while also clenching his fist in anger. As it continues to roar, Prince Yuri calls to the count, and just to confirm, he asks if he'd be correct by saying that orc isn't an ordinary one. And the count replies, saying that it's true, that though it may be smaller than its peers, it has plenty of experience when it comes to wars. Which also brings him to recall and inform them all with a cold tone, yet angry expression, that this particular orc was eating a knight alive when they first captured it. He tells them that particular orc has killed a lot of men. One of the knight then shout, calling the orc a bastard. He angrily announces his disdain for the orc and say that he doesn't care if it was still holding the knight hostage, that he's going to kill it. But before he could do anything rash, the prince stands in front of him and tells him to stand down. And even though hesitant, he accepts and say that he understands. But before they proceed, the prince turns back to see the orc and tells the knight that he's not trying to scold him. Rather, he asks the knight to look behind the orc and see that everyone behind it is also looking for an opportunity, which brings him to tell the knight that it's not like that particular orc is special, that all of them are just like that. He also tells the knight to keep this in mind, that there will be far worse orcs in the plains. Before leaving, he gives the knight a pat by the shoulder and tells him to stay focused, that this is training, that he should use this opportunity to learn how to kill orcs. So the rest of the night goes by with the knights from Prince Yuri Briol's troops learning how to kill orcs one after another. While they carry out this late night training, one of the orcs seem excessively aggressive, picking up a fire lamp and throwing it at them. But the royal mage Hernando prevents the fire from getting to them and uses his magic to create a magic barrier, shielding them fire. After the barrier, Sir Raymond charges forward with his mana-imbued sword. And in a single slash, he cuts down the rampaging orc with an extremely cold expression on his face. As the orc falls face flat to the ground, everywhere goes quiet for a second. Then Sir Raymond senses something and turns. He sees the scene of another orc going for a knight. The knight standing before the charging orc with calm resolve. The orc hit with great force and strength, but the knight blocks it with his sword imbued with mana. And after a moment of back and forth struggle between the two, the knight comes out unscathed. The orc defeated, its lifeless body lying right in front of the knight. And the knight breathes heavily as he looks closely at this. Prince Yuri Briol, who has been watching them all train and fight the orcs, then claps for the knight, telling him that he has done well. Though, he tells the knight that he's sure he doesn't feel good about it. The prince then say that the reason why he feels like that is likely due to the fact that they had to fight the ones who couldn't resist much. However, he tells the knights that this training will undoubtedly increase the chances of their survival in the upcoming war with the orcs. So he tells them to make sure to show their gratitude to Count Heimsitter. Count Sitter then adds to what the prince has said, telling them all that he know that they might think that such actions goes against their chivalry. However, he tells them that they must understand that these creatures are not worth their chivalry. To top it all off, he tells them to come with him, that he has something more to show them. As they head further inside, he tells them that if he's to speak frankly, he'd tell them that the things here are nothing more than mere imitations. That in orc villages, worse things are happening. So, they leave the previous room and into the next. But before the knights go in and see what's in there, Sir Heim tells them to brace themselves, that what they are about to see is what the orcs had done. Inwardly, Prince Yuri say with a stern face that he can already tell what's coming. The knights, upon seeing what's in the room, stutter as they try to force words to describe this out of their mouth. These are half-orcs, they say. The half-orc are all chained up. They try to reach for the knights the moment they come in. Prince Yuri Briol, still with the stern face on, tells Count Sitter that they are more half-orcs here than he expected. Count Sitter say yes, that they are. That even though these creatures are rarely born, their current numbers surprise him. So he gives these young knights his final lecture. He tells them that the orcs capture humans and use them for entertainment, and that these half-orcs are the byproduct of that cruel and wicked act of the orcs. And just from hearing the things that these orcs do, the knights feel extremely disturbed and disgusted. Prince Yuri then asks Count Sitter if he loathes the orcs, to which Count Sitter responds after a moment of silence. Until the day I die, yes. He says this with so much hate in his heart. After saying that, the Count goes quiet once more. Meanwhile, in thought, Yuri pauses as he observes the Count. Then he say to himself that the Count is silent as if he's used to this atrocity. With that, he grips tightly onto his sword and says inwardly that everyone has their own arch-nemesis, and that for himself, it's the Empire, and that it seemed that it's the orcs in Sir Heim's case. He also recalls that he heard that the Count retrieved the body of his son from an orc village. Now that he looks at the Count, it seems clear that the Count hadn't forgotten the scene he saw on that day. Just like how he can't forget the downfall of the kingdom. And just like that, the night goes by and it's dusk at the Count's estate. And the prince and his troops prepare to depart. The Count calls to him. Your Highness. The Count then asks him to take this person before he leaves. It's the translator from the prison cell the night before. The prince, looking at this person, asks him if he's the one he saw in the cellar last night, and this person replies, saying yes, and once more introduces himself as Corey. The prince then smiles to him and acknowledges his talent for knowing how to speak orc tongue. However, Corey, with fear and sadness and fear written all over his face, calls to get the prince's attention, telling that he has something to say, but the prince stops him from talking, telling him to stop. The prince instead tells him that he already knows what he's about to say. This gets Corey stunned as he obviously shows his surprise and asks, "Pardon?" The prince tells him that he already knows what he's worrying about, but assure him that it's nothing for him to put his mind to. Instead, he gives Corey a gauntlet and tells him that they should just call it a token of goodwill for their future cooperation. But instantly, Corey tried to reject the gift, telling the prince that he doesn't deserve such a precious item. And before he could say more, the prince interrupts him by shouting out Sir Raymond's name. Sir Raymond responds, appearing before the prince. The prince, with a smile, asks him if it's the borderland from here on out. And Sir Raymond affirms it, telling him that that's true. However, he tells the prince that there may be a fair number of bandits on their way. Regardless, he says that the prince doesn't have to worry about an ambush. But the prince refutes him and tells him to not think like that. That bandits, just like rocks, are a threat to the border. With that, he asks Sir Raymond if he isn't correct. So he tells Sir Raymond that they must wipe out the bandits on their way, while they cross the mountains. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, some merchants pass by with their goods. But suddenly come some horses headed towards the merchants. The riders of these horses are the bandits who self-proclaim themselves to be the owners of this mountain path. The bandits, upon getting in front of the merchants, show of their blood-stained sword to intimidate and terrify the merchants. Without uttering a single word, the leader of the bandits looks down on the merchants from high on his horse and raises his blood-stained sword high onto the sky, in preparation to strike down and kill the merchants. And the moments that follow after that are that of a bloodbath. The entire scene covered with blood. It's a completely new day. The prince's knights and soldiers arrive in the forest. They march majestically as they ply the route that leads to their destination. At some point, the prince turns back to look at Corey. He looks at Corey because he knows that the platoon will get noisy once people find out that Corey is a half-orc. But he lets his mind be at ease because he has already handed Corey over to Hernando as a retainer. He believes that Sir Hernando will handle the situation well on his own. So as they march forward, Yuri stares at the map, trying to point out where they currently are. So he calls Jared to come forward, and Jared answers, "Yes, sir." Jared rides to him, and immediately he gets close enough. Yuri shows him the map and tells him that from now on, he'll be in charge of reconnaissance. He tells Jared that he'll mark out the location for him on the map. So he orders him to go and report back. But this gets Jared confused. So he wonders as he asks the prince why he would need to be in charge of reconnaissance here, because this place is the bandits. Realizing the prince's intentions, Jared boldly declines, telling the prince that the bandits will just run away once they track them down. So he asks the prince once if he's sure about this. The prince affirms his words, telling Jared that they will track down the bandits if they do run, that those bandits harm merchants in the borderland, which is why they can't be left alone. He then smiles and jokingly asks Jared if he's scared and not confident, telling him that that's not something he'd expect from a talented knight like Jared. He then informs Jared that other soldiers are too nervous for this job, that himself is a young and inexperienced prince. However, Jared is a genius with the sword who cannot understand the average person. He says all these just to make Jared take up the position. Jared, having fallen for the prince's words, bolts away on his horseback, telling the prince that he'll be right back. And the prince smiles in response and tells Jared that he better, and that he likes his motivation. Sir Raymond then rides to the prince's side and tells him that he seemed to cherish Jared. But the prince just laughs it off and say that cherish is a bit much, that he just take Jared around with himself. After saying that, he turns and stares at Sir Raymond for a moment, then turns back and asks Sir Raymond if he doesn't mind him asking an uninteresting question. Sir Raymond says it's all right and urges him to please go ahead. So the prince asks his question without hesitation. He asks Sir Raymond what it is that he fights for. This question comes sudden to Sir Raymond, and he is taken aback. But he replies, saying that he haven't heard that question in a while. However, he say that the only answer he can give is a very old one. The prince pay close attention to hear his answer, and Sir Raymond say to him that his reason for fighting is for the safety of Briolle. This answer ignites a spark in Yuri's eyes as he opens them wide in amazement. Then with a smile, he says within that that's not a bad answer at all. He then gives Sir Raymond the order to maintain this marching speed, that he'll go check up with Jared for a bit. So he turns his horse around and moves ahead at a much faster pace. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, the stronghold of the bandits. One of them seemed to have been captured and tied up elsewhere. While being tied up on the ground, this particular bandit screams out loud for help. But the one who captured and tied him up then comes closer to him and tells him to be quiet. It's Yuri Briolle. Yuri tells the bandit to be quiet, unless he doesn't know how to value his life. He asks the bandit if he actually doesn't know how to value his life. Jared, with the scope, calls the prince and tells him that he has found it. This gets the attention of both the prince and the bandit, who looks surprised. Pointing his hand straight forward, Jared tells the prince that right there is the base of the bandit. And the prince acknowledges him for working hard in finding the bandit's base. But before they proceed, the prince asks Jared if this guy alone was the person who was on reconnaissance for the bandits. Because the fact that he wasn't even in a group of two is kind of odd. Then he asks the bandit directly if it is true that his boss sent him alone. And the bandit, still shaking up in fear on the ground, stutter as he reply, saying that it's true. But the prince still looks suspiciously at him. Then the bandit continues speaking. He tells the prince that he is just a rookie, that he doesn't know much. But while the bandits speak, the prince notices something glowing on his neck, and it draws his attention. Without saying anything to the bandit, the prince immediately reaches out to the bandit's neck, causing the bandit to panic in terror, thinking that he was going to get more beating. Holding onto the glowing item, the prince curiously looks closely at it and asks the bandit what it is. The bandit doesn't reply at first. Then the prince asks another question. He asks the bandit if he's the owner of the item. Then the bandit brazenly replies, saying that it's not his, that it was his boss who gave it to him and instructed him to always keep it on while he's on patrol. The prince, not believing a word the bandit say, begins drawing his sword as he tells the bandit that this clearly looks like an artifact to him. So he asks him what magic it is embedded with. Seeing the prince draw his sword, the bandit is instantly terrified and immediately screams out of fear, pleading with the prince and telling him that he doesn't know anything. Is that so? The prince asks. Then he tells the bandit that it can't be helped then. With those words, the bandit is even more terrified now. But the prince just smiles and say that he'll just have to capture the boss himself and ask him. So he sheaths his sword. Time flies by, and later still in the mountains. While the prince stands by and observes the bandit's movements with the scope, someone rushing towards him calls, "Your Highness." Jared and his troops have arrived. Jared then tells the prince that, just as he commanded, they have deployed all forces along the expected escape routes. He say that at the same time, he have ordered several scouts to prioritize identifying their internal forces. Then with that bright smile from the prince, he tells Jared that he has done a good job. He then say that it looks like right now, if they stir thing up from the inside, the bandits will get caught on their own right. He asks, but Jared gets confused and asks, "Pardon?" asking the prince what he means by string things up. Without answering Jared, he orders that they all start moving. He tells them that if they are late, they will get nothing. So he mounts his horse. Jared still looks completely confused as to what the prince is planning to do. And suddenly, the prince jolts off alone on his horse, leaving everyone behind. This catches Jared off guard, so he shouts, calling the prince and telling him to wait. "Wait, Your Highness." He still shouts from far behind, telling the prince that going off alone is very dangerous. But the prince just keeps going without showing any signs of slowing down at all. The moment he enters the center of the bandits' camp, he shouts, calling for his soldiers and giving them the order to charge, instantly causing chaos in the bandits' camp. The bandits, who seem to be going about their daily life as usual, are instantly met with confusion with the amount of noise they hear all around themselves. Looking ahead, they hear the sounds of horses approaching them at high speed, but they still are confused and unaware of their current situation. And bam! The prince and his horse comes crashing down on them from above, destroying everything and causing ruckus everywhere. The bandits, who fell to the ground, look shocked as they observe. The prince, with a sinister tone, tells them that it's really nice to meet them. So he laughs and calls them bandits. Later that day, evening time, the soldiers come rushing into the camp on foot, while shouting and calling out to the prince. The worry in their heart echoes from their voice. Upon getting to where they could stand and see the prince, they breathe out heavily as they try to catch their breath. All around the prince are bodies of the bandits, and the prince himself sits on top of one. As he welcomes them, he tells them that they are late. Jared then worriedly speaks to the prince, asking him why he took such a reckless action, that running off like that on his own is dangerous. But the prince counters him by asking him why they didn't follow him at the right time, and tells him that he's just nagging at this point. So he turns to Sir Raymond and asks him if any of them escaped. And Sir Raymond boldly replies, saying that none of them escaped, and that the bandits have all been eliminated with no casualties on their end. Good, the prince says as he gets up excitedly and tells them that now, they just need to steal the meat the bandits left behind and prepare for a meal. As they roast the meat, the prince announces that tonight's dinner is field-style skewered meat. The prince then offers Jared, who still haven't gotten a hold of himself, some meat. But Jared doesn't take it. Instead, tells the prince that it's not going to smell that good. And the prince responds enthusiastically, telling Jared that that's the best part, but that it seems Jared doesn't know how to taste it yet. After that, he tells the soldiers that they should spend the night here in the bandits' camp and start marching again tomorrow. They respond saying sure. Meanwhile, the leader of the bandits, whom the prince was sitting on previously, tries to slowly move and escape. Continuing on with their conversation, Sir Raymond tells the prince about their next destination, Gid. He tells the prince that before arriving at Balshad, the rally point of the allied forces, it seems they will first encounter the army of another kingdom at Gid. That their route overlap. The prince, who was acting oblivious to the escaping bandit, suddenly hits him with a heavy kick that causes him to lose a tooth and cough out blood while falling to the ground. As he kicks the bandit, he asks Sir Raymond about which kingdom it is that they are going to be meeting at Gid. And Sir Raymond replies with a stern face, saying that it's the Holy Kingdom. But the prince smiles as he recounts that it's the country that uses holy magic. While he says that, that's good. He then enthusiastically tells Sir Raymond that the Holy Kingdom people might heal them once they get to befriend them. But Sir Raymond hesitatingly responds, saying that he's not so sure about that. He tells the prince that there is a rumor that the commander of the allied forces is the princess of the Holy Kingdom. However, he adds that according to the rumor, because the princess is in a weakened position in the power struggle, it is said that she is sensitive about achieving results to secure her spot. So lastly, he tells the prince that the rumors say that she will do anything within the allied forces this time to achieve results. Prince Yuri Briol then holds his chin and thinks on it. The princess of the Holy Kingdom, huh? While he's in thought, Sir Raymond sees his worry and suggests to him that he investigate a little further. But he just smiles through it and tells Sir Raymond that there's no need, that he'll just meet her in person. So he smiles as he looks at the beautiful night sky. The assembly point for the allied forces, Balshad, had a midpoint stop at Gid, which was in charge of providing provision for the allied forces this time. Since it was an independent region, they had to follow the city's regulations while within. The prince say that they'd be dead if they cause any problems. That if their actions are judged to violate Gid's rules, it'll be handled under military law. So they are asked to keep that in mind. The prince tells Sir Raymond to make sure to educate the soldiers well. That knights are also no exception. And Sir Raymond responds, saying, "Yes, your highness." So they station their troops outside the city and tighten the discipline. The prince then say to them all that he'll go meet the lord of Gid himself. Inside the lord's estate, with a smile, the lord welcomes the third prince of Briol, Prince Yuri Briol, saying that it's a pleasure to meet him. The prince also shows respect and greets the lord accordingly. He thanks the lord for the warm welcome, and say that representing Briol, he the prince, shows gratitude for Gid's cooperation. And the lord tells him to please, that there's no need for such things, that they at Gid will make sure to do their best in supporting the allied forces. As they go to take their seats, the lord praises the prince, telling him that His Majesty the King of Briol had made an incredible contribution against the orcs in his younger days. That now that his son, Your Highness Yuri, is here, the orcs must be trembling in fear. He laughs softly at the end. The prince also laughs and say that he will try to live up to that expectation. As they sit, the servant then calls to the lord, so he turns to look at the servant. The servant then approaches him and whispers something in his ear, while the prince just sits still. After receiving the message from the servant, the lord then tells the prince that it seems the princess of the Holy Kingdom has also arrived. So he asks the prince if he would like to meet her now. Without hesitation, the The prince say that he'll gladly like to meet her now. Moments later, the princess steps foot inside the waiting room where the two sit. And as she walk in, the Lord gets up and welcomes her. Second princess of the Holy Kingdom, Princess Sibylla. She walks in majestically with two other knights behind her. As she enters fully, she introduces herself. No sign of smiling on her face at all, looking very rigid. The Lord then once more greet her. He calls her, Your Highness, and tells her that it's an honor to meet her in this barren land. Before saying anything, she looks to the side, staring intently at the person seated. With her rigid face, she asks this person if he is one of the Lord's vassals. But this person, being Prince Yuri Briol, just looks curiously at her without uttering a single word. Before he could actually talk, she rudely tells him that she has something to discuss with the Lord, so she'd like for him to leave this place for the moment. But the Lord, seeing the misunderstanding, tries to clear the air and introduce the prince to her. But before he could complete the introduction, one of the holy knight interrupts with his furious yelling. He yells at the prince, asking him how he can be so insolent. Furiously, he yells this, How dare you sit down in front of her highness? When she's talking to you, you stand up and... But before he could also say more to add to his nagging, the prince just smile and say, Well, without filtering his words, he say, I'm the third prince of Briol. And this sudden revelation makes them all freeze in shock and embarrassment. It also brings upon a sudden, awkward silence. Everyone who were rude to him goes quiet, as they look for words in their head to break the awkwardness. The prince then add to his initial words, telling them that although he might not look the part, he's the one in command of the troops. One of the knight then stutters saying, Oh, Your Highness, I. But the prince doesn't let the knight say what he wanted to and instead shouts, saying that it's all his fault, that he should have dressed up like them. But instead he decided to dress up like some neighborhood rascal. This statement of his further puts the holy knights in a tight spot, and instantly they all bow their heads apologetically. They give their sincerest apology, say that they have committed discourtesy, and pleads that he, the prince, accept their apologies. After the whole scene, while having tea, the prince asks the Lord if he actually looks that shabby in this outfit. But the Lord laughs it off and tells the prince that he doesn't. The princess then apologizes for that just now and also begs him to please stop mentioning it. The prince then laughs and asks if he really should. On that note, he proposes they have a proper introduction. So he introduces himself as Yuri, the third prince of Briol, offering his hand for a handshake. She shake hands with him and say, Yes, telling him that it's nice to meet him. By the way, he calls her by name, Sibylla, and asks her how old she is. Though shocked by the sudden question, she answers, saying that she's 20 and asks him why. And he responds with his smile. He tells her that he's 18, that a 2-year difference is as good as none. So he informs her that they are basically friends, so there'd be no need to talk politely amongst each other. He asks her if he isn't right. Oh, she says shockingly. The Lord then laugh and say to them that they are looking good, and that it's good to build friendship before having to fight against those fierce orcs. He then faces Sibylla and asks her if she is okay with that. Though hesitant, she says sure. After the introduction is over, the prince calls to her and tell her that on his way here, he reckoned that he didn't see any troops on the way here. So he asked her if the knights arrived in advance. She say that, that's correct, and that the troops will be here by tomorrow. The prince then holds his chin, thinking on it. He tells her that he hoped nothing bad happens. But for some reasons, this enrages her. So she tell him that the rules and discipline of the Holy Kingdom are not to be worried about. Which makes her also ask him if he's trying to say that there's going to be conflict. And he replies confidently, telling her that he's talking about an external conflict, not an internal one. He informs her that the orcs can sometimes appear within the boundary, and that they can even perform ambushes despite their large size. The Lord, with a smile, affirms what the prince said and adds to it, telling her that the orcs are sly creatures not fitting of their size. The prince then ends it all saying that of course they are talking about the Holy Kingdom here, so he's sure there won't be any problems. But he also gives her a warning to make sure she takes note. Time passes, and the meeting is concluded. Out in the city, the prince and someone take a stroll. The person asks him how the paladins of the Holy Kingdom were, and he straight up replies, saying that they were too rigid, and that the princess is going to have a hard time. The person he's walking with, being Hernando, then asks him if he likes the princess though, because he seemed a bit worried about her. The prince replies, saying that he guessed so. But, by the way, he puts his hand in his pocket to fetch something out. He then pulls out the item he took from the bandits. Looking at it, he asks Hernando if he's sure that this item was bought from this place. Hernando looking at the shop, saying to the prince that he's certain that this place is the only place around here that sells such item. Yuri then asks him if what the bandit captain said about the item being able to lure orc in is true. Hernando then replies, telling him that what the bandit captain claimed precisely is that the orcs would go berserk and run at the necklace's owner once they feel its aura, that it's like a drug for war. Then they say that perhaps it's an artifact, but it's a little. Hernando say that it's too crude to call it that, and he's sure it won't perform that well. They continue talking in front of the shop, and the owner gets really furious. His patience grows thinner. Now he loses it and yells at them, telling them to get out if they ain't buying anything. And immediately they both turn to leave, saying to themselves that it seems there are no items like that on here, and that perhaps the bandits bought them all. After leaving the shop, the prince with a smile say that's unfortunate. Suddenly something catches Hernando's attention on their way, so he shouts, calling to the prince and pointing for him to look. He looks and see that there's a group of Briol's soldiers entering a building. Hernando then tell the prince that it looks like there's some gambling going on in that bar. The prince's eyes then spark with excitement. Oh, he says. He then say that if the soldiers of Briol are taking part in a gamble, he won't be able to stand by and watch that happen. Him and Hernando, up to something, they head towards the building. As they go, the prince say that they are going to need some discipline in this army. And Hernando replies in kind, telling the prince that he's right. Elsewhere within the same city, one of the knights of the Holy Kingdom asks the princess if she had a conversation with the Lord, and she replies, yes. This knight with a mocking smile say to her that he have heard rumors that the prestige of the Briol's prince is at rock bottom. This man is Finnick, the vice commander of the Holy Kingdom. Still conversing with the princess, he tell her that he cannot believe that such an eccentric person is in charge, that the Briol Kingdom of Knights is an old story now. And the princess replies, she calls his name, Finnick, and tells him that there's no need to talk bad about Briol. Ignoring her, Finnick says whatever, and says that the prince's outfit also looked like that of a lowly mercenary, and that the way he acts is even worse. The princess is not liking any of the things Finnick is saying. She just stares intently at him with a warning gaze. But he doesn't stop. Instead, he goes on to say something even worse. He say that he can't help but think that Briol will be short of a prince by the time this raid is over. At this point, the princess could no longer bear to listen to his arrogant and rude tone, so she warns him to stop crossing the line and watch his words. Then he just casually obeys her, saying, yes, your highness. She ignores his rudeness, but directly asks him if there's any problem with the main forces, to which he responds rudely, saying that there's none at all. As he responds, he and the knight walk past her while telling her that it's nothing for her to worry about at all, because he has everything under control, and she just turned back to see them go. Finnick, before fully leaving where she's at, tells her that if she doesn't mind, he and the knights will be patrolling the city. With nothing to say to Finnick, the princess just sighs as she wallows in thoughts. Later that day, evening time, the atmosphere is lively and bright inside and in where people sit, drink, and have friendly conversations. Finnick and his knights open the door to the inn, walking in with their rigid faces on. And immediately they enter. Finnick is disgusted by something he sees. One of the knights asks who the people they see are, and Finnick replies, saying that it seems that they are Briol's soldiers. He say that Briol's people are truly acting unruly for letting the soldiers enter the city, and that right now, they are even outright gambling. This makes him sigh and ask if they have no sense of discipline. One of the Holy Kingdom's knight then laugh, asking if it isn't obvious why they act like that. That considering who their commander is, it's understandable why his men would act like that. Finnick still looks very disgusted at their actions and say that this won't do. He then say that as a paladin of the Holy Kingdom, he can't just watch this. So he raises his voice, shouts at the soldiers, asking them what they think they are doing there. The shout draws their attention. With gambling cards on their hands, they all turn to look at who's shouting. Finnick continues. He asks them if they are here to play and gamble like that, saying that they may be soldiers from a different kingdom, but he cannot stand it. Adding to that, he asks them if they take the allied forces as a joke, pointing his hand at them. He's about to say more with his angry face, but then someone taps his shoulder and asks him what he just said. And when he turned to look, he sees who it is and is stunned. It's the third prince of Briol, Yuri Briol, the commander of this knights and soldiers. With a smile and his hand still on Finnick's shoulder, he asks Finnick what his name is. Yuri Briol gives Finnick a pat on the shoulder, a casual gesture that quickly turns into a tense moment as he asks for his name. Finnick jerks back, his eyes widening in recognition and a surge of indignation as he sees it's the prince. Without a moment's hesitation or any customary greeting for the third prince's status, Finnick slaps Yuri's hand away, the sharp crack echoing in the sudden silence. His voice, laced with barely suppressed fury, immediately erupts in a torrent of bitter discontent over the Briol soldier's actions. He snaps that such attitudes don't just demean the prince, but also corrupt the soldiers themselves. Around them, the soldiers, caught off guard, slowly turn, their gambling cards still clutched in their hands, their faces a mixture of confusion and growing resentment. A mocking smile, sharp and humorless, plays on Finnick's lips. He taunts the soldiers. It seems you're still not aware that what you should hold in your hand is a sword, not a card. He twists the knife deeper with sarcastic disbelief. In fact, I'm not even sure if you've ever wielded a proper weapon before. Huh? Yuri scoffs, a faint smile still lingering, but his eyes already hardening. Then, to reply to Finnick, Yuri's expression shifts dramatically, a cold, annoyed glare replacing his earlier amusement. He demands to know, I only asked for your name, yet you spew such insolence. Does the Holy Kingdom's military not have ranks or order? Finnick, visibly flustered but refusing to yield, immediately tries to stumble into a defensive stance, stuttering. That's just. But at that crucial moment, Before he can finish, the bar door swings open. A clear, authoritative voice cuts through the tension, asking, "What in the blazes is going on here?" It's the princess of the Holy Kingdom, her gaze sweeping the room. Her eyes lock onto Sir Finnick, and she frowns, a ripple of disappointment crossing her features. "Sir Finnick, didn't you say you were off on patrol?" Immediately, the fight drains from Finnick's shoulders, and he bows his head in shame and immediate apology, his previous defiance dissolving instantly. The princess, her voice firm and unyielding, immediately orders him, "Stay outside." Sir Finnick's head snaps up, his face contorted with raw anger and humiliation. Reluctantly, his jaw clenched tight, he obeys the order, his movements stiff with indignation, and makes his way to the door with the other knights. As he leaves, the princess watches him, her own gaze stern and filled with undisguised displeasure. She then turns back to the third prince of Briolle. With a weary sigh, a subtle hint of exasperation, she says, "Please accept my apologies on Finnick's behalf." Yuri responds with a smooth, knowing smile, telling the princess, "You don't have to." He then adds, with a hint of playful malice, "I'm sure it's very difficult for you to have all your subordinates under control. For you to do that, you'd have to be a holy sovereign, wouldn't you?" The princess's hand instinctively rests on the hilt of her sword, her brow furrowing in deep thought for a moment. She then decides to make her way out, and before exiting the bar, she turns to the prince, her eyes meeting his with a spark of determination. "If that's the case," she says, her voice low and even, "I'll repay this debt another time." "Yes, another time," Yuri replies, his smile lingering, a hint of intrigue in his eyes. After she leaves, Yuri's gaze grows serious, his expression darkening with profound thought. It also makes him recall what Sir Raymond told him earlier at the bandits' camp. Sir Raymond's words, "The second princess of the Holy Kingdom is in a weakened position in the power struggle, so she's sensitive about the results." Now, a shudder of understanding runs through him. This must be what Sir Raymond was talking about. Regardless, he shrugs it off with a practiced smile, muttering, "It's none of my business," and walks to meet the soldiers. He then enthusiastically joins them in their raucous game, the soldiers struggling amongst themselves, eager and boisterous, vying to play him next. Yuri laughs heartily, telling the soldier who chose to play him next, "I like your confidence." The scene then shifts to where Sir Finnick and the knights stand, a palpable cloud of annoyance clinging to Sir Finnick as the princess joins them. He turns to her, his frustration boiling over, asking, "Had you already befriended the third prince of the kingdom of Briolle?" To reply to him, she asks him, her voice calm but firm, "Is that the problem right now?" And in his unbridled frustration, Finnick instantly starts yelling out a cascade of complaints towards the princess. He accuses her, "I told you about the prince's lack of elegance." But just as he rages, someone comes rushing in, a desperate shout tearing through the air, calling them both, "Your Highness." Sir Finnick. Both pause, their previous animosity forgotten, and turn to where the frantic voice is calling from, their faces etched with sudden worry. They see a soldier mounted on a horse, barreling towards them in a state of sheer panic. As he gets closer, they can both clearly see his blood-stained armor and the lathered, exhausted horse. Immediately after dismounting, the soldier collapses to one knee, gasping out a hurried greeting and begging them to excuse his disrespect, before finally delivering the news that brought him rushing in. "This is an urgent message from the main force," he cries, his voice strained with terror. The princess, her face pale with mounting dread, asks him, "What is the urgent message?" And he instantly replies loudly, his voice cracking with desperation, telling them both that the main forces have been attacked by the orcs. His response instantly plunges both of them into a state of frozen, utter shock. Moments later, the princess mounts her horse, now resplendent and formidable in her full battle armor, prepared for conflict. The Lord of Gid, standing beside her, calls her respectfully, his voice tinged with deep concern, and asks her if she's leaving right away. She responds with a resolute nod, affirming that she is, but before she leaves, the Lord has something to tell her, so he informs her beforehand. This might come off as inappropriate. Then he speaks his piece, his heart heavy with worry for her and their forces, asking, "What do you think about requesting support from the Briolles?" The princess stares at the Lord, her gaze intense and contemplative, as she thinks deeply on his suggestion. The Lord then adds to his suggestion, his voice earnest, telling her that to minimize damage to the allied forces, his suggestion would be the best course of action. But before the princess can even consider nor ponder properly on this, Sir Finnick explodes, a fiery nonsense, interrupting the Lord. Continuing on with his infuriating stubbornness, he declares, "The Holy Kingdom will take care of its own matters." Or, he challenges the Lord, his eyes flashing with indignation, "Are you trying to say that we, the Holy Kingdom's knights, would lose to some lowly orcs?" Immediately, the Lord tries to nervously laugh off his suggestion as nothing, waving his hands dismissively. He tells Sir Finnick, "That's not what I meant at all." The princess then responds to the volatile situation, her voice calm but unwavering, telling the Lord of Gid, "It's all right." With a reassuring smile, she tells him that she understands his worry, but also tells him, "Do not worry, things will end without trouble." Though, she informs him, "I appreciate your thoughts." With that, she pulls the reins of her horse with fierce determination and shouts for she and her knights to charge. Thus their urgent, perilous journey to go save their main forces begins as they all charge, a thunder of hooves following behind the princess. As they depart, the Lord still stands in place, a look of lingering apprehension on his face as he watches them go. Beside him is one of his serving soldiers. The soldier then turns to the Lord and speaks, telling the Lord that the fellows from the Holy Kingdom are quite stubborn. The Lord affirms that, telling the soldier that the stubbornness is especially much with that Vice Commander Fennec. It then makes him say, with a resigned sigh, "It can't be helped." So, he gives the soldier an order, his voice firm and decisive, to go to see the third prince at the Briol army's camp. And the soldier bows his head in response, "Yes, my lord." Before the soldier's departure, the Lord strictly instructs him, his tone leaving no room for argument, that he must make haste. So he goes, and some time passes. The soldier, after arriving and delivering the Lord's message to the third Prince Yuri, goes on one knee in greeting. While Yuri reads the letter, a visible shadow of worry deepening on his face, Sir Raymond comes and asks him what it says. He then responds, his voice grave, telling Sir Raymond that the main forces of the Holy Kingdom have been attacked by the orcs. And Sir Raymond instantly looks puzzled, a furrow of disbelief on his brow, upon hearing this news. Yuri also tells Sir Raymond that, as a member of the Allied forces, the Lord has requested that they help with annihilating the orcs in the vicinity. Hearing this, Sir Raymond gets even more confused and asks why it is Gid that's requesting this of them instead of the Holy Kingdom themselves. Yuri, also having the same question nagging in his mind, pictures the vice commander of the Holy Kingdom's knights in his head, a faint, knowing smirk playing on his lips, and tells Sir Raymond, "I'm sure someone was being very stubborn." He then orders Sir Raymond to prepare to head out, his tone brisk and commanding. Sir Raymond then hits his chest, a gesture of unwavering loyalty and commitment, and tells the prince that he shall follow his command. Yuri then turns to the soldier who came bearing the message and asks him for his name. The soldier replies, his voice a little breathless, saying, "My name is Roy, your highness." Yuri confirms his name is Roy and orders him, "Head to the bar located next to the Talisman Market and call the Briol's knights here." He also tells Roy, a mischievous glint in his eyes, "The knights will all run out of the bar once you tell them that I, the third prince, said that I'll only accept the first 10. Keep that in mind." Roy replies, his voice eager with understanding, telling his highness that he understands. With that, Roy jolts off on his horse back, a cloud of dust trailing behind him as the prince watches him go. The prince then places the letter down on the table, beside the lantern. With a straight, almost unreadable face, he dusts his hands clean by clapping them off against each other. And finally, with a wry, satisfied smile, he says to himself, "It's all right. Time for a night walk." Later that night, Yuri joins up with his knights, and they all ride towards the location where the orcs are said to be. Unbothered, almost buoyant, Yuri turns to look at his knights, a playful challenge in his voice, and asks them if they still seem a little tipsy. "Not at all, your highness," they roar back, raising their swords high, their spirits clearly invigorated. Seeing them in such high spirits, Yuri laughs heartily, replying, "That's good." Now he turns to the right, focusing on Jared. He sees Jared in a distinctly unwell state, his face pale and drawn, and tries to tease him. "You don't look so good, Jared. You're quite pale." Jared just mumbles a weak, utterly unconvincing, "I'm fine." Someone then rides on forward with extraordinary speed, their horse's hooves thundering louder. It's Laurent. After catching up with the prince, a radiant smile lighting up his face, he calls the prince's attention. "Your highness." And Yuri enthusiastically replies with a smile, "Yes, Laurent." With eyes glittering with admiration, Laurent tells the prince that he was once again deeply impressed by him through this incident. He tells the prince, his voice earnest, that not only did he forgive the paladins who insulted him, but he even extended his hand like this to save them. So with that, he tells the prince that he can see that he's trying to teach that there's no need to stoop low as they did, that he's truly amazed at the prince's profound insight to see the big picture. The prince then tries to laugh it off, a touch of awkwardness in his voice, telling him that it's not something like that. In his mind, he wonders if Laurent has always been this effusive, but he ends up just looking at Laurent and telling him that he's grateful for his loyalty. Still, he feels a strange unease within him, because the Laurent of now is so different from in his previous life. Well, he says within, being fair, he himself has become quite different from how he was in his previous life too. Laurent, still with the unmistakable glitter of devotion in his eyes, thanks the prince for finally taking notice of his loyalty. Still seeing how strikingly different Laurent is, the prince wonders if Laurent might have been influenced by his own change. As they ride on, Sir Raymond spots something ahead, his voice sharp with urgency, and calls the prince, telling him that something has been spotted up front. Upon getting closer observation, they tell the prince that what they spotted are the paladins of the Holy Kingdom. So before going into battle, the prince gives his knights a word to motivate them, his voice ringing with conviction. He tells them to listen up and informs them that this being their first battle against orcs, from now on, I shall head into battle before anyone else, and also be the last to leave the battlefield. As he speaks, he begins emitting this beautiful, ethereal blue aura that pulses with power, covering his entire body. Adding to what he already said, he tells them this, his voice deep and resonant with unshakable resolve. I, Yuri Briol, the third prince of Briol, command you soldiers, do not get hurt. So as he drags tight on the reins of his horse, causing it to neigh loudly, a defiant cry, then he commands his soldiers, his voice a thunderous roar. Charge. The night is alive with urgency. Just moments ago, the Holy Kingdom's paladins charge forward, a gleaming line of soldiers. They're heading to help their own troops, who are under attack by fierce orcs. As they ride onward, the princess, Lady Sibylla, blames herself. She realizes she was careless, that she didn't expect the main orc force to strike their main army. Then, a clear picture of Yuri Briol pops into her mind. He told her to be careful, because orcs can sometimes appear inside their borders. Thinking about it now, she frowns in anger at herself, wishing she had been more watchful. Up ahead, she can already see their soldiers locked in a desperate fight with the orcs. They finally arrived. When they get there, she shouts, telling the paladins that their soldiers are still fighting. They need to get there faster. Looking worried, she pushes her horse to go even faster, quietly thanking God that their flag is still standing strong. Before they join the fight, she speaks to her vice commander, Sir Fennec, giving him orders. The paladins will charge straight ahead and attack the orc commander right away. Sir Fennec replies quickly, Yes, Your Highness. Right away, with a strong voice, he tells the other paladins the orders, telling them to form up and charge. The paladins raise their weapons and shout together, Yes, sir, as they rush forward. Leading the charge, the princess holds the cross pendant around her neck and starts to pray. Lord, she whispers, your servant wants to run forward. Please push me forward. Right after her prayer, a bright white light starts to shine from her cross. It begins small but grows to cover her entire horse, then her whole body too. Now that she and her horse are completely covered in this white glow, she commands, her sword pointing forward, increase your speed. So, she and the paladins go straight ahead, aiming right for the orc commander. They don't notice the hidden magic trap in front of them, a skull tied with all sorts of magic strings. As they get closer to the skull, it suddenly floats up on its own and starts glowing. Its eyes turn a dark red, and a dark purple glow forms all around it. Suddenly, it touches the ground, and a huge magic circle appears right in front of the princess and the paladins. They can't stop their charge in time, so they step onto the dark magic circle. The moment their horses' feet enter the circle, the ground breaks apart, and they and their horses start to fall. The princess, being in front, yells so the others can hear, it's a trap. She falls, and the fall knocks her off her horse. It feels like they are falling into a bottomless hole. Every single one of them screams in fear as they drop into this pit. While falling, the princess lifts her hand, wondering if she has made the wrong choice again. Finally, she hits a hard surface. The light from above shines brightly on her face, almost blinding her, so she puts a hand up to block the light while she thinks back to her childhood. Back then, when she accidentally woke up her holy magic as a child, everyone praised her. Excellent. Her young face shone with a beautiful, bright smile. That voice was so kind, she thinks. I wanted to live up to their hopes, so I focused on swordsmanship, but when her sword first beat her brothers, she realized she had made a big mistake. It was the wrong choice. She remembers clearly that day, her standing tall in victory and her brother on one knee, defeated. From that day on, her brother started to feel afraid that she would take his place on the throne. He started to push her towards battle. And when it was time to put together a group for the allied forces, they named her, Lady Sibylla, as the leader, telling her it was God's will. They said that if she fought for God on the battlefield, she would find salvation, and her soul would go to heaven. But as she got the order and a pat on the head, she knew deep down what this truly was. Now, back in her dangerous spot, inside the pit, and after remembering all that, she says, "Don't make me laugh," as she tries to get up from the broken pieces, still holding her sword tightly. "You just wanted me to die there," she adds. She looks around and sees that all her paladins who fell with her are either in as bad a state as her, or even worse, groaning and coughing in pain from the fall. So, she gets up first and tells everyone else to get up and get ready. She then raises her hand to look at it, because she sees a black substance on everyone. Now, seeing it on her own hand, she's able to figure out what it is: oil. Her eyes widen in shock at this discovery. So right away, she looks up, and there are the orcs, holding lit torches, surrounding the pit in huge numbers. At that moment, all she could see were the bright torches the orcs carried, and the only sound that escapes her mouth is, "Ah." Then, the orcs start to raise their hands, getting ready to throw their flaming torches into the pit. The princess, looking completely defeated and full of dread, tries to put everything together that has happened. First, the orcs attack the main army, and now they are performing a fire attack. This brings up an unanswerable question in her mind. What should I do? How am I supposed to survive this? Her head starts spinning, and everything she sees turns red and dark. She closes her eyes tightly, accepting her terrible fate as she thinks, what have I been working so hard for? Sibylla, someone calls from far away, as he sends the cut-off head of an orc flying. The voice then tells her, open your eyes. And she does, her eyes filled with tears, almost ready to fall down her face. The person is the third prince of the Briol kingdom, Prince Yuri Briol. With the torch from the orc he just killed, he playfully asks the princess if it was really that hard to ask for help. With a bright smile and his powerful glow covering his whole body, he asks her if she's all right. Moments later, after killing all the orcs who were around the pit with torches, the prince and his soldiers send a rope down the pit to pull out all the paladins. Last comes the princess, whom the prince helps out himself, lending her a hand. As she is being pulled out, the princess thanks the prince, telling him she owes him one. He tells her it's no problem. While he helps the princess get out and stand up, someone calls to him. Prince, getting the attention of both him and the princess. It's Sir Fennec. He bows his head in apology and says, I, Fennec, the vice commander of the Holy Kingdom's knights, greet the third prince of Briol. I also want to formally apologize for being rude at the tavern. His words shock both the princess of the Holy Kingdom and the prince of the Kingdom of Briol. Fennec continues, I, Fennec, will never forget your kindness until the day I die. The princess looks completely shocked, wondering if it's truly Sir Fennec who is apologizing. Then, a smile spreads across the lips of the third prince, Yuri Briol. He smiles confidently, as if nothing had happened before, and tells Fennec that he accepts his apology. But he also asks that if the Holy Kingdom ever sees Briol in trouble, he hopes they will come and help them. Suddenly, they hear a soldier's scream. The scream gets Yuri's attention, so he turns to look in that direction. The battle is still going on, soldiers clashing swords against the orcs' huge maces. While that fight continues, an orc takes a horn, puts it to his mouth, and blows hard into it, signaling something to the orcs in battle. This makes Prince Yuri feel uneasy. So he grabs the handle of his sword, ready for whatever is to come. But it turns out the horn was a signal for the orcs to retreat. The orcs turn their backs from the fight and run away together. Yuri sees them run and says, I see. They're backing off because they failed to destroy the paladins. But he won't let that happen. So with anger and a strong voice, he orders his knights, chase after them. Don't let those orcs get away. And they reply right away, yes, your highness. Then a flag appears. Its pole holds 3 flags with the same symbol, waving in the night breeze. Yuri sees this flag and instantly knows what it means. So with a serious look in his eyes, he says, that's an orcful. The orcful, with each massive step, breaks the ground and causes the earth to shake. A giant orc figure, with the orc flag hanging from its back, walks towards them. It looks at them and roars in anger. The princess worries for the prince as she calls his name, Yuri, but he stops her with a hand gesture, while staying focused. The orc then raises its bow and arrow, aimed at Yuri. It also fills its magic with dark mana. Then it lets go, shooting the arrow to kill Yuri. But Yuri remains utterly motionless, his stance resolute, as he watches the dark mana arrow hurtles toward him with astonishing velocity, as if utterly unstoppable. Then, with an intense concentration, he focuses his own brilliant blue mana into his eyes, and with a decisive, electrifying bam of his sword, he cleaves the arrow precisely in half, just before it can strike him. As the severed arrow fragments fall to the ground, Yuri remarks, his voice calm amidst the impending storm, that it appears the commander of the orcs is quite enraged by his presence. Well, he muses, even as he releases a greater surge of his own formidable mana, enveloping his entire body and sword in its radiant power. A confident smile graces his lips as he declares that he had better respond properly to the orc commander's brazen taunt. Prince Yuri Briol, after easily cutting down the orc commander's arrow, sees that the commander is clearly angry because of him. With a small smile, he lifts his sword, pouring mana into it, and says he'd better answer the orcs' challenge. He stands ready, his whole body glowing with his aura, watching the orcs pull back. He starts walking forward, each step grand and confident. After getting some distance, he takes a strong fighting stance and says he'll be back soon. But Princess Sibylla of the Holy Kingdom is worried about him and tries to tell him not to go alone. He doesn't listen, though, and just charges ahead. Some orcs see him coming and turn to face him. One orc tries to stop him. It takes a powerful stance, ready to throw a spear. It says something in its orc language, then throws the spear with all its might. It flies incredibly fast and powerfully. As it flies toward the prince, he sees it but keeps charging, holding his sword ready at his side. The spear is now only inches from his face, and he focuses completely on it. Suddenly, a flashback hits him, reminding him of when Bernard talked about soul severance. In the flashback, Bernard tells him that many things can change on a battlefield: terrain, weather, too many to list. He says the basic way to get better is to train your body. But then Bernard told him, "Your Highness's soul severance is different." He explained that Yuri instantly understands everything around him, finds the best way to act, and turns that into a sword move. At the time, Prince Yuri didn't get what Bernard meant and asked him to explain it simply. Bernard just sighed, telling him that when the time comes, he'd understand on his own. His body would just react in the most effective way to strike the enemy. Back in the present, Yuri dodges the spear just before it hits, by moving slightly to the side. Immediately, his eyes snap to another spear, coming straight for him. He takes a stance, drops low, ready to spring. Just as the spear is about to hit, he jumps up right away, letting the spear and its powerful force hit where he was standing. He lands on the spear that's stuck in the ground below him, using it to launch himself into the air for an attack on the shocked orcs. The orcs see him coming so fast and powerfully, and they somehow freeze in fear. This lets him instantly cut them down together with one swing. After that, he hears more orcs yelling from behind. He turns to the sound and sees 3 strong figures charging at him like angry bulls. Seeing them rush him, blinded by anger, Yuri thinks about the situation. It's 3 against 1, too dangerous to face head-on. But he looks excited, saying it's been so long since he was on the battlefield. He thinks there's no way he's missing this chance. So he takes a proper attacking stance, remembering how he fought in his past life. Now, his eyes are sharp and focused as he stares hard at the charging orcs. In that moment, the way he sees things changes. He says he can see it. He sees many lines on the orcs' bodies. He says he can see it, the best path for his sword. With that, he goes for the first kill, following the lines he sees in his mind. He takes down the first orc, then the next. He sees those lines again, not just on one orc, but on the others at the same time. Following the best sword path, he charges forward, cutting them with speed and exactness, giving them no chance to fight back. It's a total one-sided slaughter by Yuri. Sheathing his sword, he says his body still isn't as fast as his thoughts. Well, he thinks, for now, he'll have to be happy with that. Turning to look at the dead orcs, his eyes land on one of their weapons. He walks straight over to pick it up. It's one of their spears. He raises it high and shouts, his voice full of anger, calling the orc commander. Orkvul. Orkvul stands still, turning to see who called him. Yuri grips the retrieved spear tightly. After pouring his mana into it, he immediately throws it with great force straight at Orkvul. Orkvul doesn't move, wanting to show how strong it is, and aims to block the spear with its axis. But this arrogant move only makes Yuri smile wider. And bam! The thrown spear hits, but it hits the pole of the orc's flag, which was tied around Orkvul, a symbol of their power. Shards of the pole fly everywhere. The ordinary orcs see this and are all shocked. This enrages Orkvul, who grinds its teeth and lets out a deep, angry growl. It stands still, its back no longer showing its symbol of strength, just a broken pole. In that very moment, it says something in its orc language, giving a command to the rest of the orcs gathered nearby. Then the orcs start to turn back, giving up the fight. Yuri sees this and thinks he expected them to attack all at once. But seeing this, it seems they decided that losing any more fighters wouldn't be worth it. Yuri now puts on a confident smirk, saying out loud that he hopes this is enough payback for that arrow from earlier. Princess Sibylla finally reaches him, shouting his name as she approaches. Seeing him, she asks if he's hurt. He notices her, then turns fully to her with a bright smile, replying, "Nope, I'm fine." They both turn back to watch the retreating orcs, and Yuri says that anyway. It looks like things are wrapped up, huh? Looking at the scene of the frightened orcs running away and their soldiers pushing them back, he asks Sibylla how it feels to get her first victory as part of the Allied forces. Sibylla is speechless for a moment, a joyful smile on her lips. Grateful, she bows her head slightly and thanks him, telling him it's all thanks to him. He accepts her thanks with a smile. Meanwhile, as the orcs retreat deeper into the forest, their commander, boiling with rage, smashes his clenched fist hard against a tree. He pauses, and all other orcs stop too, behind him, as he says something chilling in their orc language. With its threatening, monstrous face, its 2 large tusks sticking up from its lower jaw, and its left eye glowing bright red, its rage and aura are almost strong enough to touch. Later that night, outside a tavern in the city of Gid, strangers walk by soldiers who are drinking outside. Inside, the soldiers and knights drink until they get drunk. Sir Jared is telling the soldiers about how it went down in the forest. "I'm telling ya it is," he says. His Highness dashed forward and snatched the torch thrown into the pit. Like whoosh, the soldiers all listen to him with awe for the prince on their faces, and he tells them that it was incredible. One of the listeners replies, saying that the rumors said that Prince Yuri had poor skills, so he thought the prince was just a gambler who fed himself with money from gambling. He also adds that the prince is quite skilled at playing cards. But Laurent, being one of the knight that was present, responds with nothing but admiration for the prince as he tells the soldiers that those are all just baseless lies. Putting his hand to his chest as if making a pledge, and with his blustered face, he tells the soldiers that he is certain that the majesty the king's bloodline runs through Prince Yuri the strongest. With continuous praise, he tells them that this won't do, and that they should allow him to explain every single one of his highness's achievements. Someone sits at a distance, listening in on the knight and soldiers. One soldier calls to another, telling them that Laurent is drunk as hell, so they ask who let him have alcohol. Their conversation fades into the air as the eavesdropper, being Yuri's personal assassin, takes a spoonful off her meal while she thinks to herself, Prince Yuri. He's too strange to be just royalty. That insight of his, seeing right through the assassination technique I've kept hidden all my life. She drops her spoon with curiosity in her eyes and says inwardly that, and now, he even walks into the middle of a battlefield on his own. She also adds that no matter what task the prince is given, he's always several steps ahead, and that sometimes it feels like he actually knows the future. She then turns to her side. Seeing the innkeeper, she calls him forth. Upon approaching her, she tells him that she's looking for a person, and he replies, saying, Yes, who are you looking for? The lady replies, saying that it's a person with dark brown hair and a sword at his waist, adding that the man is very skilled with sword techniques. The innkeeper thinks on it and replies saying, Well, I can't think of someone matching those little details right off the top of my head. The lady then adds one more detail which jolts his memory. She tells him that the man is not good at continental language and that he might have an accent. So he says, now that you mention it, I'm not sure if his hair was brown, but I do remember someone with an awkward accent. So he tells her that the man she speaks of ordered for risotto and asked for no spices to be added, and adds that the man also asked how to get to Balshad. The lady, pondering on this information, raises up a silver coin to give the innkeeper, while saying, All right. She offers him the coin and thanks him for the information. The innkeeper, joyfully at the money, gives a slight laugh, hee, and tells her that he didn't tell her that with the expectation of getting a reward, but that since she insists, he says, Thank you, ma'am. Now she looks outside the window as she thinks, Balshad, that's the assembly point of the Allied forces. She then says inwardly, while still staring outside, that it seems that man is heading to the same destination as His Highness, and that she'll have to move ahead of time and search for the man. An image of the man's back appears in her mind as she recognizes him as one of the 10 strongest of the continent, the swordsman from the east. After the battle in Gid, Prince Yuri Briol and his soldiers move to the next destination. Although they have to set up camps at night along the way, they prepare thoroughly, having learned from the previous example of the Holy Kingdom. As the soldiers set up camp and prepare thoroughly, the prince is satisfied with their work as he tells Sir Raymond that it seems everyone's gotten used to this work, that he was worried if he had to start from explaining the basics. Sir Raymond replies with the same satisfaction, saying that they've set up camp at night multiple times already, that their bodies remember what to do now. And the prince tells Sir Raymond that it's all thanks to him, commending him for he has done a great work. Walking away all by himself, he points ahead and tells Sir Raymond that he's going to take a look around and will leave the management to him. And Sir Raymond replies, Yes, Your Highness. Some time later, the prince stands alone in the forest. As he looks around, he notices that it's quiet even with this many people around. So looking around cautiously, he notes that the chances of a night ambush might be higher than he thought. And suddenly, he hears a loud voice shout, You little bastard, which draws his attention. So he goes to where the sound came from. Hiding in the bushes, he sees the soldiers harassing Corey. Corey is on his knees as they stand both to his left and right. One tells Corey that he told him not to get out of his sight, and asks him if he didn't. Corey doesn't respond, but tears roll down his eyes as they shout at him, calling him a dirty half-orc. The bullying continues. One says to Corey that he honestly thinks him to be a spy who might be deceiving His Highness the Prince just to do his spy work. And immediately, Corey refutes that statement. With tears in his eyes, he tells them that that's not true. That how could he even dare to, repeating that that's not true at all. But the soldier just forcefully grabs his hand saying, That's not true, my ass. He pulls off the gauntlet the prince had gifted Corey from his hand and says to Corey that he probably stole this too. And immediately, Corey raises his hand, trying to get back his gauntlet. He tells the soldier that he didn't steal anything and asks him to give it back. But the soldier refuses and instead tells Corey that he'll have to destroy it right away. The other soldier laughs and Corey begs. That very moment, the prince steps out from hiding. Calling to the soldier, he says, You there? He asks them what they are doing here while everyone's working hard setting up the camp. And the soldiers stutter as they try to explain. Your Highness, you see, this guy here. But the prince doesn't even want to listen. Looking at them with his terrifying gaze, he tells them that it seems like they are not getting what he's saying. So he tells them that he'll kindly repeat it for them, get lost. And immediately, they both stand at attention, shouting in unison, Yes, sir. Dropping the gauntlet, they run back, while shouting as they leave that they're sorry. Now Yuri faces Corey and asks him if he's all right, to which Corey doesn't reply at first, but just stares in shock. He picks up his gauntlet, and with his eyes shut in appreciation, he replies saying, Yes, thank you, Your Highness. Prince Yuri then sits next to Corey and asks him if he'd like for him to scold those soldiers. And Corey, with a smile, replies, saying no, that it's fine. Though, adjusting his hood properly, he says that this is only a natural outcome, for everyone loves beautiful things and hates hideous things, adding that if the prince were to help him, he'd be comfortable for the time being, but that would cause him to drift further away from his dream. The prince then asks him if he doesn't mind him asking what that dream of his is. He contemplates at first, but says it, that he wants to live amongst the people after getting their recognition. The prince looks at him in shock, then thinks to himself, stating that that's a difficult dream to achieve. Looking back at Corey, he says inwardly that for now, Corey can stay amongst the soldiers under the pretext of being an orc language interpreter, but once this raid is over, he stops thinking and just pats Corey on the head, rubbing it gently and leaving Corey stunned. So he asks Corey, "You're with Hernando right now, correct?" And Corey responds, saying, "Pardon, yes." Yuri then says something shocking to him. He tells Corey to learn magic from Hernando. With a bright smile, he says to Corey, "You're going to need unique skills to live amongst the people, you know?" Later that night, under the clear sky, the Briol soldiers have already set up camp, and everything seems to be running smoothly. Inside one of the tents, a meeting is being held, and someone asks how much prep work has been done for a night ambush. Sir Raymond responds, saying that all the supply depots have been covered with flame-retardant cloth to prevent fire. He adds that they've stationed lookouts around the palisades and barracks as well. Jared, feeling the unnecessity of all this, asks if they really have to go this far, saying that the prince has assigned more troops than usual too. To reply him, the prince points to a place on the map and tells him that they are in the orcs' territory after all, that nothing would be out of the ordinary if something happened. Now addressing them, he says that there's a chance that the orcs might use fire attacks again, just like they did last time to the Holy Kingdom. And just immediately after the prince said that, someone comes rushing in while shouting, "Your Highness." It's a soldier. He enters the camp with fear written all over his face. He says that there's urgent news, and the news being that the orcs have attacked. And this news instantly changes the atmosphere of the room. So, they all rush outside, with worry etched on all their faces while they run. Outside, their eyes are met with flames, burning all over, and the soldiers already engaging the orcs in battle. Seeing all of this, the prince says that the situation is worse than he thought. At that very moment, as if things couldn't get worse, a barrel emitting this weird dark energy is hurled toward them. It falls and lands behind the prince, causing a massive explosion, which leaves the prince dumbfounded for a moment. Looking at where it landed and the burning, he then makes a big sigh and says that he's lost for words, and asks if the orcs are handling gunpowder now. Hernando responds, telling him that that's no gunpowder, that's sorcery, that the mana is twisted. Well, the prince says that this is outright blatant, that he doesn't even know what to say and is just sick of it. Still, he asks Hernando what their countermeasure for this situation is. Hernando using the mana and the flame to decipher the situation. Then he says that the orcs are probably just throwing bombs that were pre-made with sorcery. So he says that in this situation, they will have to stop the guys who are throwing them. Yuri ponders on this for a moment. Then he calls out loudly to Jared and Sir Raymond, giving out his orders. He tells them to disperse and take command of their respective units. Lastly, he imbues his sword with his bright blue mana and says that in the meantime, he's going to go see the face of the guy behind this flashy stunt. Covering his entire body in his dazzling blue mana, the fires continue their hungry spread. Prince Yuri Briol gives his orders to Jared and Sir Raymond, his voice sharp with command, telling them to disperse and take command of their respective units. In the meantime, he says, his voice cutting through the crackle of bright blue mana as he imbues his sword with power, "I'm going to go see the face of the guy behind this flashy stunt." The mana doesn't stop at his sword. It surges, engulfing his entire body in a fierce, azure glow. He stretches out his hand, sword pointed forward, his gaze locked in a stern, unwavering focus. Before he heads out, he turns to Hernando, his eyes demanding an answer. Which way is the sorcery coming from? Hernando's hand shoots out, his finger pointing, his voice firm. "That way." Prince Yuri stomps the ground, the impact a thunderous crack. "All right, I'll be back." Without a second to lose, he gathers the explosive force from the stomp and blasts forward, a determined grimace on his face. He arrives at the source, and a flicker of disbelief crosses his features. That's ahead of him, an orcville stands still, its flag defiantly planted on its back. It's the same one from earlier, the one whose flag he broke. He can see the crude cloth patch job where the pole was tied back together, and a surge of fury courses through him. He doesn't hesitate. He presses his charge, his rage fueling his momentum. The orcville doesn't flinch, its stare as unmoving as stone. This stillness, this audacity, drives Yuri into a frenzy. "Orcville!" he roars, his voice laced with pure animosity. His man-embedded sword is a spear of blue light, poised for a piercing stab. "Was it you?" The blade rushes forward. At the very last moment, the orcville's hand shoots back, its fingers wrapping around the handle of its axe. With a speed that defies its size, it brings the blunt edge up, a wall of steel against the prince's attack. A brilliant spark explodes from the clang of metal on metal, a testament to the force of their clash. The Orkful uses the momentum to make a wide, horizontal swing, a brutal sweep that shoves both of them backward, creating a desperate distance. Yuri stumbles, breathing heavily, his hand trembling. The sheer, ridiculous strength of this Orkful sinks into him, a chilling realization. He sees the Orkful's eyes gleam with excitement, and a new understanding dawns on him. This Orkful's movements, they are not ordinary. It seems to have a lot of battle experience. The Orkful raises its giant axe for another devastating swing. Yuri's mind races. He doesn't prefer this, but he has to secure some distance first. As the axe comes down with a mighty roar, the prince moves back, evading the crushing blow by a hair's breadth. The Orkful is relentless, its strikes coming one after another, a flurry of crushing blows that Yuri can only evade. He refuses to take a single one head-on. Growing weary of this cat-and-mouse game, the Orkful gathers its strength, preparing for another wide, horizontal swing. This time, Yuri can't evade. He plants his feet, mana surging, and blocks the attack with everything he has, a guttural grunt escaping his lips. He doesn't just hold his ground. He channels the force of the Orkful's swing into his own, unleashing a powerful horizontal strike. Another blinding spark, a clash of wills, and both of them are pushed back, creating distance once more. Yuri stares at the Orkful, a new sense of respect and danger in his gaze. He admits it to himself. You're on a completely different level compared to the others. He meets the Orkful's stern gaze with his own. All right then, he says, a predatory smile playing on his lips. Let's see what you've got. In an instant, he engulfs his entire body and sword in mana and charges, a blue comet streaking toward the Orkful, his sword at deadly point. The Orkful mirrors him, its body and axe glowing with dark purple mana. The Orkful makes the first strike, a brutal swing, but the prince leaps up, the blow whistling harmlessly beneath his feet. He lands with a slide, his momentum carrying him forward. As he raises his head, a wave of shock washes over his face. The Orkful is manipulating mana. This means it has learned a mana method. Step by step, the Orkful closes the distance, its form shrouded in a menacing dark purple aura. Its gaze is fierce, its march relentless. But Yuri doesn't flinch. He watches with a curious, guarded intensity, a new understanding settling in his mind. He lets out a sigh of disbelief. He should have realized it when he first heard that they could use sorcery. He recalls the explosions, how he'd asked Hernando if they had gunpowder, and Hernando's reply, "That's not gunpowder. That's sorcery." The mana is twisted. The pieces click into place. If an orc sorcerer could use mana, that means the orc warriors could use the mana method, too. A genuine smile, tinged with a dangerous thrill, plays on his lips. So, he says, he engulfs his entire body in mana, the blue light pulsing with his power. He points his sword forward. "So you're one of the elite units, huh?" His gaze focuses, sharpening with an intense, soul-piercing power. "Soul severance," he screams. Instantly, he sees them. The vivid lines and markings, the pathways for him to cut, all over the Orkful's body. The Orkful strikes, its giant axe a blur of motion, aimed to cleave him in two. Yuri ducks, evading the attack with practiced ease. He raises his head, his eyes glowing with focused mana. A smoky effect appears on his sword as it moves at an impossible speed. Bam! The sound of metal meeting flesh and blood. The Orkful is stabbed in the throat by Prince Yuri Briol. But the Orkful doesn't fall. Instead, it grabs the sword lodged in its neck, its eyes glowing a furious, dark red. It holds the blade in place, leaving Yuri stuck. The prince tries to force his sword deeper, but it won't budge. He realizes it with a cold jolt. This bastard. He focused his mana on his throat to minimize the damage. The Orkful, having repelled the blade, laughs mockingly, its grip on the sword tight. It raises its axe high, ready to cut down the helpless prince. But Yuri twists his sword, the blade slicing deep into the orc's palm. With a new burst of force, he cuts off the orc's fingers, finally freeing his sword. The Orkful screams in agony, but it doesn't stop. It swings the axe with its other hand, a wild, desperate strike that nearly decapitates the prince. Yuri dodges, just in time, but he wasn't fast enough. He looks to his side and sees a thin line of blood on his shoulder, a cut from the wide swing. He neglects the wound, a confident smile spreading across his face. "A mediocre attack won't work on you, huh?" he says, his voice a low growl. He takes a battle-ready stance, his body alight with mana. "Fine, then let's have a fight." He leans down, his sword ready to thrust, to gather momentum. The Orkful does the same, hunkering low, its dark mana pulsing, preparing for a super boost. They both charge, a blue comet and a purple meteor, their mana clashing in a spectacular, colorful display. Then, a deafening bang. A massive crater appears where they clashed, and a blinding light engulfs the area. When the dust and smoke begin to clear, the silhouette of a man stands, a dark purple aura fading around him. A piece of the Orkful's broken axe is embedded in the ground. Prince Yuri Briol stares, his expression grim, at the Orkful, who suddenly collapses to its knees, utterly defeated. The prince marches forward, his resolve unwavering. He holds his sword high, preparing for the final blow, a downward stab. "It's over," he screams, thrusting the blade with all his might. Bam! The sword sinks in, blood gushing out. The orcful falls back, flat on the ground, with Yuri still on top of it, the sword buried in its flesh. Yuri steps off, the heel of his boot now covered in blood. He pulls his sword out roughly, a fresh stream of blood following the blade. The orcful quivers, a faint sign of life. Yuri looks closer, seeing its body shake in pain. A new idea forms in his mind. Since this one is an elite, he thinks, it might know more than the others. He concludes that it would be a waste to kill it now. As he wipes a streak of blood from his cheek, his knights rush toward him, their voices filled with worry. "Your Highness." Sir Raymond reaches him first, his voice laced with concern. "Are you all right?" But Jared stutters, his eyes wide at the sight of the defeated beast. "Orcful." Yuri reassures Sir Raymond that he's fine and immediately inquires about the camp. Sir Raymond replies that they've cleaned up most of the enemies. A look of relief washes over the prince's face. "That's good," he says, sheathing his sword. He orders Sir Raymond to gather all the orc survivors in one place, and to bring the orcful along as well. He looks down at the defeated orcful, a condescending smirk on his face. "From now on," he says, "we're going to start examining the orcs." The soldiers are busy, a flurry of motion as they reorganize the camp. Fire pots are set, their flames dancing in the evening air. A stage is set on the ground, a platform where the prince will stand. Hernando stands behind the prince, his fingers tracing the fresh wound on the prince's shoulder. He advises him, his voice low and serious. "You have to stretch that arm regularly to prevent any lasting injury." Immediately, a soft, green glow envelopes his hands as he begins to heal him. The prince, though he holds perfectly still, turns his head slightly toward Hernando. "Stop nagging me," he says, his tone a mix of frustration and exhaustion. "You know this is from the orcs we just faced." A teasing smile plays on Hernando's lips. "Oh, so orcs can beat you around, huh?" The prince's eyes narrow, his jaw clenching. He starts to speak, a low growl forming in his throat. "You?" A few seconds later, the glow fades. Hernando pulls his hands back. "It's all done," he announces. Hernando's smile widens into an enthusiastic grin. "It's a good thing it's nothing serious." The prince replies, shrugging his shoulder, testing the healed limb. He turns, ready to walk away, a satisfied look on his face. "Very well. Now then." Your Highness, just a minute." Hernando calls out, stretching a hand to stop him. Curiosity flickers in the prince's eyes as he turns back. With a sharp double clap, Hernando orders the soldiers, "Bring that here." 2 soldiers strain, carrying something large and dropping it right in front of the prince. It's a badass field commander's chair. "Let's interrogate while sitting on this chair." Hernando presents the chair, a proud flourish of his hand. The prince stares at it, completely surprised. "What is this?" Hernando puffs his chest out, a preening pride in his voice. "A commander should always be majestic, you see. One of our soldiers just happens to be a carpenter, so we put him to work." A flicker of excitement crosses the prince's face, but he quickly suppresses it. A small smile escapes him. "Well, since you already made it, I can't just reject it," he says, and with a regal air, he settles into the chair. He sinks into the comfortable seat, a genuine, excited grin spreading across his face. "Not so bad, huh?" he murmurs, while Hernando stands proudly behind him. The prince's expression shifts. He clears his throat, clenches a fist. He looks ahead at the captured orcs, his gaze turning to ice. He stretches out his hand and declares, "I shall now begin the interrogation of the prisoners." He gets more comfortable in the chair and issues the order to his soldiers. "Bring them before me one by one." The scene shifts. A knight from Briolle forces an orc's head into a pot of burning flames. A gut-wrenching scream rips from the orc's throat. The knight pulls the head out, and the shrieking continues. The orc's face is charred, a blackened, screaming mask of pain. The orc collapses, dead. The other orcs watch, a collective shudder of terror running through them. Seeing their fear, Prince Yuri Briolle tells them, his voice cold, that they get only one chance to answer correctly. Looking weary of their silence, he asks again, "Who ordered the night ambush?" One orc responds immediately, its voice loud and filled with fury. Corey, the translator, begins to interpret. "Why, Your Highness," that orc says. The prince raises a hand, cutting him off. "Don't worry about it. I can tell it's just an insult." He gives an order, a flick of his wrist. Knight Jared steps forward, his gaze colder than ice. He drags the orc by its ropes toward the fire and shoves its head into the burning pot. The orc's head incinerates, its agonizing screams filling the air before it finally goes silent. The other orcs' faces contort in complete terror. Even Hernando and Corey look on, dumbfounded by this brutal display. The prince, his face devoid of emotion, tells the orcs that he will only ask each of them once. He uses his mana to control a dagger with a water attribute, and it hovers above his head. He tells them that depending on their answer, He will consider ending their lives painlessly. He telekinetically controls the dagger, spiraling it down to stab the burning orc, quenching the flames and putting it out of its misery. Jared looks on in shock. The prince calls him and asks him to put the orc's body aside. Another orc immediately yells out in its own language. The prince looks at it, a curious expression on his face. Corey, what did he say? He asks. The orc says they don't know anything because they're all just soldiers, Corey replies. The orc tilts its head toward the orcful, its tongue sticking out in the orcful's direction. It says more, and Corey interprets. The one who ordered them was the orcful. So he asks to be spared and have the orcful punished instead. The orcful is completely stunned by this betrayal. Ha! The prince laughs as he rises from his chair. I can see the orc's effort. He approaches the orcful, his expression hardening. This attack, he says, leaning forward. This attack was at Okwa's order? The orcful goes completely dumbfounded at the name. Okwa. The soldiers from Briol ask each other, never having heard of the name. The prince pays them no mind. In his mind, he recalls Okwa, the king of orcs, the one who caused this allied force to form, the orc who slew so many knights in his past life. He knows, without a doubt, that this is the one that must be eliminated in this war at all costs. Corey comes up behind the prince. The orcful is asking if you'd spare him if he answered honestly. Tell him I will, the prince replies. Corey begins to communicate with the orcful, and everyone watches in silence. Moments later, Corey turns to the prince, his face pale with fear. Your Highness, the orcful is asking for your oath. The prince's eyes widen in shock. What? Corey explains that the orcful claims that breaking one's oath and attacking an opponent would be an act that would cause his honor to fall to the ground. This just excites the prince more. It seems the orcful has gone against many humans before, he says, a small smile playing on his lips. To think that an orc that only follows strength would mutter something like that. With a serious expression, he tells Corey to tell the orcful, all right, fine. I'll take an oath. Your Highness. Jared shouts, completely disagreeing. What will you do after releasing him? The prince remains calm. It's okay, Jared. Calm down. He turns back to the orcful. So, was it Okwa's order? The orcful confirmed it was, Corey replies. To be more precise, his tribe leader relayed it after receiving the order from Okwa. What about the allied forces? The prince asks. How did you figure out our route? The orcful says that Okwa has a way to get the information, Corey responds, but he doesn't know how. Just before the prince asks his next question, Jared raises his hand. Please wait, he says. Then, that means that the orc named Okwa somehow figured out our route and ordered an ambush, correct? Yes, the prince replies with a heavy sigh. And Okwa must have done something similar with the Holy Kingdom's incident. He calls out to the orcful. This is the last question. How strong is Okwa? The orcful stares ahead, speechless. A grin slowly forms on its face, which then turns into a psychotic laugh. It laughs and laughs and laughs, speaking a few words that leave Corey stunned. Corey, trembling, immediately interprets for the prince. He says that even a dozen orcfuls like himself wouldn't even stand a chance against Okwa. Corey continues, his voice cracking. The orcful guarantees that Okwa is stronger and fiercer than any being in this world. The soldiers start to lose their nerve, and the prince notices. He tells them that Okwa may be strong, but they must be aware of it. He puts his hand in his pocket. He then tells the orc, you see, humans are much more vicious and cunning. He pulls out an artifact, which shines brightly in the orc's eyes. With a wicked smile, he continues, humans are much more vicious and cunning than it can ever imagine. He continues to flash the artifact before the orc. Oh, you want to fight? You know, I was thinking of keeping the oath. Wow, look at him about to run right at me. The soldiers shout. He's breaking free. One of them yells, damn it, as they draw their swords. The orcful finally breaks free, stomping the ground to gain momentum for its charge. It propels itself forward, its fist clenched and ready. Someone shouts, stop him. But the prince only lets a cunning smile play on his lips. The knights instantly swarm the orcful, restraining it. Laurent is among them, his gaze cold, his sword ready to strike at any moment. My, how unfortunate, the prince says. While you dare speak of honor, you are woefully unworthy of it. The orcful remains static, knowing that any movement would cause its instant death. The prince turns, walking away from the orc. Kill him, he orders. Without hesitation, Laurent slashes the orcful across the chest. The prince continues to walk away, his gaze cold, never looking back. All three knights contribute, spilling the orc's blood everywhere. With a warm smile, he offers his hand to Sir Graham Hardfall, saying, and so, I've been waiting to ask, Sir Graham. How about you come to Briol? Sir Graham is taken aback by this sudden offer and ponders it. Prince Yuri Briol, staring at him, thinks to himself that he loathes the knights of the Empire, but Sir Graham is different. A flashback of his past life plays in his mind. In his past life, Sir Graham spared his life and let him go. Remembering that memory, he realizes that Sir Graham must have paid the price for letting him go all by himself. Back in the present, he still offers his hand, asking, so, how is it, Sir Graham? He tells him that if he comes to Brial, he promises to treat him well. Prince Yuri Briol's words warm Sir Graham's heart, and it makes him smile. To reply, he bows his head to show respect and politely declines, saying, "I am sorry, Your Highness." The prince, with his warm smile, politely accepts the refusal without pushing further, telling him, "No worries. I respect your choice." Inwardly, he thinks to himself that he knew Sir Graham would say that. The scene shifts to moments later. Prince Yuri Briol stands by himself, raising his head to look up in amazement. From a different view, it can be seen that what the prince is staring at is the wall of a mighty and tall castle and its tall gates. Looking at this, he says that they've finally arrived. With a clear picture of the entire city from above, he says that this is the assembly point of the allied forces, Balshad. Looking really excited, Prince Yuri Briol says to Hernando, "This place is much larger than I thought." It is indeed quite large for a city that is located in the middle of a plain. Now looking at the sturdy wall, the excited prince asks, "Did they build it with magic or something?" "It's huge," he then says. "I reckon the Duke of Balshad has been a mage for generations?" "Yes," Hernando replies, telling him that the entire family has produced outstanding mages for generations. As they proceed to march on their steeds into the castle, Hernando tells the prince, "By the way, you should watch out." The prince turns to look at him in confusion and asks, Hernando, with a sinister and suspicious glare, warns the prince that he'll get devoured if he lets his guard down. "By the mage duke? Me?" the prince asks curiously. Picturing the image of an old man in his head, Prince Yuri Briol thinks, "I wonder if the duke's some kind of a stuck-up geezer." With a he says that he doesn't have a good feeling about this. Regardless, he kicks his horse and rides through the city gates while saying, "Well, I'll find out sooner or later when I meet that person." A few minutes later, inside a building in the city of Balshad, a golden horse statue is boldly displayed in the banquet hall. The people there meet and greet each other as they communicate. Someone then arrives, saying, "Welcome to Balshad." Walking in with her bright red and full hair, she makes her presence known as she introduces herself, the Duke of Balshad, Mary Rose Entree. Prince Yuri Briol, sitting at his designated table, sees that she is so young. He immediately turns to Hernando and asks, "That's not an old man?" Hernando, to reply, covers his mouth slightly and whispers to him that a generation switch happened not too long ago. Just then, Mary Rose appears before Prince Yuri, telling him that she is pleased to meet him and the Knights of Brial, drawing Yuri's attention to her. She then pulls out a chair to sit on by herself. As she sits, she tells him, "So, you must be the third Prince of Brial?" He doesn't reply at first, just looking wary of her. Then, with a straight face that shows no emotion, he nods and replies, saying, "I am the commander in charge of the Brial soldiers, Yuri Brial." Mary smiles at him seductively, whisking her hair behind her ear. She tells him that he's quite handsome, as I've heard. She adds, "If it's not rude to ask, how old may you be?" Without hesitation, still with a straight face, he replies, "I'm 18. She then leans on the table, getting close to him, and says, I'm only 4 years older than you." So she tells him that they might have a lot in common to talk about, and asks, "Don't you think?" But the prince, still not falling for her seductive tactics, replies with a straight face, telling her, "I'm not sure about that." He then pauses, taking his time to look at her as she tries hard to seduce him. He thinks to himself, she knows how to use her beauty, and that she uses her charming smile to sway people. However, with a straight face and a regretful past, he says inwardly, "I have a bad history with such people, and that, regardless of her intention, I can't look at it positively." So, continuing his reply, he tells her that age has nothing to do with it. If two people share the same values, they can become friends regardless of their background, age, or gender. Mary opens her mouth in a fake gesture of surprise and says, "Oh my." Now she proceeds to secretly bite her lips with a devious smile playing on her lips. Having found a means to her end, she asks him, "So, is that how you think?" She swiftly gets off her chair, stands, and shouts, "Knights of Bruzen, may I have your attention for a minute?" drawing everyone's attention to herself. Now, with her charming smile, she gestures toward the prince and his knights, telling everyone, "These esteemed guests over here are the prince and the knights from the nation of knights, Brial." The prince remains silent. She continues on, saying to the other guests that they will be fighting alongside each other against the same enemy. So, putting on that charming smile even more, she asks, "Why don't we take some time to get to know each other?" Jared, after listening to Mark talk, covers his mouth slightly and whispers to Hernando, asking, "Why is she doing that all of a sudden?" Hernando turns to him with a curious expression. Looking at her sit and drink her wine, Hernando gives a subtle laugh and replies to Jared, telling him that he's sure it's not for a big reason. With a suspicious look, he says that she just really likes making friends and cracks his fingers nervously. Jared, still curious, whispers, asking, "And Bruzen? Isn't that just a small nation located on the outskirts of the continent?" "Yes," the prince says as he replies, saying that, furthermore, There are a lot of seamen in that country since it's located near the ocean. He adds that they are adamant and strong. While the prince and his people are still having their conversation, some steps could be heard, and as they reach him, they call him Prince of Brioche, drawing his attention to them. The person carrying a bottle of wine stands with two other people behind him and introduces himself as the commander in charge of Bruzen, Jonathan. Commander of Bruzen, Jonathan Eagle. After his introduction, he goes with the wine and begins pouring some into the prince's empty glass, telling the prince to allow me to pour you a cup. The prince, replying with a smile, says that much is appreciated. The prince, smiling suspiciously, looks at the wine as it's being poured into his cup and says, "This is unexpected. What I'm seeing right now? Are you sure that's wine?" Knowing what he has just done, he lets a grin play on his lips. Now, to properly provoke them, he says to them that such fine liquor doesn't suit a place as rural as Bruzen. This instantly leaves them completely stunned. He doesn't stop his provocation there, adding that it's great that you are quite aware. This just worsens the atmosphere around the Bruzen people. This provocation makes one of their soldiers rage and charge at the prince, but he is held back by one of their soldiers. Regardless, he still struggles to set himself free as he shouts at the prince, calling him hey, and asking him if he's making fun of them for being from the countryside. He tells the soldier holding him to let go that the prince is looking down on them right before their faces. Suddenly, Jonathan stands in front of the soldiers and with a hand gesture, tells them to stop and calm down. Holding and staring at the wine bottle, he tells the prince, "What you just said," and asks if he may I take it as a taunt towards Bruzen. Prince Yuri Brioche, still acting arrogantly with his smile towards them, replies, "If so, what will you do?" Laurent and Jared stare at the soldiers, prepared for whatever is coming next. Prince Yuri Brioche continues, asking if they expect me to apologize for my disrespect. But Captain Jonathan smiles heartily and tells the prince that there's no need for that. Looking at Mary sip her drink while watching quietly, he says that he take it that this incident is one of two cases. 1. The third Prince of Brioche is a rowdy scoundrel like the rumors say. Now looking serious, he says. Or 2. The third Prince of Brioche is testing us to see if we truly fit to form an alliance with him. But the soldier who almost charged at the prince before, the phrase, testing us, doesn't sit well with him, so he shouts out of place again, telling the captain to step aside. I'll educate the prince myself. Now the prince, with a smile, begins to rise from his chair, saying that there's nothing more dangerous than having an untrustworthy ally on the battlefield. So looking confidently straight ahead at Captain Jonathan, he asks, "So, are you able to prove yourself?" Jonathan, also looking confidently at the prince, says that, of course, a knight proves his own worth through his sword. With that, Mary claps a loud clap, drawing the attention of everyone to her side. With her bright, charming smile, immediately understanding the situation, she tells them to allow her to guide them to the training ground. A little time passes, and under the bright sky, they gather at the training ground. Standing at the center of the training ground are two knights, one from Brioche and one from Bruzen. Seated at a higher ground in the training ground are Prince Yuri Brioche, Commander Jonathan Eagle, and Mary Rose Entree. Lady Mary Rose Entree, even at the training center, still holds her glass of wine as she turns to the prince and asks, "By the way, did you deliberately pick a fight?" Though she says that, crude as it may be, she doesn't mind since it gives her something to watch. Prince Yuri Brioche, avoiding any direct communication with her, asks her if she's pretending to be innocent now. He then asks her if she wasn't the one who set this up in the first place. My, she says. But you're the one who took advantage of it without a second thought. Not minding her anymore, he focuses inwardly as he says to himself that proving Bruzen's skill is important, but there's something else that I must confirm. Looking at the Knights of Bruzen, he continues his inward dialogue that, in the future, one of those men will be given a title that's only bestowed to the strongest of the continent, like his father. 10 strongest. He says inwardly that one of them will have their name on that list. So while still thinking about that, he says to himself that it wouldn't hurt to know in advance. Before the duel begins, the two participants shake hands, introducing themselves. The knight from Bruzen introduces himself as Proin, while the knight from Brioche introduces himself as Laurent. So, with a confident smirk, he tells Laurent, that's as far as my respect goes, and that we should have some fun." He calls him boy, but Laurent doesn't let the taunt get to him and just stares at him with a serious gaze, showing no emotion and saying nothing. Commander Jonathan Eagle also observes with intense focus in anticipation of what's going to happen next. The same goes for Yuri. He observes with complete focus, also with curiosity in his eyes. At the end of it all, someone says, "I look forward to learning a lot from this duel." On the vast continent with countless people, the title of 10 strongest serves as a kind of certification, proof of those closest to being the mightiest. The names they bear carry weight beyond national conflicts and wars erupting across the land, holding overwhelming deterrent power. Prince Yuri Brioche sits above the training ground, waiting for the duel to begin. Focused, he thinks inwardly that if he can build ties with those who have promising futures, they will surely become great assets later on. By the way, he reminds himself, a man's friendship begins with a fight. The Knight of Briolle, Laurent Flandre, stands with a stern gaze, ready for his duel. His opponent, a Knight of Bruzen named Proin, approaches with a mocking laugh. He says he has heard that name before, Laurent, the so-called genius with some fancy tournament-winning history. Dragging his sword across the ground as he closes the distance, Proin sneers, calling those victories nothing more than simple ceremonial events and a noble's game. He lunges forward with an impending strike, dismissing Laurent's swordsmanship as that of a pampered noble. But Laurent remains unfazed, his gaze fixed entirely on his opponent's movements. Proin strikes cleanly, yet his blade meets only an afterimage. Laurent is already behind him. As Laurent moves into counter, Proin's confidence falters. He admits inwardly that Laurent's swordsmanship and movements are textbook, as expected. But then a smug smile spreads across Proin's face. He declares that Laurent's precision isn't enough, that his moves are too obvious. With this, he gathers his strength for a decisive blow, shouting triumphantly that he will take the first win. Laurent presses forward regardless, leaning into the attack with his own strike ready. Moments later, sunlight gleams brightly over the training grounds. Jonathan Eagle leaps from his seat in shock, staring at the outcome, while Mary covers her mouth with one hand, whispering, "Oh my." Prince Yuri, however, remains calm and collected, remarking quietly that the result is as expected. On the training ground, Laurent stands in a battle-ready stance, his sword leveled at Proin's neck. The Bruzen Knight, drenched in sweat, stares at his complete defeat. As the dust clears, the two figures are revealed for all to see. Prince Yuri smiles, resting his chin on one hand. He recalls how the fight unfolded. Laurent, who usually never shows an opening, had deliberately left his shoulder exposed to bait Proin's attack. Immediately afterward, he twisted his wrist to neutralize Proin's strength, shifted his center of gravity with perfect timing, deflected the strike, and flowed seamlessly into his counter. Pleased, Yuri muses inwardly that the Bruzen Knight also fought excellently. An average opponent would have shown Laurent their weakness long before reacting to his speed. Yet Laurent's precision in reading the attack and turning it into an efficient line of offense was a step above. With Briolle's first victory secured, Laurent sheaths his sword. Proin plants his blade into the ground, catching his breath, then admits defeat with a rueful smile. He extends his hand, praising Laurent's skill. Laurent finally smiles as well, replying that Proin gave him a great fight. The Knights of Bruzen, proud even in loss, clap in approval as the duel concludes. Commander Jonathan, having observed it all, remarks that this is as expected of Briolle, the nation of knights, that Laurent's skill is impressive indeed. But Prince Yuri interjects, warning Jonathan not to overpraise. Bruzen's knight was also excellent. Still, with a proud smile, Yuri points out that the score now stands at 1-0, and warns Jonathan not to tell him he plans to back down. Jonathan smirks and answers that of course not. Without hesitation, Jonathan calls out another knight, Jose. As Jose step out and onto the center of the training ground, Jonathan stand up from his seat and tell him that it's his turn to fight. Jose, an abnormally sized knight, wielding a great sword, raises the giant-sized great sword and rested it on his shoulder. Prince Yuri narrows his eyes with interest. Jose, huh? He muses, smiling. Mary, her eyes glittering, comments on his impressive muscles. Jose enters the training ground, responding to his commander's command with a firm, "As you command." Jose Erider, Knight of Bruzen. Jonathan introduces him proudly, declaring that Jose is the strongest among their unit, a knight who aspires to stand among the 10 strongest of Bruzen. Bruzen's strongest, huh? Yuri murmurs with a smile, chin in hand. Then he turns to his own knights. Jared, your turn. Jared twitches in disbelief, trying to act oblivious by pointing to himself and asking, "Me? Are you sure?" This only provokes Yuri, who shouts for him to hurry up. Reluctantly, Jared steps forward, donning his helmet as his comrades cheer him on. The size difference between him and Jose becomes glaring as they shake hands. Jose introduces himself with a confident smile, looking forward to the fight. Jared stammers back, "Ah, yes, I am Jared." Already sensing trouble, Jose's face, he realizes inwardly, is that of a fighter who yearns for victory. Jose notes Jared's gaze and chuckles, saying he seems the type to gauge his opponent. Without further delay, he raises his greatsword and declares that he will go first. Before Jared can even react, Jose closes the distance in an instant, his overwhelming pressure crashing down as his blade arcs toward Jared. Jared steels himself, trembling, thinking desperately that he has to block. But no, this one. His instincts scream against it. He dodges just in time, realizing he could never have taken that blow head-on. Jose's assault doesn't stop. A wide horizontal swing follows, nearly shearing through Jared. He stumbles back, just barely avoiding the strike, though a lock of his hair falls, cut clean away. Jose notices Jared's distracted gaze on the falling strands and scoffs, warning that he must have the leisure to be distracted. The remark snaps Jared back to focus. Now both knights throw themselves fully into the fight, blades clashing in rapid succession, their strikes blurring into streaks of light. With each clash, Jared visibly struggles to withstand Jose's onslaught, his strain etched clearly on his face. Prince Yuri watches keenly, noting that Jose Erder possesses strength comparable to that of an orc combined with refined technique. He smiles inwardly. Certainly, this is a knight destined to stand among the 10 strongest one day. Jose suddenly seizes Jared, hoisting him onto his shoulder with brute force. Jared screams in panic, then crashes to the ground with a thunderous slam that echoes across the training ground. Even so, Jared tries to rise, his body shaking violently, when a commanding voice calls, "Stop." The duel ends. Jose immediately offers Jared a hand, praising him for lasting so long against him. "You're amazing, Sir Jared. I never thought you could endure me this far." Jared accepts the hand with a weary smile, replying that he has learned much from Jose. Prince Yuri, satisfied, rises from his seat with a fulfilled smile. He announces that the score now stands at 1-1, praising both knights for their efforts. The audience erupts into applause. But then, Mary sets her wine glass down with a sharp clink and turns to Yuri. "So," she asks sweetly, "would it be fair to say we're done getting to know each other now?" Yuri, aware of her meaning, laughs lightly and replies that practically, yes, it is important to trust allies. But Mary refuses to let it go. She approaches with playful charm, calling him Your Highness and saying she is a little disappointed. Yuri meets her eyes with a straight, uncertain expression. Suddenly, she wraps her arms around his shoulders, guiding him back into his chair with a teasing smile. "You said getting to know each other in Bruzen is important," she says softly. Now with her girly charming smile, she holds his face, turning it to face her and tell him that despite what he said, it seems that he is planning to put off getting to know her. Prince Yuri Briol looks completely confused as Duke Mary holds him down in his chair, telling him that getting to know each other is important in Bruzen, yet it seems he plans to put off getting to know her. With her womanly charm, she gently tilts his head toward her in an attempt to seduce him. Now rubbing his face softly with her palm, she asks, Prince." She makes herself very visible to him, her cheeks turning red as she uses her arms to press against her busted chest, making her cleavage stand out even more. However, none of this works on the prince. He simply sighs in disbelief, his face perfectly straight. Suddenly, Sir Jonathan approaches from behind, interrupting Duke Mary. Lowering his head slightly, he says to her that, by the way, she had previously said she would show them her office. Mary instantly turns away from the prince, still keeping one hand on his shoulder. With the other, she touches her head as if she has just remembered something. "Ah, yes, I did say that." Yuri sighs again, looking at her in disbelief, and whispers to himself, "It was an act." Sir Jonathan laughs it off as nothing, but then asks her if she could show them right away, saying that many are quite curious. Mary, displeased by his sudden interruption but hiding it well, replies, "Well, sure." She turns back to Prince Yuri and asks how it is, and if he would like to come along. But Yuri politely declines with a smile. Rising from his seat, he tells her that he has something to do with his knights. And without further ado, he dashes forward, running away from her as he yells out, "I'll be off now, bye." Mary stands completely stunned. The next second, her face turns bright red as she clenches her fist hard, trying to bottle up her frustration. But Jonathan, standing beside her, laughs at how Prince Yuri just ran off. Unable to contain it any longer, she punches the air and shouts out loud, "Prince Yuri is so frustrating." "What's the matter, Mage Duke?" Jonathan asks, clueless. Not long after, all of the allied forces arrive at Balshat. Flags of different kingdoms rise in great numbers. When news spreads that even the Empire's supreme commander has arrived, a man walking majestically, clad in full armor, each allied force begins to gauge and observe the strength of the others. Except Briol, that is. Prince Yuri stands in an open field, staring intently at his sword in silence. Sir Hernando approaches and asks, "Your Highness, are you sure we should only focus on training?" Yuri replies, "Yes." Still concerned, Hernando presses, but the other forces' commanders seem to already be sharing their strategies and allying up. But Yuri, confident in his decision, smiles and replies, "Allying up, sure, but it's probably only a half-baked alliance." Hernando's mouth falls open in shock. "Half-baked?" "Yes." The prince answers, continuing his explanation. "Only the strongest of each nation have come together. Obviously, there's no way their pride would be modest." To put it simply, he tells Hernando, "Everyone thinks they're the strongest here, so words wouldn't be enough to solve anything." Hernando recalls their own encounters with some of the other allied forces and says, "Ah, makes sense." Prince Yuri then stares at his own reflection in the glimmering blade of his sword. With worry in his eyes, he thinks, in the end, the only solution is to show off our skills. Turning away from Hernando and towards someone else, he smiles. "All right then, shall we spar?" The person steps forward confidently, replying that they like that idea. Now standing before the prince is Laurent, his sword already unsheathed. With a confident smile, he says it's an honor to spar with him. Prince Yuri points his sword at Laurent and, smiling as well, tells him not to even think of holding back. Laurent lowers his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. Immediately, he takes a battle-ready stance, his mana surging and surrounding the air around him. With excitement, he replies, "Of course." Prince Yuri focuses on Laurent with a serious gaze. Feeling the strength of Laurent's mana, he thinks, as expected of Laurent, his mana is very pure. He, too, takes a battle-ready stance, smiling with excitement as he thinks, Laurent truly is a great training partner. The next second, Laurent charges forward with immense speed, his impending attack cutting through the air. Bam! His strike connects, but Yuri blocks it with his own sword. Sparks fly, and the clang of steel against steel rings sharply across the field. Laurent prepares for his next attack, stomping his feet into the ground. Now wearing a serious expression, he fills his sword with mana and attacks again, moving even faster. But Yuri dodges just in time. Laurent doesn't stop. He unleashes a barrage of steady, piercing stabs, his sword moving so quickly it seems to multiply before Prince Yuri's eyes. Prince Yuri continues to dodge, but one of those precise thrusts nearly grazes him. He notes inwardly that these attacks are very precise. Such a sharp blade trajectory, as if to not allow even the slightest mistake. Yes, you've always been like that, Yuri thinks as he begins fending off Laurent's relentless strikes. A flashback floods his mind of his past life. Even when Laurent killed me, his blade was as pure as ever, as if going against his agitated emotion. Back in the present, he smiles despite Laurent's sword coming within inches of his face. Therefore, if I have to imagine a future where I entrust my back to Laurent's sword, then it is my duty to stand in that post before Laurent as well. Taking the fight seriously now, he deflects the incoming attack and many more of Laurent's swift strikes with fluid, practiced motions. He counters with a heavy, wide swing, striking hard against Laurent's blade. Sparks burst out, and the clang of steel reverberates through the space. Laurent is pushed back by the sheer pressure of the clash, sliding several steps before stopping. But the moment he stops, he launches himself forward again, plunging straight back into the fight. The two go at each other fiercely, giving the spar their all, excitement growing in their faces with each exchange. They draw closer, their swords flashing in a close-up, intense, face-to-face confrontation. Both wear confident, exhilarated smiles as their blades clash. The soldiers of Briolle, watching from the sidelines, begin to hail and cheer for their prince and his opponent. However, Jared, a knight of Briolle observing from another angle, sighs lazily and mutters a question about whether the two really need to be so brutal in a spar. Then, from behind him, someone says, "The Prince of Briolle has such incredible skill." Jared turns, displeased, and his eyes widen in surprise as he instantly recognizes the speaker. Before him stands a giant of a man, smiling brightly. "Sir Jose, a knight of Bruzin." "You're Sir Jose?" Jared blurts. "Yes," Jose replies simply. Jose suddenly shouts, calling to Prince Yuri Briolle. "Your Highness, I have a request to make." This makes Prince Yuri and Laurent halt their spar. Both turn to look at Jose. Jose steps forward and says he would like to spar. Yuri smiles, flings his sword to rest it on his shoulder, and replies, "Spar, huh?" With an excited grin, he says, "Sure." Then he points at Jared and tells Jose, "I'll lend Jared to you." "What?" Jared yells in shock. Immediately, Jose picks Jared up with ease, hoisting him onto his shoulder. Turning to leave, he says, "All right, let's go." Jared struggles on Jose's shoulder, stretching his hand toward the prince and shouting, "Your Highness." But Prince Yuri only waves goodbye, calling out cheerfully, "Have a good time." Laurent steps toward the prince and offers a proper bow. "Thank you for giving me a chance to learn, Your Highness." Prince Yuri smiles and replies, "No problem. I look forward to our next spar." Laurent turns and walks away, and Prince Yuri watches him go in silence. A few moments pass. Prince Yuri walks to a tree with wide, shady branches, his sword still in hand. He leans back against the sturdy trunk and finally sits, resting for the first time after that intense spar. Relaxing against the tree with a serious expression, he suddenly speaks into the quiet. "Any results?" From the shadow of the tree, a woman appears. "Asana," the prince calls her. He tells her that her skills seem to have improved. She replies that perhaps they have, though her abilities are more impressive on the plains. Getting back to the main topic, he asks, "So, how did your investigation regarding that foreigner go?" She answers instantly, telling him she has discovered some of the foreigner's traces in Balshat. With a clear image of this foreigner forming in his mind, Yuri thinks, "Foreigner, one of the 10 strongest on the continent, from the east. In my past life, he opposed Okwa and fought alone. It is unknown why the foreigner opposed Okwa back then, but one thing I can trust is that the enemy of my enemy is my friend." Looking at Asana, and considering the information she has provided, he tells her she has done well, but adds, "We have to find him before we start fighting Okwa." "Yes, Your Highness," she replies. With a straight face and deep in thought, Yuri thinks, we can't take too long finding the foreigner because a flashback seizes his mind. The foreigner stabbed through the chest from behind, his body trapped in the jaws of a bloodied monster drenched in gore. Yuri finishes his thought, because in the battle against Okwa, the foreigner is the one who will be forced out of his place among the 10 strongest. The half-brother of the Emperor and current supreme commander of the Allied forces, Ragnar Gustav Granzian, enters Yuri's mind. Yuri recalls a moment from his past life when he met this very man. In a dimly lit room, a voice echoes. Two figures hold each other close as the voice asks, what if we get caught? It is Prince Yuri Briol. He tells the speaker that they worry too much, assuring them that it's fine and no one is around. The person is Princess Irina of the Empire, Yuri's fiancée at the time. Her face reddens as she blushes, still anxious they might be discovered. Once more Yuri reassures her. It's fine. I'll take full responsibility, he promises. He bends toward her, both of them leaning in for a kiss, cheeks warm with color. A sudden voice interrupts. Hey, you brats. They freeze. The voice belongs to Irina's uncle, Ragnar Gustav Granzian, who lies tired on a couch in the room. Get a room somewhere else, he mutters. Irina stammers. Uncle, as they both turn in shock. Slowly rising from the couch, Ragnar scratches his head. Yuri also stutters. Uncle? Then he must be. With a heavy sigh, Ragnar stops him. Stop making such a fuss. It's annoying. He swings a leg off the couch and stands, calling Yuri closer. I want to ask you something, he says. Yes, Yuri answers nervously. Still pressing a hand gently on his niece's head, Ragnar looks at Yuri and asks, do you like her? You look a little too normal for that. Uncle, Irina protests, cheeks aflame. What do you mean by that? Pardon, Yuri blurts, flustered. I do. Seeing Yuri's hesitant answer, Ragnar lets out a loud sigh. Forget it, he says, turning toward the door. You'll do well on your own. He waves lazily without looking back. I'm off. Back in the present, Yuri smiles inwardly. From that brief encounter, I could already tell Ragnar Gustav Granzian was someone profound. Inside the Balshad Castle conference room, commanders from various kingdoms sit around a great table, waiting for Ragnar. They whisper among themselves. He must be the supreme commander, right? The Emperor's half-brother, Ragnar, the Lionheart Prince. Someone remarks that Ragnar is not easily met. This is a rare chance to connect with someone from the imperial family. Yuri watches their political chatter and thinks, even in wartime, these commanders can't stop playing games. A sudden presence appears at his back, so close it makes him break into a sweat. It seems you're having a good time, a calm voice says. Ragnar stands behind him, smiling faintly as he walks to his seat. Yuri tilts his eyes to follow him, startled. When did he get behind me? Now seated, Ragnar places his hands together and fixes them with a stern gaze. But if you grow any more relaxed, he warns, that will be troublesome. He taps the armrest of his chair once. Then again, with the second tap, a crushing pressure floods the room. It is as though the air itself grows heavy. Several commanders struggle to stay composed. Even Yuri finds it hard to breathe, sweat beading on his forehead. So this is the Lionheart Prince of the Empire. What a dynamic entrance. Ragnar's eyes sharpen. I hate cowards, he says coldly. If anyone tries to run, I'll cut them down myself. Otherwise, I will treat you as knights and reward skill and achievement. The room stays silent under his suffocating aura. Any questions? The pressure lifts. Commanders glance at each other, but remain mute. Yuri raises his hand. I have a question. Ragnar nods. Ask. Yuri meets his gaze squarely. What is the Empire's assessment of the orc's strength? Ragnar studies him, a grin forming. Boy, who are you? Without hesitation, Yuri replies. Commander of Briol, Yuri Briol. So you're the brat George mentioned, Ragnar says with amusement. That's a good question. He rises from his chair and steps toward Yuri. Currently, the Empire has confirmed that an orc named Okwa has appeared and united the 3 great orc tribes. Placing a firm hand on Yuri's shoulder, he continues. Okwa's growth in power is threatening. The enemy vanguard has set up camp around Balshad. He points to several locations on a map. The day after tomorrow, we will engage them here. This will be the first battle of our allied forces. With a proud look, he adds, the vanguard of this first fight will be Yuri Briol. Will you accept the position? The room falls silent in shock. Yuri exhales, steadying his breath. Then, looking straight into Ragnar's eyes, he answers with vigor, yes, sir. I will gladly stand at the forefront. Hours later, under a sky full of glittering stars, Yuri sits alone beside a crackling campfire. A voice breaks the quiet. What are you thinking so deeply about? He turns and sees Mary, the mage duke, smiling as she approaches. As she settles beside him, he asks, still staring at the fire, what brings you to our military camp? Adjusting her dress, she answers, you won that vanguard position everyone wanted so splendidly. But you don't look very pleased. Of course I'd be curious. Yuri studies her carefully. You seem far too interested in me. She keeps her playful smile. I can't help it when you never give me a chance to know you. Then her tone softens. The lives of Balshad citizens are at stake. I can't just follow anyone blindly. I worry too. Looking at the troubled expression on his face, she pleads, so please, instead of that worry-filled look, give me a serious answer, Prince. She leans closer and smiles. If you do, I'll assist you on the battlefield. Assist me how, he asks. Oh, don't tell me you've forgotten, she replies, extending her hand toward the fire. A tongue of flame rises and dances in her palm. I'm the Mage Duke. She lets the fire flicker between her fingers. I assure you, I'll be more useful than that Hernando fellow on these plains. Yuri, listening to her, looks away for a moment while thinking on what she's saying. Now turning back to her, he informs her that they will have casualties the day after tomorrow. There will be casualties, he says quietly. Mary straightens. What? The Vanguard is the most dangerous place, he explains, rising to his feet. It's where the most soldiers die. These people we share meals and laughter with tonight. Many will become cold corpses. I made this decision, and I intend to shoulder that weight properly. For a moment, silence hangs heavy. Mary's eyes widen. Then she stands, fists clenched, and says with conviction, that's a wonderful answer. Truly moving. A playful glint returns to her eyes. But I don't like that you're still a man thinking more of soldiers than of me. She extends her hand. Even so, I, Mary Rose Entree, Mage Duke of Balshad, will help you in your first battle. At last Yuri smiles. Thank you. I look forward to it, he says, shaking her hand. The first battle a few days later. Inside the dark Balshad forest, armored orcs march in grim formation while others ride savage beasts. Elsewhere, the allied forces stand ready atop wooden fortifications. Supreme Commander Ragnar Gustav Granzian watches from above with the Mage Duke Mary at his side. On the ground, at the very front with his knights, stands Prince Yuri Briol. With a steady, commanding voice, Yuri calls out, all soldiers, prepare for battle. The flag of Briol is raised high at the forefront as they lead the vanguard. Prince Yuri Briol, with a stern gaze, looks ahead and says, all soldiers. Standing at the very front of the entire army, he completes his command. All soldiers, prepare for battle. Atop the defense structure built on the battlefield, Sir Ragnar, Supreme Commander of the Allied forces, watches the field ahead. He speaks suddenly, saying that it is soon time for the vanguard to set out. Looking behind him, he asks Duke Mary Rose why she is still there. She smiles brightly and replies that she was asked to do something. Ragnar responds, asking, you were asked to? She nods once. Yes. The soldiers on the lookout, upon sighting the orcs approaching, blow the horn to announce it. Then the Prince of Briol, mounted on his horse, goes ahead of everyone, standing alone at the very front of all the forces. From where he is, he calls out to every commander of the different armies gathered. All soldiers, are you ready? With a thunderous roar, they reply, yes, sir. He pulls the reins of his horse sharply, making it neigh loudly. Let's go, he commands, and immediately begins his charge toward the enemies. All his soldiers follow behind him, and the orcs charge to meet them. As they advance, Ragnar observes and sees that the Prince of Briol is leading the charge at the very front. Thinking on it, he concludes that it is very reckless. He could get himself killed. Such bravado. At that moment, Duke Mary Rose begins casting high-level fire magic. She asks to be excused for a moment from the commander. Ragnar looks toward her. Mage Duke. She completes her spell. A gigantic fireball rises from her staff, hovering above her and Sir Ragnar. This, she says, is what Prince Yuri Briol asked me to do. With a stern gaze, she waves her staff downward, sending the enormous flame hurtling toward the orc ranks. The orcs see the meteor-sized fireball falling toward them and twist their bodies as if they can avoid it. Meanwhile, Prince Yuri and his soldiers continue their charge without hesitation, not minding the approaching fire. Seeing this, Ragnar becomes alarmed and turns to Mary. It's too close. At this rate, our soldiers will also be swept away in the fire. But Mary, still smiling, replies, including that was what Prince Yuri wanted. On the battlefield, Yuri charges on horseback into the orc ranks, his spear ready despite the raging flames above. He looks down at an orc with a smile. Prince Yuri Briol strikes with a devastating slash that cuts through the orc's body, killing it instantly. Their horses land among the enemies, hooves striking the ground with force. At that moment, the meteor-sized fireball hits, turning the orc ranks into a sea of fire. Before the flames can reach the soldiers following behind, Prince Yuri raises his sword and imbues it with mana. Water begins surging from thin air, forming into a barrier that surrounds him and his soldiers, shielding them from the inferno. Ragnar watches this scene without words, his gaze fixed. In the midst of fire and smoke, Prince Yuri Briol still takes the lead, charging straight into the flames. But he does not rush in foolishly. The water around him swirls and strengthens. As he enters the fire with his raging horse and sword in hand, the water covers him and his steed. With a commanding tone, as he passes through the flames, he roars, "Charge!" With him at the lead, his soldiers follow, cutting down the weakened orcs in their path. The orcs still standing, seeing the slaughter, roar in rage and charge at the soldiers. Before they can get close, Prince Yuri plants his spear into the ground, dashes forward with great speed, then snatches it up again before passing it. Using that same speed and momentum, he throws the spear at an oncoming orc. It strikes true, piercing the center of the creature's head. The orc lets out a dying scream as it falls. As the orc collapses, the lizard-like monster it was riding charges at Prince Yuri. He remains calm, unmoving. Before the beast can strike, one of Yuri's knights rides in and cuts off its head cleanly, while the prince continues forward. As the onslaught continues, one of the knights of Bruzin, Jose, watches and smiles. As expected, he says, they deserve the title of the Nation of Knights. He turns to his comrades. Now then, shall we also pick up the pace? As the words leave his mouth, he leaps into the air, his greatsword spinning as it cuts down orcs in every direction. The princess of the Holy Kingdom also joins the battle, commanding her soldiers to protect the men of Briolle. Without hesitation, they charge into the fight. As the war drags on, hours pass until one of the soldiers shouts, "The enemy's formation has collapsed." Another voice follows, "Do not spare any of them." Ragnar, having watched everything from the start, smiles as he rubs his chin. Surprising, he murmurs. He reflects silently, because their commander, Prince Yuri Briolle, stood at the very front and crushed the enemy. The soldiers' morale reached its peak. Furthermore, the prince asked the mage duke to strike the enemy with her fire magic while protecting the allies with water magic. Turning to Mary, he says, "Still, that was reckless." He calls her name again. "Mage duke, did you cooperate knowing all this?" With a satisfied smile, Mary replies, "When I first heard it, I tried to stop him as well." Now standing proudly, she brushes her hair back. "But I'm glad he didn't listen. He did it with style." Her gaze fixes on Prince Yuri still fighting in the field. "A man with a twist," she says softly. "Isn't that wonderful?" Ragnar sighs but smiles faintly. This isn't bad for the first battle of the Allied forces. At the end of the war, Yuri and his soldiers claim overwhelming victory. They gather the enemy corpses into a massive pile and plant their flag at the top. Late into the night, the rooms of a castle in Balshad are lit. Mary writes the day's events in her journal with a smile. A sudden sound makes her stop. The pen freezes in her hand. Her eyes sharpen as she looks ahead. "It's great that the Prince of Briolle emerged victorious from battle," she says. "But who said you could enter my room without permission, Hernando?" From the air itself, Hernando reveals himself, his concealment magic fading. He laughs softly. "You don't have to be so cold. I used to be your teacher. Can't you at least ask how I've been?" Mary scoffs. What kind of teacher abandons his student like that? Hernando sits, shrugging. "I'm here to check on my old student's progress." She frowns. "Don't give me that. I'm talking about what you're researching, the transcendental interpretation formula." She continues. "We've made progress. It's magic meant to link languages and understand their meanings. As of now, we've succeeded in catching a connection to ancient magic." Hernando's expression softens with relief. "If you make further progress, let me know." She smirks. "And why should I?" He looks at her steadily. "Because you're interested in Prince Yuri." Her eyes widen slightly. He continues. "It's because of his fate. I need your help." She regains her composure. "So Prince Yuri's fate is quite important to you, huh?" Before he can reply, she reminds him. "A grand wizard like you cannot intervene in human history. You already know that, don't you?" "I know," Hernando answers. But he adds quietly, "Many people are already entangled in his fate. The commander of the Empire is one of them." Elsewhere, at the Allied camp of Supreme Commander Ragnar, the morning light begins to rise. Inside the commander's tent, Yuri stands before Ragnar, who sits behind his desk. "So," Yuri asks, "you're giving me a reconnaissance mission?" Yuri looks somewhat bothered as he asks, but Ragnar nods as he stares at him with a proud smile. That night, out in the military camp, outside Supreme Commander Ragnar's tent, the air is cool and quiet. Inside, Prince Yuri Briolle stands before Ragnar, his face firm as he asks if Ragnar is saying that he will leave the reconnaissance mission to him. Ragnar, looking proud, confirms it. He tells Yuri that tomorrow they will enter the Eastern Plains, an orc territory. Pointing to a specific mark on the map before him, he warns that they will be expecting ambushes, and that the entire army will move under great tension. Yuri then asks if he intends to form a detached unit to protect the Alliance's formation. Ragnar smiles faintly and says that Yuri is quick to catch on. The prince pauses, thinking deeply. Then, after some thought, he says respectfully that he appreciates Ragnar's trust, but reminds him that the Briolle forces already took the vanguard in the previous battle. If fairness is to be maintained, he says, another nation should have the opportunity. Ragnar scoffs at the suggestion. "Among those who all think they're the best, you mean?" he says. Then he adds that he only trusts skills he has seen with his own eyes. Focusing back on Yuri, he begins to say that he would rather have Briolle stand, but Yuri cuts in, addressing him as Your Highness. With a confident smile, he tells him that he has an idea they should try. Later that same night, an order spreads across the Allied forces' camps. At the Holy Kingdom's camp, a knight delivers the order to his commander, confirming that it is true. His Highness, Supreme Commander Ragnar, said that during the march, The main force will receive support from a reconnaissance unit to protect their formation. The Bruisin Knights receive theirs as well. Commander Jonathan reads the order, remarking that the Supreme Commander isn't just taking applications, that he will select the units by holding a competition among the troops of the applying nations. One night, Jose lets out a sarcastic laugh. Seems His Highness wants to see some competition. Rolling up the parchment, Jonathan smiles. His Highness doesn't want mediocre troops taking the position, he says. It's been a while since I felt this fire inside me. At Prince Yuri Briol's camp, Hernando reads the order aloud, his voice worried. It says, search for orcs along the marching route and cut off their right ears. Future mission assignments will be determined based on your results. More troubled, he looks toward the prince, asking if he truly suggested this to the Supreme Commander. Yuri answers firmly, yes. With a confident smile, he adds, since this is the commander's order, every nation will participate. With this challenge, we can gauge each nation's true strength. But Jared, one of his knights, looks uneasy. A reconnaissance mission is different from a normal battle, he warns. We're not really specialized for this. Yuri dismisses his concern with calm assurance. It's fine, he says. I have a method. The next day, Ragnar stands before the assembled troops. He announces that he will now head toward the plains with the main force. Standing before the allied armies, an hourglass before him, he tells them that they must move toward the designated area, track down the orcs, and eliminate them. Before they leave, he declares that the nation that brings back the most ears will have priority in future missions. The second princess of the Holy Kingdom focuses intently. Commander Jonathan of Bruisin focuses intently. Prince Yuri Briol focuses intently. Then, raising the hourglass with a serious expression, Ragnar says that the time has come. He flips it over. The sand begins to fall. The competition begins now, he declares. At that moment, all three commanders ride out in different directions under the bright morning light. Watching them go, Ragnar stares proudly. A knight steps forward, smiling. Your Highness, it seems you're relying on the Briol prince quite a bit. Still smiling, Ragnar asks if it showed. Then, raising his head to look ahead, he says that the boy is still young, but he's caught his eye. Watching Yuri's army ride off, he murmurs that if the boy delivers results this time as well, he might end up taking a liking to him. Prince Yuri Briol leads the charge, riding at the front of his knights and soldiers. As they gallop, Jared rides up beside him, calling out, Your Highness, do you have a plan? Yuri turns to him and replies confidently, We need to find some orcs first. Jared scowls. Finding them isn't everything, he yells back. But Yuri's confident smile doesn't fade. I have a method, he says simply. Just then, their lookout calls out from ahead. Your Highness, look, northeast. Yuri looks and sees orcs riding in great numbers. Orc cavalry, he announces. The orcs keep riding, unaware of the Briol forces nearby. Yuri smiles. Good. He pulls out a necklace with a glowing red gem. Time to lure them here, he says. The gem glows brighter and brighter until its light pulses across the plains. The orcs' eyes flash red. One by one, they turn toward Yuri's army, drooling, their minds overtaken by the gem's power. Then they begin charging in, roaring mindlessly. Yuri steadies his soldiers. Remember our goal, he shouts. Right ears. That's what matters. The knights raise their weapons, roaring in response. Jared, though unimpressed, draws his sword reluctantly. Yuri unsheathes his blade, his smile still confident. Don't overdo it, he warns. Then, with a commanding shout, he gives the order. Charge. They rush forward. Jared leaps from his horse mid-charge, hurling himself toward an orc. His sword cuts through its neck before it can react. Blood sprays. The orc falls lifeless as Jared lands on its corpse, pulling his blade free without hesitation. Around him, the other knights and soldiers battle fiercely, cutting down orcs in a one-sided slaughter. Suddenly, an orcful bursts out from the chaos, riding a massive lizard mount, roaring as it raises its axe. Yuri spots it instantly and charges without hesitation. The orcful swings, but before the blow lands, Yuri's sword flashes. In one swift motion, he slashes its neck clean open. Blood sprays high as he rides past. Looking ahead, expression cold, Yuri surveys the field of corpses. I prepared two things for this mission, he thinks. His gaze drops to the small knives at his waist. The first is this crystal necklace I took from the bandits. The other is, he's interrupted by a knight rushing toward him, holding a blood-soaked sack. Your Highness, we've secured 10 right ears. At this rate, we should be able to beat the others. Yuri pulls out one of the small knives, smiling faintly. That's not good enough, he says. The knight blinks. Pardon. Yuri swings his hand and throws the knife into the ground. A massive beam of light bursts upward, cracking the earth with a deep roar. The knight stumbles back, shouting in fear, but Yuri remains steady on his mount, his aura glowing around him. With a bold smile, he declares, We'll hunt down every last orc in this region before we return. Soul Severance, a strange mana method that can become anything depending on the wielder's will. Yuri observes the dagger he has thrust into the ground and says that it detects vibration through the earthquake sword imbued with the power of the earth. He adds that if he channels that pulsation with soul severance and spreads out the sensation, he can sense everything that moves upon the ground, even those he cannot see. With that, he visualizes where the orcs are, how they are positioned, and even the soldiers of Briol standing beside him. A colorless mist slowly seeps from his eyes, a sign that he is using soul severance. Yet he mutters that it's not good enough, then turns to his soldiers, saying they will hunt down every last orc in the area before returning. Riding tall upon his mount, his aura swirls around him as he declares the charge. Later, at dusk, Supreme Commander Ragna stands beside the hourglass, watching the final grain fall. He says that it is time. The first army from another nation within the Allied forces steps forward with their sack, and Ragna announces that he will now confirm the result of the competition. He orders the nation's representative to submit their pouch containing the orc's ears, tapping his desk with one finger. When they turn over their pouch and nothing comes out, Ragna's expression hardens. He asks which nation this is from, reminding them they were meant to be part of the reconnaissance, not mere scouts. Annoyed, he throws the empty pouch to the ground and calls them pathetic, then shouts for the next nation. The same thing happens again and again. By the last one, he yells, "This one too." After checking all the results, Ragna slaps his own face in frustration, remarking that so many nations couldn't even kill a single orc. Just then, hearing a sound, he lowers his hand and looks up with anticipation. The commander of the soldiers from the nation of Bruzen, Jonathan, stands before him with an excited expression. When Ragna empties his pouch, orc ears spill out, making the soldiers of other nations stare in disbelief. Seeing this, Ragna commends the soldiers of Bruzen for bringing 6, telling Jonathan they have shown the best performance so far. Jonathan bows slightly with a proud smile and humbly says they were simply lucky that they found their scout unit. Ragna, smiling proudly, reaches for a pouch from one of the Imperial soldiers and tells Jonathan that luck is also a skill. He adds that countless people have died simply for lacking it. Then, slamming the pouch on the table with a confident grin, he says his Imperial army also sent a scouting party, figuring they shouldn't be left out of such a test. After counting the ears, 12 in total, Ragna remarks that it's not bad at all. The soldiers of other nations look on in admiration, whispering that the Imperial army truly is on another level. But Jonathan's proud smile fades as he thinks to himself that he already knew the Imperial army was strong, yet they gathered twice as many, and they even set out an hour later than everyone else. Even the second princess, commander of the Holy Kingdom's army, bites her lip and clicks her tongue, frustrated that the Empire now openly treats them as mere decoys. Ragna notices the disappointment in their faces, but, still smiling proudly, tells them not to be disheartened. What matters most, he says, is the result they achieve from here on. He then turns to the soldier beside him and asks if that's all. The soldier, caught off guard, straightens and replies that there's one more left. Suddenly, someone slams a heavy, full pouch onto the table, declaring that this one is from Briol. All eyes turn toward it, disbelief written across every face. Ragna, still smiling though slightly tense, asks what this is. Looking at Prince Yuri, drenched in orc blood, he asks him what his secret is. Yuri, standing proudly, replies that it's nothing special, they simply worked hard. That night, in the Allied forces camp, Sir Jared oversees the unloading of supplies. He tells the soldiers to handle the items carefully so they don't drop anything. As he works, a knight from another nation passes by and intentionally shoulders him. Jared winces from the pain, turns, and sees the man glaring back with scorn before walking off. Confused, Jared rubs his shoulder, wondering what's wrong with him. Later that night, at Briol's camp, Jared approaches the prince, who sits on a log by the campfire, eating with another soldier. Jared calls to him, and the prince turns. As soon as he reaches him, Jared reports that knights from other nations have been picking fights with them lately. The prince rises sluggishly and asks if that's really true. As they walk, Jared follows behind, saying that people have been talking behind their backs, none of it friendly. But Yuri only smiles and says it can't be helped. They've become the center of attention. The other nations are probably jealous, he adds, since they earned the reconnaissance spot as well. When they stop, the prince advises Jared to just enjoy it and he'll be fine. They stand before the large holding cell containing captured orcs. Corey waits by the side, and Yuri notes that the more important matter is the captured orc sorcerer. He lightly taps Corey's shoulder and asks if he has found anything. Corey hesitates, then starts to answer, but before he can, one of the orcs shouts something in its own tongue. Curious, Yuri asks Corey to interpret. Corey replies that the orc said black dog. With his timid look, Corey explains that there's been a rumor among the orcs about a knight who smells orcs like a dog. Yuri asks if they mean him, while Jared struggles to hold back laughter in the background. Corey adds that the orc says it's an honor to have earned such an alias, a sign of fear and respect among their kind. Yuri, displeased, says he understands, but wonders aloud why it had to be a dog instead of a wolf, finally making Jared burst into laughter. Irritated, Yuri turns sharply to Jared and demands if he finds this amusing. Jared quickly straightens, averting his gaze, and insists he doesn't. Still, Yuri faces the orcs again with a smile, saying that this means his terrifying reputation has spread among them. He rubs his chin, half proud, remarking that it makes sense. He's been quite remarkable lately. Cory agrees, but clarifies that the orcs actually said the Emperor's black dog has been targeting Okwa's life. Yuri falls silent, repeating the phrase in his mind. Emperor's dog? His aura begins to stir violently around him. Anger darkens his face as he growls that the orcs think he's a dog of the Empire. The air thickens as his fury twists his expression and he draws his sword. Seeing this, Jared rushes forward, shouting in alarm, begging him to stop before he kills them all, saying he'll handle the interrogation himself. Yuri pauses, then slowly sheathes his sword. As calm returns, Cory calls softly to him and continues, saying that according to the orc, there is a barracks in the Garung region, centered around Okwa's direct subordinate, the chieftain of the Garung tribe, Karui. The orc claims that Karui has already finished preparing to receive the allied forces. Moreover, Karui, who unified his tribe by sheer force, is said to be an incredibly strong warrior. Finally, Cory adds that Karui will crush the allied forces before they ever reach Okwa. Yuri gently pats his head, smiling brightly, and tells Cory he's done well. Cory bows timidly, thanking him. Walking away, Yuri tells Jared that he leaves the rest to him. Jared nods, replying, "Yes, Your Highness." Yuri says he'll go inform the Supreme Commander. Inside Ragna's tent, Yuri stands in surprise as Ragna repeats himself, asking if Yuri has a lover or a girlfriend. Yuri stammers, saying he doesn't. Ragna, sipping his wine, nods and asks his age. Yuri replies that he's 18, then demands to know what that has to do with anything. Ragna answers that he knows it's not a question suited for wartime, but he has a very pretty niece, you see. The remark stuns Yuri. After another drink, Ragna smiles and tells him they can talk about it next time, dismissing him. Yuri bows and leaves, pale and shaken. Outside, he looks lost in shock, muttering to himself, Ragna's niece. Ragna's pretty niece? A memory from his previous life flashes before him, his time with the Empire's princess. The recollection makes his stomach turn, and he suddenly shouts, "No way!" startling nearby soldiers. Gripping his hair with both hands, he mutters that he must avoid her at all costs. Then someone appears before him, calling his name, Yuri. The person, worried by his sudden outburst, reaches out to touch his shoulder and asks what's wrong, saying he doesn't look well. Yuri tilts his eyes upward and freezes when he sees who it is. A slow smile spreads across his lips as an idea strikes him. Found her. It's the commander of the Holy Kingdom's army, the second princess herself. Yuri looks at her as if she's bathed in divine light, inwardly calling her his savior goddess. She, utterly unaware, brushes her hair aside and asks why he's looking at her like that. That very night, outside the Briol Kingdom's military camp, Prince Yuri Briol stands alone beneath the quiet stars, lost in thought. After much pacing and frowning, he comes to a conclusion. The only way to avoid meeting Ragna is to pretend that he's already dating someone. Anyone at all. But as he thinks further, he refines the idea. It must be someone who doesn't genuinely love him. Someone who owes him a debt. Someone who can't refuse his request. At that moment, the second princess and commander of the Holy Kingdom's soldiers, Sibylla, appears before him. The instant he sees her, it's as if fate answers his thoughts. She's the perfect candidate. A bright grin spreads across his face as he steps forward and places both hands on her shoulders. Sibylla blinks in confusion, stammering as she tries to ask what he's doing, but he only continues to smile, looking oddly pleased with himself. When his excitement finally fades, he asks if she remembers that one time he saved her. She nods nervously, still unsure what he's getting at. He tells her that he's going to need her help soon, that it can't be anyone else but her. Before she can even form a reply, he suddenly dashes off, shouting over his shoulder that he'll see her then. Sibylla stands frozen in place, trying to make sense of what just happened. She calls for him to wait, saying he at least owes her an explanation, but he's already gone. Left alone in the quiet night, she sighs in frustration and mutters under her breath, wondering what on earth is wrong with him. A voice suddenly calls out behind her, addressing her as Your Highness. She stiffens and turns, only to see Sir Finnick standing there with his usual hearty smile. Her patience thins immediately, and before she can speak, he remarks that she and Prince Yuri look great together. Sibylla stares blankly at him, trying to process it, but Finnick only smiles brighter and pats his chest, declaring that he, Finnick, will be genuinely rooting for the two of them. She almost says something but stops herself midway, deciding it isn't worth the effort. Exhaustion settles over her as she exhales and tilts her head toward the luminous night sky. All she can think is how much she wants everyone to disappear and leave her in peace. The next day, under the bright morning sky, Supreme Commander Ragna leads the entire army of the Allied forces on their march, riding at the very front. Among the soldiers and knights, one of Briol's knights, Jared, rides closer and calls to Prince Yuri, addressing him as His Highness, and says that he's heard the words. With a straight face and eyes still forward, Yuri asks what words he's talking about. Jared answers that it's about the reason the Supreme Commander keeps calling for him. Then, saying the words Yuri doesn't even want to hear, Jared explains that rumor has it the Supreme Commander is discussing marriage. Yuri, sounding entirely uninterested, tells him that's not it at all and asks him to wake up. Hearing muffled laughter from behind, Yuri glances back and sees the other knights smiling widely. Clicking his tongue, he says they must be terribly bored these days to be getting caught up in such pointless gossip. As they continue riding, a sudden flurry of movement in the sky draws everyone's attention. Crows, dozens of them, fly across the valley ahead, their cries echoing over the marching army. Yuri looks up, frowning, wondering why there are so many. But as he's distracted by the sight, his horse, along with several others at the front, begins to neigh and stir violently. Startled, Yuri tightens his grip on the reins, trying to control it while demanding to know what's going on. When the horses finally calm, Jared says he'll go ahead to see what's happening. Yuri immediately adds that he'll go with him. They spur their horses forward, riding quickly to the front where Ragna is. Yuri calls out to him as he approaches, but when he reaches the top of the slope, words leave him completely. The valley ahead spreads open before them, covered with a dreaded sight. Severed human heads hang from pikes, half-eaten bodies lie scattered, some still impaled on sharpened stakes, others torn apart and left to rot under the sun. Jared's face turns pale. His voice trembles as he mutters a half-finished prayer, unable to believe what he's seeing. But Ragna, seeing the scene, only lets out a faint smile and finishes Jared's words for him, saying that this welcome ceremony from the orcs is quite amusing. The stench of decay forces Yuri to cover his nose. He studies the scene quietly, analyzing what lies before them. The orcs used human bodies as ornaments, skewering them on shafts before even finishing their meal, leaving them there to display their mockery. Inwardly, he concludes that their message is clear: this is what you're worth. His chest tightens with fury, and he strikes his fist over his heart, calling out to the Supreme Commander. He tells Ragna that this sight will break the soldiers' morale if left like this and requests permission for the Briol forces to handle the cleanup. Ragna turns to him, his gaze steady, and gives a single nod. He grants his permission. Yuri, as the commander of Briol, calls out to his soldiers and knights, telling them to prepare their torches. Moments later, they light them and begin their descent into the valley where the bodies are. There, they line up the corpses, pull out the pikes, and burn the remains, clearing the area one section at a time. The flames rise and smoke spreads through the valley as the soldiers work in silence. Yuri notices one soldier standing still, his morale crushed as he looks down at the burning bodies. The soldier mutters how the orcs could do something like this, and Yuri steps closer, telling him not to let it get to him. After those few words, Yuri scans the valley again and spots two soldiers, Guinness and Dyke, separated from the rest and venturing too far in. He raises his voice, calling out both their names, ordering them not to go any further and to come back immediately. The two instantly turn at his command and salute, replying that they'll return right away. Before heading back, Guinness glances at the ground and says to Dyke that this place feels strange. Dyke, confused, asks how. Guinness points at one of the bodies and the arrows scattered nearby, saying the arrowheads are pointing toward the ground, but that's the opposite direction from where the orcs impaled the corpses. He adds that it almost looks as if the orcs shot them from above. As he finishes, several orcs appear above the cliffs behind them, bows already drawn. The two still haven't noticed them. Dyke replies absent-mindedly, asking if that's so, when an orc releases his arrow. The next instant, the shaft pierces Guinness's back, and blood splashes across Dyke's face. Guinness gasps, coughing blood, and drops to his knees, groaning in pain. Dyke freezes, then panics, shouting Guinness's name. Seeing the wound, he stumbles back, clutching his sword before realizing what's happening. He draws it at once and shouts to alert everyone that it's an enemy attack. Up on the cliffs, the orcs ready their bows in unison. At a single guttural command, they loose their arrows, and a rain of shafts descends toward the two. Dyke looks up and sees death falling toward him. His mind races. He thinks it's over, that he has to run, but his feet don't move. He hesitates, glancing at Guinness and wondering what he can do. At that moment, Prince Yuri Briol charges forward from the distance, shouting for Dyke to ready his shoulder. Dyke obeys instantly, and as Yuri reaches them, he uses Dyke's shoulder as leverage to launch himself forward. With mana surging through his body, Yuri swings his sword, cutting through the incoming arrows in a flurry of strikes. Every arrow in his path shatters, not a single one reaching the ground. He lands with one knee down, surrounded by falling arrow fragments, and calls to Guinness. Seeing that he's still alive, Yuri tells Dyke to take him and go with Simon to request aid from the Holy Kingdom. He adds that it'll help if they mention his name, Yuri Briol. As they move to obey, Yuri turns back to the cliffs and narrows his eyes. The orcs remain still for a moment, then slowly begin to turn away. He watches them leave and realizes that their behavior carries a message. They're backing off as if to say they've done all the warning they needed. He grits his teeth, wondering if they're implying that they can kill humans whenever they please. He takes it as provocation and mutters that it's fine, he'll accept it. But even as he says it, he sheathes his sword, watching the orcs fade into the cliffs, and tells himself that he can't let this pass this time. Later that same afternoon, once the valley is cleared and the camp has been set, Yuri reports everything that happened to Ragna. The Supreme Commander listens in silence before repeating his words, a hidden ambush from the top right. He says that's not good, since they have no route around it, and concludes that the hidden orc unit will have to be eliminated. Then, with a steady tone, Ragna asks Yuri what he intends to do. Yuri answers with a confident smile, asking if there's anything else to consider. He tells Ragna that he just needs the archery units to pressure the enemy ambushers so they can't come out. With one hand holding his wrist behind his back and his mana rising around him, he states that in the meantime, he and his soldiers will take the top of the ridge. At the valley, the orcs already line themselves atop the cliffs that surround it, waiting patiently in ambush. But suddenly, one of them senses something, an unusual presence below that stirs its curiosity. It rises, bow ready in hand, peering down the cliff to see what moves beneath. Before it can glimpse anything, arrows whistle through the air with sharp precision, forcing it to drop low. The shafts strike the rock around it, sparking against the cliff face. The orc snarls and lets out a guttural cry in its own harsh tongue, a sound that ripples down the line of waiting beasts as the arrows continue to strike the ledges. Below, at the entrance to the valley, stands the supreme commander of the allied forces, Ragna. 3 night archers stand beside him with their bows drawn, eyes trained on the cliffs. Ragna's voice cuts sharply through the tension as he gives his order that the archers must not allow the orcs to come out, because Briol's forces will be the ones to do the hunting. Up above, one of the knights in his climb along the rough cliff wall. Below him, others from the Briol unit follow, armor scraping against stone. One among them already shows fatigue, his breathing rough and uneven. And at the lead is Prince Yuri Briol himself, his focus unwavering. Moments later, the weary knight gasps out to the prince, calling him too hasty. He argues between breaths that since they will all head straight into battle once they reach the top, the prince should conserve his strength. But Yuri only sighs and tells the knight to worry about himself first, clicking his tongue in mild irritation. He says to the knight that he has terrible stamina for his age and wonders how he intend to fight like this. Even so, his mind remains fixed on the climb. He notes that while the archers are buying them time, now is their chance. If they are too late, their advantage may vanish. Yet that thought halts when he senses something, a shift in the air that sends a chill through his instincts. His eyes widen as a huge boulder is lunged from above, hurtling straight toward them. The knights shout in alarm for their prince's safety, but Yuri remains composed. His hand moves to the magical daggers strapped to his waist, channeling mana into them. All 4 surge free, spinning around him with radiant force before shooting upward in rapid succession. Each dagger strikes the cliff wall in a line, creating a makeshift ladder of glowing blades. He leaps from his current foothold, using the daggers as steps, accelerating his climb with supernatural speed. Mana surges through his entire body, heightening his movements until he closes the distance to the falling boulder in an instant. With his sword drawn and eyes steady, he braces for the strike. His mana-charged blade slices through the boulder in a single motion, splitting it cleanly in 2. The halves crash down the cliffside, scattering rock and dust. Before he can fall, Yuri drives his sword into the cliff wall and grips it tightly with both hands, slowing his descent until he halts. He hangs there briefly, breathing heavily, then loosens one hand from the hilt to glance downward. He calls out to ask if the others are safe. The climbing knights respond in unison that they are, their voices echoing faintly below. A smile touches Yuri's face. He acknowledges their response as good and urges them to keep up. With a sharp motion, he frees his sword and uses the recoil to propel himself upward, sprinting along the cliff face. Nearing the top, he launches himself high into the air and lands on one knee, one hand pressed to the ground. Surrounded immediately by snarling orcs, he mutters that he can hardly express his gratitude for such a warm welcome. The orcs circle him, hissing in their tongue. One attempts to pronounce his name. Another finally growls it out clearly, Aquakia. Yuri steadies his stance and answers with a smirk that indeed, that is him, calling them orc bastards in turn. One of the orcs roars in fury, mouth wide and eyes burning red. Yuri surges forward in a burst of mana, cutting down the distance in a flash. His blade severs the orc's right arm, sending it spinning away in a spray of blood. The creature howls, but even as it reels, it swings its weapon with its remaining arm and strikes Yuri across the side, drawing blood. The prince grunts, pain flaring across his ribs. He narrows his eyes, forcing himself upright. The orc stands firm despite its injury, shifting its weapon to the opposite hand. As it raises the weapon again, Yuri meets the blow head-on. Steel crashes against steel, the sound echoing through the battlefield. He regards the beast coldly, remarking that it might think it only cost an arm, but its strikes have lost their strength. Yet even as he notes the advantage, his eyes catch the movement of others. More orcs, rushing him all at once. He mutters that this is troublesome and moves again. His blade flashes, cutting clean through one orc's weapon and splitting another from stomach to spine. He pivots swiftly, slicing through the leg of another before it can land a kick. But a fourth lurks behind, waiting for a chance. It strikes suddenly, and Yuri barely manages to turn in time, blocking the blow with gritted teeth. Still straining against the lock of weapons, he glances toward the cliff edge and calls down in frustration, demanding to know how long the knights intend to slack off. One finally reaches over the ledge, calling back that they are almost there. Seconds later, Jared and Laurent crest the top. Without stopping for breath, both knights strike immediately, cutting down two orcs in perfect synchrony. Yuri continues his assault, driving his sword deep into another orc's throat before pulling it free. As the corpse collapses beside him, he looks to the others and gives his command. There is no time to rest. They are to charge the moment they reach the surface. The order rings out, and the knights respond with a unified roar. One after another, they surge over the edge and into the melee. The cliff top erupts into a storm of steel and blood, the roar of orcs clashing with the shouts of Briol's men. Yuri leads them all, his final command cutting through the chaos like fire, the order to kill them. Far below, at the valley entrance, Supreme Commander Ragnar watches the rising dust and the flickering chaos of battle above. The sounds of war echo through the valley. A proud smile crosses his face as he observes in silence, content with what he sees. Later that night, in the camp raised after the battle, the air hums with the noise of soldiers tending to wounds and rebuilding their lines. Beneath the banner of Briol, a voice reports from inside the command tent that the hidden enemy units have been neutralized, allowing the main force to advance through the rift without suffering any losses. Inside, Prince Yuri Briol listens at his desk, Jared of Briol standing before him. Jared concludes that ahead lies the stronghold of Kurui, subordinate to Okwa. Yuri confirms the report and commends him for his work. Jared then adds that the princess of the Holy Kingdom had something she wished to convey. Curious, Yuri utters the name Sibylla, and Jared continues, repeating her words exactly, that she finds it frustrating he is taking all the achievements for himself, but that if he needs priests, she can send some. When Jared finishes, he glances at the prince with a hint of suspicion, addressing him cautiously and suggesting that perhaps the two of them, he and the princess, might be something more. He stops himself midway, insisting it is only a guess. Yuri replies instantly, denying it with a firm no, stating that his assumption is wrong. Uncomfortable with the turn of conversation, Yuri dismisses him with a wave of his hand, telling him that if he has nothing else to report, he may leave. Jared bows, responds with a respectful yes, and wishes the prince a good rest before exiting the tent. Silence settles after his departure. Yuri remains by the table, eyes tracing the lines of the map spread before him. With a weary sigh, he mutters that he had thought he would get a break, but it seems otherwise. Without turning, he senses a presence and asks how long she has been there, addressing the young woman standing quietly behind him as Asana. She steps forward, composed, and informs him that she has found the Gentile. Yuri turns to face her, his expression sharpening with interest. He remarks that her news comes at the perfect time and asks where the Gentile is located. Asana points to a spot on the map, explaining that the man is currently within that region. He leans in to confirm, asking if she means that the Gentile is inside the orc's territory. Asana nods and clarifies that it appears so. Yuri rubs his chin thoughtfully, wondering aloud if the Gentile might be working with the orcs. But Asana shakes her head, explaining that it is quite the opposite. She tells him she was unable to go further in due to the heightened alert level. Yet she has learned that the Gentile has been captured and taken as a prisoner. With concern in her tone, she warns Yuri that though she understands his personal interest in this individual, he should be careful. She explains that the Gentile's capture seems deliberate, as if part of a larger scheme. If the Allied forces were to interfere, she says, it is possible that the Gentile himself might turn against them. Yuri asks Asana to confirm if she said that the foreigner has become a prisoner of the orcs. She nods, confirming it, but still asks if she should go back and reinvestigate. Prince Yuri tells her there's no need. With a smile, he tells her that the situation is rather for the better. He can just meet the foreigner himself. Inwardly, he notes that the only thing the foreigner is after is Okwa's head. As long as they share the same goal, he can persuade the foreigner. He orders Asana to enter the orcs' barracks immediately when the battle begins tomorrow and keep an eye on the foreigner's state until he arrives. Asana doesn't respond. She just stays staring, concerned. Yuri sees her like this and asks with concern what the matter is. She steps closer to his desk and tells him that if he's planning on meeting the foreigner himself, then she would like to accompany him. With fierce determination in her eyes, she calls him, Your Highness, and tells him the foreigner is dangerous, that she will protect him. Yuri simply stares at her quietly for a moment. Then, standing up from his seat, he calls her name, Asana. Looking straight into her eyes, he speaks coldly, telling her that he did not hire her to be his bodyguard and that he'll protect himself. Asana, now disheartened, stays silent. She covers her hood and bites her lips to bottle up her emotions. With a nod, she tells him that she understands. Yuri simply sighs. Yuri, now back to putting on a smile, turns to the side to get something. He asks her if she would like some late-night snacks before she goes, saying that he received some a while ago. Presenting the snack on a plate, he says that this thing's a banger, but his words hang. Looking back, Asuna is already gone, leaving Yuri to stare at the residual mana of her disappearance. Later that night, Yuri sits outside by a campfire with Jared and some other knights. Jared tells a story from when Yuri was younger, saying, "And that's when the Death Knight suddenly appeared right behind His Highness." With proud boasting, he adds, "But I stood in the forefront and protected him." This is Jared's boasting time as the senior of the order. The other knights, hearing Jared's story, look at him in awe. Yuri, unimpressed while munching on his snacks, thinks inwardly that Jared's lying. Recalling the scene, he remembers that Jared was lying on the floor until he kicked him awake. He chuckles inwardly, admitting that Jared has grown a lot. One of the other knights calls out to Prince Yuri, asking if what Sir Jared said is true. Yuri almost blurts out the actual truth, but replies that yes, Jared did his best. The knight turns back to Jared, admiration increasing, saying, "That's incredible." He asks Jared how he even thought to face the terrifying Death Knight. Jared, with a proud expression, says that it's because the Death Knight is still a tangible thing. He can fight against it with his sword. With a serious face, as if lecturing, Jared adds that the most terrifying enemy is an insubstantial one, like a ghost. You can't even cut them down. Yuri watches them, happy that they're getting along. Suddenly, while still staring in their direction, something catches the prince's eyes. Behind Jared stands a figure of an orc. At first, Yuri wonders who is wearing such rags. Then his sharp eyes recognize it for what it is, leaving him in complete disbelief. His eyes and mouth widen. He gets up quickly, holding the hilt of his sword, ready to draw, and commands the knights to raise their swords. They all stare, stunned. Jared calls out, "Your Highness, what's wrong?" "There's an orc," Yuri replies. Jared, now with his sword drawn, looks to where the prince is looking but sees nothing. Seeing nothing and not wanting to say something wrong, Jared stays silent, swallowing hard. Turning to the prince, he asks, "Your Highness, are you tired?" Prince Yuri still stands ready to unsheath his sword, staring in the same direction. Jared tells him that there's nothing there. The knights remain crouched with swords ready. Yuri asks Jared what he is saying, telling them that the orc is right there, and they claim they can't see him. Yuri, clearly seeing it, yells that the orc is there, right there. The orc realizes that the prince can see it and gets startled. It turns and begins to flee while Yuri watches, realizing it's running. Yuri jumps off alone, chasing after the orc. Jared calls out, "Your Highness, where are you going?" "I'm going to catch that orc," Yuri replies with steady focus. Getting close, Yuri notes that it seems only he can see the orc. He realizes it is a scout that cannot be seen. He surges his mana to cover his body and sword, preparing to strike. Upon reaching it, he yells that he won't let the orc get away and strikes, a clean slice. But the orc uses sorcery to disperse into a dark fog, escaping the cut. The orc, having escaped, turns back to look at the prince with a devilish smile. Before leaving, it lets out a dark substance. Yuri watches cautiously, hand ready on his sword. The substance pours all over him, making him feel disgusted. "What is this?" he asks. He immediately releases a burst of mana, expelling the substance. He stares at his hand as the substance burns off, stating, "An impure aura just spread through my body." He instinctively uses his mana to shake it off, but staring worriedly, he wonders aloud, "What in the world is this?" Later that night, Yuri is at Hernando's tent. After explaining everything, Hernando asks if it's truly an avatar invisible to the eyes, saying that's quite suspicious indeed. Yuri confirms, saying it's a serious matter because the enemy was right under their noses yet they couldn't see it. Sitting cross-legged inside Hernando's tent, he explains why he came to visit the royal family's personal mage in a hurry this late at night. Hernando, with gambling cards and tokens on his table and knights being punished beside him, lets out a nervous laugh. Yuri says it seems he came at a very busy time. Hernando rubs the back of his head awkwardly, suggesting the orc covered itself in sorcery to remain undetected, but Yuri's sharp senses spotted it. Yuri notes that the real problem is that it's a variable in the upcoming battle. He asks Hernando if he has any countermeasures, like how Mary Rose dropped a huge firebomb. Hernando replies that was only possible near Balshad, and such blatant use of magic can be interrupted. Yuri asks about the suspicious part of the sorcery. Hernando, composed, says he cannot be certain, but it seems the orcs are using forbidden power, probably mixing in some black magic. Yuri, very concerned, asks if that's dangerous. Hernando casually tells him it's not, stating the magic tower has finished studying it. If they can respond quickly, it's easier to counter. Hernando adds he'll prioritize dispelling the enemy sorcerer's trickery. Yuri says yes, and that he'll count on him. Fingers locked together, Yuri says, "By the way." Hernando replies, "Yes, Your Highness." Yuri raises a playing card, serious, as a warning. He'll only let this pass today. If Hernando gambles next time, he should call him. Hernando nods playfully. The punished knights look confused as Yuri and Hernando chat and gamble, joking about wins and losses. The knights laugh amongst themselves while still serving their punishment. Elsewhere that night, crows flood the sky. Below, skeletons hang from makeshift crosses. Not far from there, in the orc base, a voice issues an order in their language. Inside, hordes of fierce orcs kneel on one knee, eyes glowing red, awaiting orders. Their leader sits upon his throne, exuding a dark, ominous aura, then gives a command in Orcish. The orc Sherman grins excitedly and replies in their language. He begins casting a powerful spell, dark red mana surging from his hands. The mana flows into the fierce orcs gathered before their ruler. After the spell completes, the orcs stare like starved beasts, eyes glowing red. Growls and snarls erupt as the dark red mana surges around them. The leader, calm but beastly, says 2 words in their orc language, his final command. The next day at Kurui's camp, a horn tears through the still morning air as a soldier from the allied forces sounds the signal for a full-scale assault. The call shakes the camp, and the attack begins with Supreme Commander Ragna leading the attack. Mounted on his steed, Prince Yuri Briol lifts himself in the saddle and unleashes a raw command for the Briol army to surge forward. His voice ricochets across the field, and his soldiers answer with a rolling thunder of their own, blades lifted high as they rush in formation. Yuri drives himself to the very front, every muscle coiled, leading the thunderous charge toward the orc camp's gate. Before the army reaches striking distance, orcs rise behind their defensive post, bows already bent, arrowheads glinting. At a sharp signal, a storm of arrows tears into the sky, the whistle of each shaft cutting the wind. Yuri jerks his steed into a sharp turn, forcing his body into the movement as he orders a retreat. Hooves churn the earth as his army shifts direction, but the arrows still slice through their formation. Jared and Laurent veer aside, but behind them metal punches into flesh. Agonized cries burst through the rumble of hooves. The sound stabs into Yuri. He hears every scream and fights the instinct to turn his head, forcing his jaw tight as he reminds himself that he cannot look away. Move forward, he tells himself. Move forward. Even as the orcs ready another volley, he keeps his eyes fixed ahead and sees the opening. They're using us as bait. The orcs are locked onto our formation. And just as he anticipates, while the orcs pour their focus onto the prince's army, Supreme Commander Ragna bellows a command and drives soldiers carrying the battering ram straight for the front gate. Their collective shout surges like a shockwave. The ram smashes into the gate with a single brutal impact, blasting the structure into splintered fragments. Ragna announces the breach, his voice cutting through dust and chaos, and orders the Imperial army to surge through. The soldiers pour in, a flood of steel and momentum. After fleeing long enough from the arrow fire, which finally subsides, Yuri pulls his reins taut and halts, signaling his troops to stop as well. He listens, beneath the fading echoes of battle, and recognizes the distant crash of Ragna's assault pounding through the camp's front gate. With their tension easing only slightly, Yuri declares that their role as bait is complete and that they should regroup with the main force, until a voice challenges him. He turns and sees Sir Jose with the Bruisen soldiers. Jose argues that since the front gate is already under attack, the orcs must be stretched thin. In this state, they can collapse the enemy faster by attacking from behind. Yuri almost laughs at the boldness of it, acknowledging the idea's brilliance, but raising his hand toward the enemy's rear wall. They lack a battering ram, and that section of the camp is fortified with heavy defensive structure. Jose only gives a low, amused sound as he grips the hilt of his greatsword. Mana coils around the blade, rising in a thick current as he says they do not always need siege weapons. With his mana fully awakened, he steps off his horse, resting the enormous sword against his shoulder as he walks toward the wall. Yuri watches him with a mix of admiration and unease. Incredible, he thinks. Jose tightens both hands on the sword and channels even more mana into it, gathering it until the ground itself trembles beneath his stance. He twists his torso back, building force. Then he swings, an immense downward strike that erupts with crushing impact. The ground splits open as mana surges forward in a straight, devastating torrent. Yuri sees it and thinks of a tsunami exploding from the earth. The surge slams into the enemy's rear barricade, pulverizing it into debris. Dust and shattered stone burst outward, filling the air with a choking haze. Dark shapes of stunned orcs waver inside the cloud. As the air clears, one orc warrior catches sight of the destruction and begins shouting in its own tongue. Yuri does not wait. He drives his horse inside and throws a sharp commendation to Jose for the feat inside. Yuri moves so fast the air splits. The orc calling the alarm loses its head in a single blinding cut. Yuri halts immediately afterward, raises his voice with a cold, commanding force, and orders the Briol army to advance. He levels his blood-slicked sword at the field ahead and declares that this is their moment. He rides toward a barricade the orcs hastily formed and commands his army to clear the path. As he and his knights approach, They leap their mounts over it. In midair, Yuri urges them to carve their strength into the orcs' very spirits. On the far side, orcs brace with spears thrust upward. Yuri tells his soldiers to show not only the allied forces' power, but Briol's own might. Before the orcs can strike upward, one knight vaults ahead and carves through every spearhead in a shattering flash. The knights land cleanly. Upon touching the ground, Sir Jared raises his sword high and charges with booming conviction for Briol. Laurent, beside Yuri, watches Jared with surprise. Yuri notices the sudden fire in Jared, more intense than usual, and that flicker of competitiveness sparks in Laurent. He slides his own sword free and launches forward, calling back that he has no choice but to match Jared. Yuri calls after him in disbelief, Laurent? Though the word folds silently into his own breath. Jared reaches the front where orcs ride monstrous beasts. He keeps charging, then abruptly hurls himself off his steed, twisting through the air. The orcs look up, stunned. He lands on one knee, expression unwavering, his sword having cleaved an orc cleanly in half mid-descent. He erupts into motion again, piercing his blade through another orc's skull. With blood running down his arm, he thrusts his other hand skyward and roars instantly for Prince Yuri Briol. Jose, soaked in orc blood, spots Jared and gives a sharp laugh of exhilaration, thinking how Briol's soldiers keep stealing every dramatic moment. The troops around him shout with rising fervor, and Jose plunges back into carnage, ordering the Bruisin soldiers to intensify their advance. They cannot lose to Briol. As the clash drags forward, Yuri notes that their push is working. The orc defense is thin, momentum swings to their favor. But unease gathers in his chest. Strange, he thinks. The orcs' main force hasn't appeared. They should already be inside the camp. The answer arrives like a dark tide. Orcfuls flood out in overwhelming numbers, marching with brutal discipline. The moment they enter the fray, they cut down soldiers instantly, slaughtering, maiming, crushing men who scream in terror as the wave hits. Knights continue charging, unaware, until someone finally recognizes them and shouts a warning. The Orcful are here. Those who reach the Orcful before hearing that warning die without landing even a single blow. Jared, still mounted, watches bodies fall in grisly succession. Panic flares through him as he wonders what is happening and why so many Orcful are here. In that moment of confusion, an Orcful barrels toward him, killing the soldier in front of him with a single ruthless strike before aiming its next attack at Laurent. The creature looms over Jared, lifting an axe for a killing blow while growling low enough to vibrate the air. Only then does Jared truly register the threat. His breath seizes. Damn, he got me. But Yuri crashes into the scene with a blistering charge, shouting at Jared to get himself together as he intercepts the Orcful strike. Steel clashes with massive force, throwing sparks across the battlefield. Seeing Yuri standing between him and death, Jared manages only a breathless, "Your Highness," a thought trembling in his mind. Yuri glances back sharply and asks if Jared plans to die after telling heroic stories only once. He orders Jared to reset his stance immediately, and Jared snaps into readiness with renewed resolve. Yuri and the Orcful collide again, blades and muscle tearing the air in violent arcs. In the middle of the struggle, Yuri flicks his gaze sideways. Jared meets it instantly. The shared signal passes in a heartbeat. They strike together. Yuri severs the Orcful's arm. Jared cuts through its leg. The monster collapses face first with a thunderous crash. Jared releases a long breath and apologizes. "I'm sorry, Your Highness." Yuri doesn't look at him, eyes pinned on the battlefield's chaos, telling him to keep his guard raised. Then Yuri's gaze snaps toward a hut at the far side of the camp. Something curdles in his chest. There's more, something worse. Inside, a horror waits. An orc holds a soldier's severed head as if it were nothing more than a trophy. Behind it, multiple corpses lie torn apart with deliberate cruelty. The orc steps toward the hut's exit, its presence leaking a suffocating, ominous pressure. This orc, still clutching the head, is Karui, leader of the camp. The battle rages with brutal intensity as Jose shouts that the enemy formation is broken, and he commands the soldiers to push them down, ordering the men of Bruisin not to let the Briols outdo them. Prince Yuri and Jared both sense the sudden pressure swelling from a nearby tent, and Yuri's gaze locks on it as he calls Jared's attention. Before Yuri even asks, Jared answers that he feels it too, then questions whether Yuri intends to head there. Yuri affirms that he does and tells Jared to follow, declaring that they are entering that tent together. As they race toward it, Jared addresses him as His Highness and asks if he thinks the main force has already faced whatever waits inside. Yuri replies that they can only hope they aren't too late, that the main force might still be holding on, yet his thought cuts short as a soldier's body violently hurtles out of the hut toward them. They strain to dodge, and the body flies past and crashes into the camp wall with a thunderous bang. An orc's mighty leg then stomps the ground from inside, the impact deep and jarring. Using that momentum, the orc hurls itself upward in a single explosive leap. It shoots past Yuri and Jared with terrifying speed. Jared blinks, unable to understand what just passed them, but Yuri frowns and curses. The orc's burst doesn't end. It charges straight toward the soldiers fighting behind them, axe raised. Reaching the group, it steps, leaps again, and hangs poised for a devastating strike. The soldiers only stare, unprepared. Yuri shouts for Briol's soldiers to dodge. Before landing, the orc clamps its axe with both hands, twists, and crashes down at their center. In a single vicious circular arc, it murders 4 soldiers. Its axe hangs dripping with their blood, its eyes glinting with a cold hunger for death. In another blur of motion, more soldiers collapse around it, cut down before anyone can process the movement. The orc now stands at the center of a silent ring of corpses. Jared watches Yuri tighten his grip on his sword. Jared stiffens and calls to him, but Yuri responds only by commanding all soldiers to step back. Fury coils inside him as he locks his gaze on Kurui. He repeats the command, insisting all soldiers withdraw, because in this state, he knows he will not be holding back. He walks forward and stops close to Kurui. The orc turns, its stare a direct proclamation of death. Panic spikes in Jared, and he cries out for his highness. Jose suddenly arrives behind Jared and tells him not to waste his time calling, explaining that Prince Yuri probably can't hear anything right now. Jared turns, recognizes Jose, and addresses him, while Jose keeps his eyes fixed ahead, stating that he will fight with the prince. Yuri raises his sword high, his entire body braced for a heavy strike. He swings, and Kurui meets the attack with a blinding clash of mana and metal sparks. For a moment, they remain locked, gazes frozen in cold hostility. Then Kurui bursts with raw strength, overpowering the bind and forcing Yuri backward. Yuri lands and slides across the dirt, driving his sword into the ground to halt himself. He acknowledges grimly that if even one of Kurui's strikes connects, he will be on the ground immediately. But a greatsword suddenly drops in front of him, and he pauses, trying to grasp the situation. Looking up, he sees Jose, weapon in hand, and calls to him. Jose chuckles lightly, remarking that Yuri seemed to be in trouble. With focus fixed ahead, he rests his greatsword on his shoulder and tells Yuri that he will assist. Yuri accepts gratefully. As they prepare, Jose watches Yuri from behind and sinks into thought. His mind conjures the image of a female wolf standing between danger and her pups, eyes fierce, cornered, protective. He recognizes that look now in Yuri, a young warrior who has erased fear from his heart. Yuri takes his stance, and the pressure around him sharpens. Jose realizes that despite Yuri's youth, he understands the true nature of war. Kurui grins, amused by the challenge, and crooks a finger toward them in provocation. Yuri glances back and signals Jose, who nods. In the next heartbeat, both charge with blinding speed. Jose advancing on Kurui's left, Yuri slightly behind on the right. Jose reaches Kurui first and swings with raw power and mana. Kurui meets the strike head-on, stopping the greatsword with brutal precision. He tightens his grip, forcing pressure downward, but Jose counters with equal force, and their weapons free themselves with a crashing recoil. Jose locks eyes with Kurui and grasps fully the monstrosity he is up against. They trade a flurry of strikes, rapid, violent, unyielding, neither giving ground. Yuri seizes the opening and charges from behind, aiming to cut Kurui down unnoticed. But just as his blade is about to connect, Kurui, still battling Jose, twists out of range. Yuri is left stunned. Kurui immediately grabs Yuri's shoulder with his free hand and flings him away while still holding Jose's sword at bay. Jose shouts in alarm as Yuri crashes. Right after throwing Yuri, Kurui notices his own palm bleeding, confused by the injury. Yuri rises from the dirt with a smile, blood trickling from his mouth. He gathers the blood and spits it aside, asking Kurui if he has figured it out. Adjusting his armor with a lingering smile, he says that even though the cut is small, it should be annoying enough for Kurui. He asks if the orc agrees. Kurui shows irritation, and Yuri continues, declaring that their knights will surely wipe out Kurui's proud orcvals. Sword raised, excitement flickering through him, he invites Kurui to see how long he can withstand both him and Jose. Jose, equally ready, steadies his blade with anticipation. They surge forward together, mana roaring around them. Kurui braces and swings his axe. He catches both attacks, Jose's with the axe, Yuri's with his bare hand. But the pressure overwhelms him, his body trembling as he strains. A moment later, Kurui abandons the bind and unleashes a roar that vibrates through the air. An ominous force spreads outward. Clouds above him darken instantly, rumbling with unnatural sound. Jose freezes, stunned, demanding to know what is happening. Yuri feels it as well, frowning as he grits his teeth, irritated by this foul energy. Kurui, now cloaked in dark smoke, grins with glowing red eyes. The muscles along his body swell as the energy pulses around him. Yuri senses something unsettlingly familiar. He shouts for Jose to fall back, but he is a heartbeat too late. Kurui sweeps a vicious arc across Jose's chest, drawing blood. Yuri cries out for Jose, voice sharp with panic, and shouts for him to dodge. As Jose staggers, Kurui raises his axe high, aiming to finish him. But Jose lifts his head, fury burning in his gaze, and declares inwardly that he is not going down here. Kurui strikes, and Jose meets the descending axe with his mana-charged sword. Their weapons lock again, Kurui pressing with dark-enhanced strength, while Jose struggles to withstand the weight. With a burst of energy, Jose breaks the bind just as Yuri leaps above Kurui, poised for a strike. Kurui pivots and blocks Yuri's attack with his axe, locking blades again. Yuri disengages with a jump, and Kurui's counterstrike buries into the ground. Yuri asks if Jose is alright, and Jose answers that he is fine, that he can still fight. The two stand at a close distance from Kurui, assessing the situation. From observation, Jose states that ever since the black smoke appeared, Kurui's physical abilities have increased drastically. Yuri confirms that he saw it too, though he notes inwardly that the sensation is identical to the one he felt from the Phantom Sorcerer before. But confusion knits through him, because Hernando should be dispelling the black magic right now. This leaves him questioning what is happening, especially as dead orcs begin rising, shrouded in the same black smoke. Above them all, horrific, dark, menacing figure with glowing red eyes hangs invisible in the air. The cloud mass above the battlefield suddenly darkens as rumbling lightning coils through it, thunder pounding like a war drum. Orc warriors that should be dead rise again, their bodies stiff and wrong, their eyes glowing a violent red that burns with something feral. Weapons clutched in their hands, they move with jerking purpose and tilt their heads to the sky, releasing guttural growls that shake the air. From that cry, their torn flesh begins to contort and stitch itself together, wounds pulling closed with grotesque, crawling motion. One of them lurches toward an injured Briol soldier who lies sprawled on the ground, the man desperately trying to crawl back as terror takes his breath. The orc towers over him, raising its axe high, intent on ending the life that can only release one last scream of pure fear. Prince Yuri Briol immediately abandons the unified attack he and Jose are pressing against Kurui. The moment he hears that scream, he charges toward it, calling over his shoulder that he is leaving this part to Jose. Jose answers that he understands. Yuri reaches the soldier and intercepts the axe just before it falls, steel clashing in a sharp blast. The soldier stares up, stunned and overwhelmed, calling his highness with shaking relief. The orc forces more strength into the locked weapons, driving Yuri down inch by inch. Yuri grits his teeth, a low growl rumbling in his throat as he braces himself. In the next instant, he twists his sword with practiced precision, grinding metal against metal until he breaks free of the axe's lock. With that opening, he slashes in a clean, decisive arc, sharp, swift, unforgiving, and carves a large X across the orc's chest. The creature shrieks as thick blood pours from the wound. But black smoke immediately begins streaming out of its body. Yuri lifts his arm to shield himself, grunting against the suffocating pressure of it. As he does, something catches his eye. He stares closely. Inside the gaping X he carved, a dark figure watches him from within the orc's chest, its eyes glowing red with vile intensity. A moment later, a hand pushes through the torn flesh, black blood oozing around it. Then a head follows, and the thing drags the rest of its body out of the orc's torso. Yuri stands frozen before this impossible sight, mind racing. Regeneration? Sorcery? What in the world is this? The newly emerged orc-like figure extends its hand toward him, releasing an overwhelming wave of black smoke from its palm. The energy surges around Yuri before he fully understands what is happening. When he sees it coil around his neck, realization strikes, and he curses under his breath, jaw clenched. Darkness swallows him whole. In that void, a massive entity with a single giant eyeball stares down into his own, its presence drowning him in an aura far more ominous and suffocating than anything he felt before. Instinctively, he names it black magic. Before he can think further, a familiar voice cuts through the dark, calling his name. Yuri turns and sees his brother from his past life, injured and dying exactly as he last remembered him. His brother asks why Yuri is alive, why only he survived, and the accusation stings like a blade twisting in a wound. More figures appear, dead soldiers, families, friends from his former life, encircling him as the black smoke binds him at the center. Their voices echo endlessly. Your Highness, I want to live, please, save me. Yuri, why did you leave us to survive alone? It is your fault our kingdom fell. How shameless of you to live on. Their hands crawl up his face, which has transformed into the version of himself just before his death in that previous life. Their voices continue to tear at him. One tells him he is the Briol family's heir, its embarrassment. Another reminds him he ran away, abandoning his honor and responsibility. His face shifts again, this time the face of his younger self, while their hands cling harder, repeating that he ran from his duty, yet still dares to bear the Briol name. The noise builds and builds until it threatens to crush him. The darkness presses in. His eyes begin to shut, and then the massive eyeball above him speaks his full name, Yuri Briol, and tells him nothing can be changed. This is his fate. But just when the darkness seems ready to swallow him whole, something inside him snaps. He erupts against it, breaking through the suffocating black with a violent shove of will, muttering that this is bullshit. The ground beneath him cracks as he plants his foot, standing tall with his sword drawn. In this void, facing the giant eye, he asks it if it really believes in predetermined fate. He raises his sword, mana gathering along its blade, and two figures appear beside him, his past self on the right, his younger self on the left, each placing a hand on his weapon. His past self stares up at the giant eye and asks if it even knows what era they live in now. Mana flares brighter. His younger self scoffs at the entity, asking if it still clings to that fate nonsense. Outside this closed space, the orc that trapped him watches as light begins to shine from inside the darkness. The creature trembles as the light intensifies. Then a sudden burst of brilliance splits the void open. Inside, Yuri stands mid-swing, the slash creating an opening through the darkness that reaches the space where the orc Sherman waits. He dives through the cut and lands on one knee, sword ready. Without waiting to rise fully, he launches forward in a single explosive burst. The orc Sherman reacts instantly, firing multiple streams of black smoke toward him. Yuri leaps high, the smoke tearing open the ground where he just stood. Mid-air, he sweeps his sword in a wide mana-infused arc. The mana alone slices the air and severs a deep gash into Orc Sherman's body. He lands in front of the creature as its wound begins to spill. A beat later, the entire dark dimension cracks and collapses, revealing the bright sky as the illusion shatters. Yuri stands once more in reality, facing the heavily wounded Orc Sherman, a massive cut running from its shoulder to its waist. The creature remains upright only for a moment, blood pooling from its mouth as breaths hitch painfully in its chest. Then it collapses face first at Yuri's feet. From its body, Yuri sees the black energy fade away. His eyes widen. This is his chance. He turns and shouts for his knights and soldiers, declaring that the orc's sorcery is broken. Across the battlefield, the orcvils feel the power drained from them. They grunt in confusion and rage as Yuri orders a full advance. Briol forces surge forward with renewed strength. The clash between Jose and Kurui roars on, the ring of Jose's great sword against Kurui's axe shaking the air. The sound makes Yuri turn sharply. Jose is still holding strong, but Yuri notices something wrong. Kurui's grin widening as he pulls back his free fist, gathering power. In one brutal motion, Kurui drives his fist into Jose's gut and lifts him off the ground. Blood spews from Jose's mouth, agony contorting his face. Yuri freezes, horrified, eyes locked on the scene. Jose crashes to the ground with a heavy thud, and Yuri shouts his name, voice cracking with urgency. Kurui lifts his axe, delighted, preparing the finishing blow. Yuri launches forward, screaming for him to stop. Jose lifts his head with the last of his strength, blood running down his chin, and stutters a desperate warning, telling Yuri not to come near. Kurui's grin widens as he brings the axe down, thrilled by the kill he expects. Yuri reaches them in time to stand between Jose and death, but not fast enough to raise his sword. Planting his feet, he steals his heart. He won't run away anymore. Kurui fills Yuri's vision, the only thing reflected in his irises. Yuri vows inwardly that until the moment he dies, he will keep his eyes forward. A violent spray of blood explodes through the air. Kurui's axe-wielding arm spins away, severed cleanly before the creature even understands what happened. Only when the limb flies past his face does Kurui register the loss, screaming as blood gushes from the stump. Yuri jerks in shock, turning to the side, and recognizes the man who saved him. The man smiles proudly at him, teasing that Yuri is quite a cool guy, isn't he? Yuri can only stare in disbelief. Still smiling, the man steps in front of him to face Kurui directly and adds that he really does like how cool Yuri is. With a single swing, the man's blade shears Kurui's arm clean off in a violent burst of blood. He straightens, flicking the sword sharply to cast the blood aside. A heartbeat later, Kurui collapses to his knees, bellowing as he clutches the severed limb, rage and pain twisting his mangled body. With Kurui's head now within reach, the man steps in and seizes him by the horn. He drags Kurui's face close, his gaze burning into him as he orders him to shut his mouth, resentment rising as he tells Kurui that he never even fed him properly while he was his prisoner. Behind them, Prince Yuri watches the scene unfold and tries to identify the stranger. He notes the foreign accent, the sturdy build, details that sharpen his suspicion. Then he sees the man lift his sword for a finishing strike, and he recognizes a movement that is nothing like their styles, an oriental sword technique, fluid and foreign. As the pattern of the swordplay becomes unmistakable, Yuri pieces it together and begins to speak, certain he knows who the man must be. But his thought breaks off as he witnesses the final graceful arc of the blade cleaving cleanly through Kurui's neck. Blood erupts from the stump in a horrific fountain while the man walks away, back turned to the corpse, Kurui's head gripped in his hand. Watching that cold departure, Yuri recognizes inwardly that this is the very man he has been searching for. A short distance away, the man stops and looks at him. The glare jolts Yuri's chest. He turns fully to face him and, expression rigid, tells Yuri he stepped forward only because Yuri did something impressive, but that same act has now thrown several things off for him. His tone sharpens as he prepares to explain that just moments ago but Yuri refuses to let him finish. He cuts in, bowing deeply, thanking him loudly for saving his life. The man stares back in confusion as Yuri barrels on, praising his ability to fell an orc commander in a single strike, praising his powerful presence, his handsome face, his extraordinary skill. The man tries again to speak, but Yuri gives him no opening. He leans in closer, insisting he must be the famous foreigner, one of the 10 strongest on the continent, and demands confirmation. The man gives Yuri a suspicious look as Yuri's face hovers too near, asking what exactly Yuri is trying to say. Yuri answers plainly. He knows the man allowed himself to be captured by the orcs for a purpose. With a faint smile, Yuri states that purpose must involve targeting Okwa, the king of orcs, so he proposes they work together. The man only watches him, amused, and murmurs a quiet, "Oh." After Kurui's death, the orcs lose the will to fight. A massive slaughter follows. Once most of the orcs in the barracks lie dead, Ragna mounts Kurui's severed head upon a spear. In Yuri's previous life, the Allied forces never achieved such a grand victory. Now history shifts. Later that evening, Yuri finally returns to his tent, armor soaked with orc blood, limbs heavy with exhaustion. Jared greets him respectfully as "Your Highness" and commends his performance. Inside the tent, Yuri wipes the blood from his face with a damp cloth and asks for the damage report. Jared explains that the numbers are still being compiled, though the losses do not seem too severe. But more pressing, he says, is the number of soldiers left mentally withered after witnessing the inside of Kurui's barracks. Yuri grows quiet, then acknowledges that such trauma is understandable. His thoughts drift to Sitter, to the memory of human women imprisoned by orcs, forced to birth orc children, praying for death. The recollection tells him Kurui's barracks may have been even worse. With a grim breath, he orders Jared to tend to the shaken soldiers carefully, ensuring their spirits do not fracture further. Jared answers crisply. Yuri then asks about the foreigner. Jared replies that all requests from the foreigner have been granted, just as ordered, and then lists the man's endless complaints. Always hungry, always uncomfortable, claiming the soup is too salty. He finished a meal, took a bath, shaved, and immediately began eating again. A total nuisance, Jared insists. He continues explaining how the foreigner demanded Salter's soup, received it, then flipped the table in anger, and refuses to eat unless he has at least 5 plates in front of him. Yuri listens, resigning himself. He tells Jared he will deal with the man personally and asks where he is. Jared answers that he is probably by the central campfire. Later, beneath the night sky, flames crackle in the fire pit. The foreigner sits before it, surrounded by empty plates, chewing steadily. When he hears a voice remark on finding him, he glances back, then returns to the fire. Yuri approaches and asks if he enjoyed the meal, and the foreigner, still chewing, mutters that it wasn't bad. When he finally finishes all of it, he taps his stomach, exhales with satisfaction, and murmurs that it was good. Yuri waits a moment, then tells him that if he is finished, there are things he would like to ask, but the foreigner halts him, insisting he will ask first. His tone hardens in an instant as he demands to know how Yuri cut down that orc sorcerer. Yuri stutters, beginning to explain, but the foreigner rises sharply, cutting him off. He reminds Yuri that he claimed to know the foreigner's goal and demands the full truth. Standing to his full height, he grips his sword hilt and begins to draw it, eyes locked onto Yuri. Depending on the answer, he declares, Yuri might die by his hand. Yuri swallows hard, nerves tightening as he notes how suddenly fluent the man becomes when serious. He gathers himself and answers honestly. He does not fully know how he did it. All he knows is that his mana method reacted, and the sorcerer fell. The foreigner asks if by mana method he means the inner energy cultivation technique. Yuri does not answer verbally. Instead, he releases his mana, letting it wrap his body in a dense, vivid aura. With a steady expression, he declares that this is the mana method he inherited from his ancestor, Eric Bryall. The foreigner studies him in silence, gaze narrowing with focused intensity. Then he looks away and murmurs that it seems they were destined to meet. Confused, Yuri asks what he means. The foreigner explains that Yuri's cultivation technique and his ancestor's name are special. Suddenly, the foreigner clasps his fist to his palm and bows. As the last direct disciple and sect leader of the Changxiang sect, he offers his respects to the descendant of the ancient benefactor, declaring that the sect has never forgotten its friendship with the heaven-crushing swordsman. Yuri freezes in shock, stammering the word benefactor. The man tells him not to be so surprised. It is all just the past. He explains that Yuri's ancestor, Eric Bryall, was known among them as the heaven-crushing swordsman, a friend to the Changxiang sect leader of the time, and a crucial ally in destroying the demonic cult. Yuri, bewildered, asks what the demonic cult is, and the foreigner explains soberly, practitioners of human sacrifice. Those of the Changxiang sect exorcise such evil by eliminating all who walk the demonic path. And the reason he is here now is to cut down the ominous star that has appeared in the west. Yuri notes inwardly how fluent the man becomes whenever the topic turns serious. Setting that aside, he turns over the explanation and begins to understand. The foreigner sighs, stating that his sect has long since fallen, and Yuri realizes that this mission, to exorcise evil, is why the man was so obsessed with killing Okwa in the previous life. He decides he cannot send such a precious resource off on his own. Speaking clearly, he proposes they go together. The foreigner turns sharply, asking what he means. Yuri explains, the Bryal family will grant him the status of honorary knight. He asks him to join the allied forces and pursue his purpose through them. The foreigner grows quiet, weighing the offer. Yuri presses deeper, tempting him, food, baths, anything he needs. With knighthood, no one would dare look down on him. The foreigner begins imagining wealth and gold as Yuri adds another promise. When the war ends, he will arrange a position for him in a large-scale merchant union. The foreigner murmurs a reverent, "Oh," transfixed by the words large-scale merchant union. He snaps out of it with a cough and says that if Yuri insists, he will accept. But then he points directly at Yuri, making him tense. The foreigner states he has one condition. He has taken a liking to Yuri. Therefore, from now on, Yuri must call him teacher. Yuri stares, stunned, barely forming the word what. With a bright, confident grin, the foreigner declares that starting today, Yuri will be the Chongseong sect's unofficial disciple. Yuri stands frozen, utterly dumbfounded, mouth hanging open as no words come to him. The foreigner points at Yuri with a smug smile and declares that, starting today, Yuri will become their sect's unofficial disciple. The words hit Yuri before he can form a response, leaving him staring in blank confusion as he tries to understand what he just heard. He echoes the title back, unofficial disciple, still trying to grasp it, and the foreigner waves a hand as if the question irritates him, thinking that he really should be getting paid for placing Yuri in such a position. But since this is a special occurrence, Yuri should be thankful. Yuri forces an uneasy laugh, thanks him, and admits that he already has a teacher. He names the Sword Demon, the infamous Sword Demon, and the foreigner's expression tightens in immediate displeasure. He snaps that Yuri can be his disciple and the Sword Demons at the same time. With exaggerated indignation, the foreigner folds his arms, looks away like a sulking child, and mutters that Yuri has no idea how priceless his time is. Then he swings back toward him and adds that he also needs to meet the commander of this allied force, so Yuri should guide him. Yuri can only blink and murmur pardon. The foreigner reminds him that he said he would help achieve his goal, and since there is something Yuri needs to know about the orcs, they should move. Time slips by, and evening fades away. Later that same night, someone in Supreme Commander Ragna's tent repeats the foreigner's earlier explanation. Human sacrifices, huh? Ragna sits behind his desk, fingers interlocked as he fixes a sharp gaze on the foreigner and asks if this orc named Okwa is truly sacrificing humans. Sitting across the table from Yuri, the foreigner answers that the orcs are indeed offering human lives for their sorcery. Human sacrifice is proof that Okwa is already corrupted. The words make Yuri recall the last battle, and he explains that during that fight, the enemy orcs' combat strength spiked for a brief moment, and they concluded that sorcery was the cause. He continues, speaking while Ragna falls into thought, saying that if the orcs have the proper conditions to continue using sorcery, they will need countermeasures. Ragna mutters that the orcs are doing terrible things. The foreigner, annoyed, adds that this is why he disguised himself as a sacrifice, to get close to Okwa. Turning directly to Ragna, he complains that they all ruined his plan. Yuri stiffens at the foreigner's tone toward the Supreme Commander and quickly intervenes, addressing Ragna as commander and explaining that the foreigner has decided to cooperate with them this time. With the tension defused, Yuri continues, saying the foreigner's goal is to eliminate Okwa, so he is certain the foreigner will be of great help to the allied forces. Ragna stays silent, hand on his chin, sinking deeper into contemplation. Yuri watches him drift away into thought, calls out Your Highness, and Ragna snaps back. Ragna straightens, folds his arms, and says he understands. He will have his men investigate methods to fight against the sorcery. Then he turns to Yuri and says he'll leave the foreigner to him. Yuri answers with gratitude, thinking that many things happened, but he managed to bring the foreigner into the allied forces. As Yuri steadies himself, Ragna suddenly calls his name again. Anyway, Yuri. He mentions hearing that Prince Yuri Briol has been bringing a half-orc with him. Yuri answers without hesitation that this is correct. Ragna sighs and looks away, then back again with visible concern. He says he has left the captured half-orcs in Graham's care, but there has been much debate about how they should handle them. He asks Yuri to make that decision. Later that night, beneath the bright moon outside the camp, Yuri walks alone past the area where the captured half-orcs are kept. He studies them and thinks that while it is not a bad thing that Ragna trusts him, the situation feels as though Ragna simply pushed this burden onto him because he didn't want to handle it himself. A cold sweat gathers at Yuri's back as the thought settles. A sudden shout cuts through the quiet. Then, are we just going to let Briol outdo us? Yuri turns instantly toward the voice. Two knights argue in the distance. One glares at the other in frustration, demanding why he is being so stubborn. Looking toward the half-orcs, he insists that if they use them, their empire will have the greatest number of orc language interpreters. The other knight, more solemn, reminds him that many survivors suffered horrors at the hands of these very half-orcs. With several trembling victims standing behind him, he argues that they have to listen to the victims as well. Don't you think? The first knight pushes back, saying they can't just give up such an opportunity, completely ignoring the fear of the victims beside him. Yuri steps forward from the shadows with a sigh, understanding the root of the argument, and tells them that's why they're fighting. His voice halts their bickering. He asks the first knight directly if he can truly guarantee that those half-orcs will be useful on the battlefield. The knight bristles and insists that of course they will. He thumps his chest and claims they are docile, aren't they? And if they teach them enough, they can become useful. Yuri's voice drops, cold and sharp. Really? He then asks whether, in an emergency, the knight can entrust his own life to these half-orcs. The knight falters, words caught in his throat. Yuri glances at the imprisoned half-orcs and states that on the battlefield, one needs someone they can trust with their back, someone they can depend on when they are at their most vulnerable. The knight can no longer speak. Yuri leaves him behind and approaches the victims. One woman jolts at his presence, staring up at him in alarm. Yuri meets her gaze with quiet calm and asks if she can tell them what she witnessed. When she hesitates, he asks specifically about how the orcs treated humans who could not defend themselves. She begins trembling. Her teeth grit as hatred rises in her throat. She speaks. Her little sister, unable to move due to an injury, and then she remembers. Her voice cracks as she says her sister was ripped apart. The memory drags her back into that nightmare. She recalls her sister's body scattered in pieces. She recalls another woman holding her as she shook, both of them forced to watch while the orcs tore her sister as easily as tearing the wings off an insect. She remembers their laughter, the cruel delight they took in the screams. To them, her sister was nothing more than entertainment. Tears fall down her cheeks as she faces Yuri again, trembling, and she cries out that this is what the orcs truly are. Yuri places a steadying hand on her shoulder, speaking gently as he asks her name and where she is from. She answers that her name is Jane and she comes from Sitter. He studies her quietly. Her gaze then shifts to his hair color. She recognizes it and asks if he is a prince of Brial. He answers simply, yes. Her eyes burn with rage as she begs him to avenge them. Yuri, anger rising within him, promises that she has his word. Still standing before her, Yuri calls for Sir Graham. Graham responds immediately. Yuri declares that today, he stands as the Prince of Brial rather than a commander of the Allied forces. With the women watching, he states that those vermin murdered the innocent people of his country and left scars that cannot be erased. Granting value to those who trampled on humans, there is no need to even consider such a thought. His fury surges as he says that the orcs will never change. He stands tall and declares that they should kill them all, every single one. Graham places a hand over his chest and bows deeply, vowing that with the authority bestowed by His Highness, he will dispose of the half-orcs. That night, a gentle breeze moves through the camp. Early the next morning, the watch-post horn blares across the camp, signaling the sighting of orcs. Knights and soldiers rush to arms, shouting that the orcs are approaching. The first to appear are the orc messengers with flags tied to their backs. They ride boldly in small numbers atop their beasts toward the allied camp. Someone mutters in shock, wondering what they are plotting. A soldier reports to Ragna that the orcs claim they have come to negotiate. Ragna repeats the word in disbelief. The soldier confirms it. Your Highness, yes, saying the orcs demand that they open their gates, claiming they have something to give. Ragna's face twists in fury as he demands what they are plotting now. Moments later, he orders the gate opened. The soldiers obey, pulling it wide. The orcville ride in without hesitation. The orcville remains mounted atop its beast and stares down at Ragna, standing beside it. It then grins broadly while staring down, while Ragna and Yuri stand together, unflinching, their hard focus fixed on the messenger. The envoy orcvilles stand together after arriving in the Allied forces camp, murmuring among themselves in their guttural tongue. Around them, soldiers and knights watch with open hostility, disgust radiating from every rigid posture and narrowed gaze. Inside one of the command tents, Supreme Commander Ragna sits behind his desk, a letter spread open in his hands. Prince Yuri Briol stands across from him, posture straight, expression sharp. Yuri addresses him as Your Highness and asks if he may inquire what this is about. Ragna answers without looking up, calling Yuri's name with a voice weighed down by exhaustion, the contents of the letter clearly draining him. He lowers the parchment at last and asks Yuri why he thinks himself became the commander of the Allied forces. The nature of the question gives Yuri pause, and he asks for clarification. After a moment, Yuri answers that it must be because Ragna is adept in war tactics. Ragna straightens and tells him that he is not talking about the obvious reasons. Yuri studies him closely now and asks if Ragna is referring to a political reason. After a brief silence, Ragna lowers his gaze and admits that he does not know whether Yuri is aware of it, but he is not on good terms with the Emperor. He raises his head again, authority returning to his voice, and explains that as a prince of the empire with strength befitting that position, it would seem reasonable for him to be supreme commander of the allied forces. Yet he immediately adds that the empire's affairs are never that simple. Whenever things appear logical, the emperor's scheming lurks behind them. Of course, if they win, Ragnar will be praised across the continent as a hero. It is a brilliant path, one guaranteed to earn admiration and support. But with a tired sigh, he leans back against his chair and says that this is only true if they win. Yuri watches him in silence, eyes calculating. In his previous life, Ragnar bore the blame for the allied forces' failure and was forced to surrender his political power. The emperor seized full control of the empire, exactly as planned. The allied forces were formed with failure already decided, and in the end, Ragnar was discarded. After a moment, Yuri lifts his gaze and asks if Ragnar believes this entire campaign is a trap. Ragnar extends the letter toward him and tells him to read it. Yuri takes it, and the moment his eyes scan the contents, his body jolts. His breath catches, and his words die in his throat. The emperor has made a secret pact with Okwa. Do not become a pointless scapegoat. Retreat. Yuri steadies himself, staring at the letter as the implication sinks in. The outcome of this war was decided from the very beginning. Anger tightens his expression as he realizes how filthy the game truly is. Ragnar explains that the letter supposedly comes from an anonymous organization opposing Okwa, and that everything points to a prearranged setup. The allied forces were never meant to return alive. Ragnar finishes and asks Yuri what he thinks, but Yuri remains motionless, thoughts sealed away in a quiet void. At last, Yuri addresses him as Your Highness and asks if he may dare to offer a proposal. Ragnar folds his arms and tells him to proceed. In the next instant, Ragnar's eyes widen in shock and excitement as Yuri steps forward and crushes the letter beneath his heel. With an unwavering expression, Yuri declares that regardless of whether the letter is genuine or merely another scheme, they must return victorious. He treats it as nothing more than a difficult war becoming slightly more difficult. Ragnar bursts into laughter, loud and unrestrained, as if releasing every burden weighing on him. He plants one hand on the desk as he rises and agrees that Yuri is right. No matter what the emperor is plotting, there is no future for them if they do not return victorious. Straightening, he adds that all that remains is to deal with those who delivered the letter. Yuri calls to him and, wearing a sharp, calculated grin, asks if Ragnar can leave that matter to him. Ragnar answers with a nod and a smile. Outside the tent, the Orkful envoys still stand together, waiting and muttering among themselves. Suddenly, blood sprays across one orc's back, and the one in front jerks in shock. Yuri stands before them, mana surging violently around his body, eyes fixed on them with lethal focus. One of the orcs points at him and shouts something, but Yuri silences him by drawing his sword and telling him to shut the hell up. In a flash too fast to follow, Yuri moves. Light traces of mana carve through the air. When the motion ends, Yuri is crouched in a finishing stance, and the heads of all three Orkfuls tumble from their necks. As the severed heads hit the ground, Yuri rises and flicks his sword to shake off the blood without sparing them a glance. The surrounding knights stare in stunned disbelief. 3 orcs slain in a single strike. One of them thinks in awe that he never knew the Prince of Bryall possessed such skill. Ragnar steps out of the tent and walks past them, smiling as he remarks how impressive it is. He adds that despite Yuri's skill, he is only 18, and quietly notes that Yuri seems to have grown even stronger. A knight hesitates and asks whether Yuri isn't being too extreme. At that moment, the severed heads are impaled on the orcs' flagpoles. Ragnar answers calmly that Yuri made a promise. Yuri ties the flags bearing the heads to the backs of the beasts the orcs rode and sends them away. He watches them depart, rage boiling within him, as Ragnar finishes that Yuri vowed to take revenge and make the orcs pay the price. Later, as the sun sinks toward the horizon, Ragnar stands in an open field with a knight behind him, the breeze brushing past. He orders the knight to bring Eisen. The response comes immediately. Soon after, an elderly man carrying a staff stops behind Ragnar and bows respectfully, asking if he was summoned. He is Eisen, Imperial Court Mage of the Granzayan Empire. Ragnar turns his head slightly and tells him to explain everything he knows about black magic. Eisen repeats the term in surprise. Facing him fully now, Eisen explains that black magic is an obsolete secret art, rarely used and easily dispelled. Ragnar asks what the most terrible black magic is that Eisen knows of. Eisen answers that there were once tales of reviving the dead, though such stories are now dismissed as superstition. Ragnar shocks him by revealing that they have intelligence indicating Okwa is currently immersed in black magic sorcery. He adds that its power is amplified through human sacrifice, something they already witnessed in the last battle. Therefore, it is reasonable to expect the orcs to grow stronger. Eisen considers this and suggests that the orcs may have acquired a forgotten black magic tome of the past. Ragnar repeats the words thoughtfully. Eisen explains that many things across the plains remain undiscovered, including the ancient country of Adelvine, which once stood on this land. He speaks of a product of black magic, one of the 10 strongest beings still guarding that territory, the Death Knight, Gert. Ragna asks what Aizen believes Okwa intends to do with such magic. Aizen admits it is speculation, but believes Okwa intends to summon something. Ragna murmurs the word summon and realizes that Okwa is delaying their march and exhausting his own troops to buy time. Aizen agrees, suggesting Okwa may have found a dungeon within the ruins of the ancient kingdom. Ragna concludes that something dangerous lies beneath. Elsewhere, in a place that matches their fears, night reigns absolute. A faint glow shines from a single staff embedded in an altar-like structure. The light suddenly intensifies, resonating as if awakened, surrounded by piles of dead human skulls. The morning sun rises over the vast plains, its light spilling across broken ancient pillars scattered like the bones of a dead civilization. Upon this land, Prince Yuri Briol rides at the front of the formation, mounted atop his horse with the flag of Briol flying behind him, advancing steadily alongside knights and soldiers marching in disciplined lines. From behind, one of the knights calls out to him, addressing him as Your Highness and reporting that support from the supply unit in Balshad has been cut off. Yuri listens without changing his expression and asks calmly whether that is so. Turning his gaze forward again, he answers that it cannot be helped, reasoning that there must have been many attacks. The knight confirms this and adds that they have been instructed to place greater focus on securing supplies. Yuri touches his chin, thinking that although enough supplies have been stockpiled, the situation is still worse than he anticipated. Looking ahead across the plains, he notes inwardly that this is the deepest part of the region. Now that they are closer to Okwa, it would not be strange for the entire orc force to launch an attack at any moment. If the orcs choose a war of attrition, then they must end this before it reaches that point. Suddenly, the ground trembles. The vibration rolls violently beneath their feet, making the horses rear and shake. Yuri nearly loses his balance, but grits his teeth and yanks the reins tight, forcing both himself and his horse to steady. He immediately turns and shouts a sharp command for everyone to get off their horses. As ordered, he dismounts along with the rest of the army. The soldiers and knights crouch on one knee beside their horses, reins clenched tightly in their hands. Haird, crouched nearby, asks if this is an earthquake out of nowhere, but Yuri answers firmly that it is different. He channels mana into his palm and presses it toward the ground, his expression hardening as realization strikes. Something is, before he can finish the thought, the earth splits apart. A massive structure begins forcing its way upward from beneath the ground. Yuri finishes his realization as the thing continues to rise. Something is rising from underground. The structure emerges fully, towering above them like an ancient watchtower, its stone surface scarred by age, yet standing firm and intact. After some time, Ragna gathers several mages at a distance from the ruin, and they begin casting spells toward it, layers of magic probing its exterior. Someone calls out to Ragna from behind. He turns, curious, and sees Yuri approaching. Acknowledging his presence, Ragna listens as Yuri asks what the ruin is. Ragna turns away from the structure and faces him with a resigned expression, hands folded behind his back, shaking his head as he says they have not found any connection to the orcs. On the surface, it appears no different from an ordinary ruin. He clicks his tongue and admits that it feels strange that they cannot see inside. Yuri immediately suggests that they should go and see for themselves. Smiling, he places a hand over his chest and bows slightly, stating that something is likely hidden inside, given how suddenly it appeared. He laughs lightly and adds that it would be best to confirm it directly. Ragna humors him and agrees. But just as Yuri feels a surge of satisfaction, Ragna tells him to take the Empire's knights. The instruction crushes Yuri's brief excitement. Not long after, several men approach Yuri and address him as Prince, informing him that they have been assigned to serve under him. The knight at the front introduces himself as Rodine, stating that it is a pleasure to meet him and identifying himself as an Empire knight. As Rodine turns to address the others, Jared leans in close and whispers to Yuri, asking if they really have to go with them. Yuri whispers back that he has no choice. Left alone with his thoughts, he reflects that while he must follow orders, he did not expect Ragna to suddenly accompany the Imperial Knights with them. As he mounts his horse to lead the advance, he hopes that Ragna does not have ulterior motives. Soon, they arrive at the very front of the structure. Everyone dismounts. Yuri stands before the door with Jared and Laurent positioned protectively beside him. He remarks that this must be the entrance, though it will not budge. Jared offers to check for nearby devices. They stand on guard, Laurent with his hand resting on his sword hilt, Jared scanning the surroundings, and Yuri stepping closer to the door. Yuri places his hand lightly against it and says that it is fine, that he can simply break it a little. Before he can finish, mana seeps from his body, flowing through his hand and into the wall. Yuri remains focused, keeping his palm pressed against the surface as he gathers strength to force it open. Suddenly, a steady vibration runs through the structure, making his eyes widen in shock. The sealed door, still trembling, begins to slide upward on its own. Everyone freezes. Jared blurts out, asking what Yuri just did, and Yuri answers honestly that he does not know. Peering through the opening, Yuri thinks that he barely touched the door, yet it opened so easily. It feels almost as if the structure was waiting for someone to arrive. With a serious expression, he does not step inside immediately, instead staring into the darkness beyond in deep thought. Then, without hesitation, he steps forward with Jared and Laurent at his side and declares that they are going in. They move deeper into the darkness, footsteps echoing softly against stone, until one of them mutters that it is too dark to see anything. Yuri stops at once and calls Jared's name, asking whether he brought any torches. Jared answers that he did not. Yuri glances back toward the entrance, where the Imperial Knights trail behind them, and thinks that those men likely did not bring any either. He halts abruptly and turns to the side. An unlit lamp hangs from the wall. Reaching toward it, Yuri thinks back to the stone door outside and how it reacted to the way he used mana. If the interior of the ruin is built on the same principle, then he pours mana into the lamp, just as he did before. To his shock, it ignites instantly. Yuri stares at it in stunned disbelief as the light spreads outward. One lamp after another flares to life, illuminating the corridor all the way toward the inner depths of the ruin. Behind him, the knights ask if he has been here before. Yuri answers immediately that of course he has not. Jared stares at him in awe and tells him that he is incredible. Yuri steps away from the lamp and turns to them, telling them they are going deeper. He orders them not to let their guard down. Jared and Laurent answer sharply in unison. The Imperial Knights follow behind in silence, observing closely. Rodine watches Yuri with suspicion, turning over everything he has seen so far in his mind, but he says nothing. As they advance, Yuri's foot crunches against something solid. He looks down and realizes he has stepped on a large bone. Ahead, the passage opens into a clearing where skulls and scattered bones litter the ground. At the far end, slumped before a door, sits a human skeleton clad in armor, unmistakably that of a knight. Everyone stops. Yuri stares and begins to say that this is. Before he can finish, Jared moves forward, saying he will check it first. When Jared reaches the skeleton, he calls out to Yuri, drawing his attention. He strikes the door behind the skeleton and reports that the path is blocked from here. Yuri approaches and crouches beside the remains, examining them closely without touching. He notes that all the surrounding bones are orc skeletons, yet this one is human. Judging from the nearby traces of battle, it appears the knight died while guarding this door. Jared calls out again, saying that the door is not reacting even when mana is injected into it. Yuri looks up and answers that it cannot be helped. They should go back and see if they missed anything. He does not notice the faint mana beginning to rise from the skeleton. He does not see the subtle twitch of its fingers. Instead, he orders them to prepare for any dangers that may arise and asks if they understand. Jared answers yes. In the next instant, the skeleton lunges and grips Yuri's arm. Shock freezes Yuri in place, and Jared recoils in panic. Light erupts from the skeleton, flooding the chamber. Jared shouts in alarm, demanding to know what the hell that thing is, and Laurent cries out Yuri's name. The Imperial Knights rush forward, shouting as they close in. As they converge, the light intensifies, glowing with the same mist-like hue as Yuri's own aura. Yuri grunts and squeezes his eyes shut, raising his free hand to shield himself from the brightness. Still gripping him, the skeleton speaks, its voice resonating directly within him, asking him to please remember. The sound jolts Yuri. He opens his eyes and stares straight into the hollow sockets of the skeleton as the voice echoes again in his head, telling him that this is their salvation.
Yuri stares in fear as the voice from the skeleton rings directly inside his head, pleading with him to remember, repeating itself while the light swells brighter and brighter until the voice declares that this is their salvation. The brilliance engulfs his vision completely, and the world shatters into white. When the light fades, Yuri finds himself standing face to face with his own reflection, his body rendered as a white ghostly form within an unfamiliar place bathed in open daylight beneath a clear sky. Confusion grips him. He turns his head and looks back, recognizing the same towering structure behind him, the very ruin he stood before moments ago, and wonders where exactly this place is. Before he can think further, a young boy runs past him, clutching a stack of books, shouting for his teacher and excitedly calling out for him to take a look at what he has found. Yuri follows the boy with his eyes and watches him stop in front of a knight. The knight smiles warmly and asks where the boy has been. Brimming with energy, the boy answers that he was just reading a book. The sight freezes Yuri. That armor. The knight is wearing the same armor as the skeleton outside. Realization settles heavily in Yuri's chest. He looks around slowly and understands that this place is a memory, the skeleton's memory given form. Leaving behind something like this would require an enormous amount of magic, and Yuri wonders what it is the knight wants to show him. He turns his full attention back to the two figures and focuses on the knight, acknowledging him as the true owner of this memory, then quietly observes as the scene unfolds. The knight tells the boy that they should begin today's lesson and asks whether he did the preparatory work. The boy falls silent, turning his head away awkwardly. Sensing the evasion at once, the knight scolds him, telling him that if he did not do it, he should simply say so, instead of trying to change the subject. The boy, still refusing to meet his gaze, protests that reading books is not fun at all. The knight clicks his tongue twice and asks him how he expects to become a proper hunter with that attitude. Watching the exchange, Yuri smiles faintly, a pang of nostalgia rising within him as it reminds him of Bernard. The knight reaches into a pouch at his side and tells the boy to take a look at this. He pulls out a red gem and holds it close to his face, his expression grim as he explains that this is the orc hunter's mark and that the boy will become a true hunter once he bears it. Yuri recognizes the gem immediately and realizes what its purpose is, thinking that it figures. Before the thought can settle, the boy hesitates and speaks again. He says quietly that he does not even know why they have to kill orcs. Then, straightening with sudden excitement, he suggests that maybe there is a chance they could talk things out instead. The knight does not respond immediately, only staring at the boy with a pained, contemplative expression. After a brief silence, he sighed deeply and tells the boy that it seems time for him to know the truth. The boy listens intently as the knight tells him to listen carefully, then explains that orcs are humans who have been contaminated by black magic. The words fall into the open field like a blade. Silence spreads. The boy stares in shock, and Yuri feels the same disbelief slam into him, his mind reeling as he mutters internally, "What?" The knight continues explaining that long ago there was a noble who was deeply engrossed in murder, killing his own citizens for countless reasons. When murder was eventually prohibited through royal decree, a warlock approached the noble in his despair. The warlock pointed out that the king had forbidden the killing of humans, but had never said that humans could not be turned into something else. The noble was delighted to hear that the warlock could transform humans into beings that were permitted to be killed. He willingly pushed his people into black magic, and those affected by it began to change into something no longer human. Their forms grew grotesque, their minds twisted with hostility toward mankind. Thus were born the humans contaminated by black magic, the orcs known today. Yuri stares down at his own hands, trembling slightly as the weight of the truth crashes into him. Orcs used to be humans. The realization forces another thought upon him. Does that mean the orcs he has killed until now are descendants of those very people? The boy, shaken and frightened, asks whether that warlock was ever punished. The knight shakes his head and answers no, explaining that the warlock had already gone into hiding by the time the noble's crimes were exposed to the world. The boy lowers his head, visibly disheartened, as the knight continues, explaining that people searched desperately for a way to turn the orcs back into humans, but failed. In the end, the kingdom was forced to abandon that hope entirely. The boy tries to speak, choking on the words, unable to finish his thought. The knight meets his gaze steadily and tells him that the duty of hunters is to take those cursed lives and grant them the salvation of rest. Hearing those words, Yuri's thoughts spiral. He wonders if this means that black magic is connected both to the foundation of the power used by the orc's sorcerer and to the human sacrifice the foreigner spoke of. In the next instant, Yuri's ghostly form remains suspended in place while the teacher and the student begin to dissolve into the wind, their figures breaking apart like drifting mist until nothing remains. Confusion tightens around Yuri as the space empties. Then a violent tremor ripples through the entire world. The earth shudders and the vibration passes straight through Yuri's incorporeal body, rattling even his stunned awareness. He watches as the buildings and surrounding structures age before his eyes, stone cracking, edges eroding, time accelerating in an unnatural surge. He understands at once that the flow of time within this memory is changing. When the tremor subsides, the scene shifts. They are now inside the same structure Yuri entered earlier, but it is ancient, its interior choked with cobwebs and decay. Yuri's ghostly form floats above two figures below, the boy and the knight now fully grown. Seeing them here, he wonders aloud if this place is inside the ruin itself. The younger man suddenly grips his magic staff and taps the knight urgently on the shoulder, shouting that he cannot allow this. The knight jerks free and snaps at him to let go. The younger man refuses, yelling in raw defiance that fighting alone is madness, demanding to know if his teacher has lost his mind, shouting that he will die for nothing. The knight whirls back, fury blazing, and shouts that even so they cannot wait for meaningless reinforcements. He roars that Adelvine is already finished. Watching from above, Yuri realizes that roughly a decade has passed. The name Adelvine stirs something distant in his mind, a fragment of half-remembered history, and he wonders if it belonged to a fallen kingdom. Outside, the sound of marching grows heavier. Orcs advance toward the ruin in overwhelming numbers. The younger man yells again, insisting that this does not mean his teacher should be thrown to the orcs as bait, calling it absurd. The knight shouts back that the orcs are already flocking here, and that if they waste more time, he will not even serve as bait. Then, his tone shifts. Kay replaces fury. He places both hands firmly on the younger man's shoulders and tells him that he must survive and pass their purpose on to others. That he says is the role of those who come after. The younger man answers just as calmly, admitting that he will not get far even if he runs now. His eyes harden with resolve as he declares that he would rather ensure their purpose is properly recorded within these ruins and passed down to future generations as the memories of the orc hunters. The knight listens and remarks that he is unbearably persistent. From above, Yuri finally understands and thinks that this is why the memory was left behind. Moments before the orcs breach the structure, the younger man drives his staff into a stone platform and begins casting magic, his voice echoing as he leaves a message for those who will one day arrive. He declares that this is left for the generations who will come after, then pours every last drop of mana into the spell as he proclaims that it contains the secrets of the orcs and the techniques and experience of the orc hunters, who were once called the strongest in Adelvine. He continues voice draining, saying that these are the skills and experiences of the orc hunters themselves. He declares that they may fall and die here, but in the generations to come their long-held wish may finally be fulfilled. The magic drains him completely, his knees buckle and he collapses forward, exhausted beyond recovery. His body gives out and he falls to the ground, staring upward as life drains away. With his final breath, he completes the message. Wishing that their deaths will not be in vain, Yuri jolts in shock. Suddenly struck by the sensation that the dying man is looking directly at him, he asks in disbelief whether the man can see him. As if in answer, the man's gaze locks onto Yuri's position, and he issues a final warning. Beware the devil's tome. The words leave Yuri frozen, repeating them silently in stunned confusion. The devil's tome. The crystal embedded in the staff glows faintly brighter, then fractures, shattering into countless fragments that fall into pitch darkness. Yuri hears a distant voice calling to him. In the next instant, he wakes abruptly. His eyes snap open as he sucks in a sharp breath, shock etched across his face. He sits up at once, clutching the back of his head, and demands to know where they are. The knights in front of him answer that they are inside the ruins. Laurent explains that the skeleton began to shine and Yuri suddenly vanished, adding that it is good to see the prince safe. Yuri answers reflexively that it is good to see them safe as well. Straightening his helmet, Yuri grows serious. He reflects inwardly that the hunter's memory does not feel like something he merely witnessed. It feels as though he remembered something long forgotten, buried deep within his unconscious. He turns his attention to the door and asks whether they were the ones who opened it, wondering how hard they had to beat on it. They laugh awkwardly and admit that it gave them a great deal of trouble. Still rubbing the back of his head, Yuri hears Laurent ask whether he saw something. Yuri answers that he is not sure he can say he simply saw something. Suddenly, the ground beneath them begins to tremble violently. Someone cries out, asking if it is an earthquake. Yuri drops to one knee at once and presses his right palm against the floor, listening to the vibration through the earth. He answers that no, it sounds different from before. A presence surges toward the ruin, unmistakable and hostile. Sensing it clearly now, Yuri begins to speak, then stops as realization crystallizes. He finishes the thought grimly, declaring that this is the orc's attack. Under the steady, ominous vibration rippling through the ground, Jared breaks into anxious speculation, asking whether orcs are attacking at a time like this, wondering aloud if they noticed their presence or if this was a trap laid in advance. Yuri remains kneeling, his palm pressed firmly to the earth, expression composed. Without looking up, he curtly tells Jared to stop making a fuss, his tone calm, but absolute. Prince Yuri Brielle slowly raises his head and scans the surroundings in silence, his thoughts moving with cold precision. He reasons that this land was once the residence of the orc hunters, and if the ruins of an old enemy suddenly surfaced, the orcs would naturally want to tear it down immediately. Measuring the tremors more carefully, he judges from their intensity that the approaching group is riding Komodo drakes. Closing his eyes, he concentrates further, refining the information carried through the vibrations. A reconnaissance unit. He concludes 5 at first, then revises it. No, 10. He begins rising to his feet just as Laurent urgently calls his title and insists they should return to the main force immediately. Yuri agrees without hesitation that retreating would indeed be the right choice. Then unexpectedly, he turns toward the Imperial Knights and tells them to come with him. The knights stare, caught off guard by the order. Yuri turns away with a faint smile, addressing them over his shoulder as he declares that they will prepare for battle. Confusion flashes across the Imperial Knight's face as he asks whether they are not retreating after all. Already moving forward, Yuri answers that there is no need. He approaches the skeleton of the fallen knight and crouches beside it. Drawing his sword, he gently places the hilt into the skeleton's palm and leaves it there for a brief moment. Then he turns back to the Imperial Knight, smiling with quiet certainty, and states that it is clear to him now how to fight against the orcs. Moments later, the orcs riding Komodo drakes arrive at the ruins at full speed and halt sharply before the structure. One orc steps forward, takes command, and points toward the ruins while barking a loud order in their own tongue. Before they can charge, a sudden glimmer of red light ignites from 3 separate directions at once, freezing them in place. The Komodo drake's red eyes blaze violently as the light intensifies, and the same glow spreads to the orcs themselves. A strange red energy engulfs them, driving the orcs into a frenzy as they growl wildly, their senses seemingly stripped away. The red lights shining from the surrounding bushes pull stronger as though beckoning them forward. Then, just as suddenly, the orcs fall unnaturally still, their growls lowering as curiosity replaces chaos. At that moment, someone steps out from hiding and positions himself directly in front of the ruin. It is Prince Yuri. He roars a single command now. Jared and Loron explode out of concealment from one side, swords drawn, while the Imperial Knights surge from the opposite bush in perfect coordination. The orcs remain momentarily frozen as Yuri orders the attack, and the knights rush forward without hesitation. Jared launches himself into the air, sword raised high, roaring at the top of his lungs as he descends. He lands with brutal force, driving his blade straight into the head of an orc and burying it deep. At the same time, Loron rushes past him and delivers a swift, clean slash that severs another orc's head in one fluid motion. An Imperial Knight charges next, eyes locked on his target. He closes the distance and thrusts his sword directly into the orc's neck. The blade remains lodged as the creature gurgles in pain, blood bursting violently from the wound. As the one-sided slaughter unfolds, Yuri himself advances, calm and deliberate. He notes inwardly that it works exactly as expected. To think that the mark of the hunter left within the ruins would exert this level of influence. Sensing enemy numbers through ground vibrations, preparing traps in advance. These are methods he never would have conceived of on his own. Drawing his sword fully, he smiles faintly and wonders if this is why the skeleton showed him those memories. An orc suddenly charges straight at him, axe raised and poised for a crushing strike. Yuri does not flinch. Instead, he thinks that it feels as though he has refined these skills over decades. As the axe begins its downward arc, Yuri simply points his sword forward, calmly identifying the most effective point on the orc's body to strike. His eyes turn cold. In the next instant, he thrusts with blinding speed, piercing straight through the orc's raised arm before the axe can descend. Blood erupts as the orc screams in agony. Yuri twists the blade with precise force, severing the arm in a clean motion that sends it flying aside. He thinks that there is no need to struggle against them or use soul severance. Before the orc can react, Yuri slashes cleanly across its neck. The cut is so precise that the head remains balanced for a heartbeat before sliding free. The body and severed head collapse face first at Yuri's feet. He stares down at the corpse without a trace of remorse. Turning back toward the ruin, Yuri declares that he will make full use of the orc hunter's legacy. With his back to the structure as he walks away, he completes the thought, addressing those who came before him, hunters of Edelvine. Later that night, inside Ragna's tent, the lamplight flickers softly at the desk. Ragna sits behind it, exhaustion lingering in his posture, while Yuri stands across from him at attention. Ragna tells him that thanks to Yuri, they were able to safely secure the perimeter around the ruins. He adds that Yuri has done well. Yuri inclines his head and offers a sincere thanks. Ragna then asks whether the ruins are indeed where the hunters once resided. Yuri answers that they are, explaining that traces of the hunters' final battle were still present inside. Yet even after giving his answer, he remains standing there, his gaze fixed on Ragna, concern clearly etched across his face. After gathering his resolve, Yuri admits that there is something he has been wondering about. Ragna notices the shift immediately and hums in quiet curiosity, prompting him to continue. Yuri asks whether Ragna knows anything about something called the Devil's Toe. Ragna answers without hesitation that he has never heard of it. Still, the question unsettles him enough that he asks whether it has something to do with the ruins. Yuri confirms that it does, though he adds that all he knows for certain is that it is connected to black magic. Ragna nods slowly and tells him that if they uncover anything, he will inform him. Yuri bows politely, thanks him, and turns to leave. The moment Yuri steps outside the tent, he spots a knight waiting nearby. The knight addresses him formally as Prince Yuri of Bol, causing Yuri to regard him with immediate caution. Then recognition dawns, and Yuri smiles, remarking that the knight is from the Empire. The knight smiles in return and introduces himself as Rodin. They begin walking together through the dimly lit camp. Yuri slightly ahead, Rodin comments that Yuri's battle earlier was truly impressive. Yuri returns the compliment, acknowledging Rodin's own skill. As they continue, Yuri casually asks whether Rodin always smiles so stiffly, noting that he seemed particularly rigid back in the ruins. Rodin explains that it is due to the Empire's strict military rules. Rodin then observes that most people freeze the first time they step onto a battlefield, but Yuri fought like a seasoned veteran, an exceptionally experienced one. Yuri suppresses an awkward expression at the remark, fully aware that in truth, he is exactly that from his previous life. Rodin then wonders aloud whether Yuri might have left a lover behind in his homeland. Yuri chuckles lightly at the suggestion. The mention of romance sharpens Yuri's attention. He suddenly addresses Rodin formally and asks whether His Highness Prince Ragna ordered this line of questioning. The abrupt shift catches Rodin off guard. He quickly recovers and insists that he has no idea what Yuri is talking about. Yuri counters that if not Ragna, then perhaps one of his aides, remarking that it certainly seems like Rodin is here to assess the status of Yuri's romantic relationships. Rodin notes that it appears Yuri is not welcoming the attempt. Yuri answers plainly that of course he is not, adding that he would hate to be tied to the imperial princess. Rodin is visibly shocked and asks why, pointing out that everyone in the empire looks up to her. With clear admiration, he describes the princess as beautiful and kind-hearted, so affable that everyone loves her. Yuri answers evenly that he is sure that is true. Inwardly, he reflects that her kindness has a way of making people feel specially chosen. He knows better, however, and silently thinks of her true name, Yekaterina. Outwardly, Yuri brightens his smile and deliberately pictures Sibylla instead. He then states casually that he already has a girlfriend, a female friend. Rodin reacts with a loud, stunned exclamation. Yuri insists that he is serious, claiming that they care deeply for each other. Inwardly, he apologizes to Sibylla for invoking her name. He quickly shuts the topic down, reiterating that he has a girlfriend and that is all Rod-I needs to know. Rodin stammers an uncertain agreement. They resume walking. Rodin admits that it is still good to hear, adding that he himself is planning to propose to his lover someday and that he understands Yuri's situation. Yuri immediately warns him that one should never say such things on a battlefield. At that moment, a barrel of explosives arcs through the air behind them unseen. Rodin asks for clarification and Yuri explains that whenever someone says something like that, something is bound to happen. The barrel hits, a thunderous explosion erupts directly behind them, heat and shockwave freezing both men in place. Yuri calmly remarks that this is exactly why he warned him. Rodin turns toward the flames, eyes wide and mouth agape in disbelief. In the next instant, both of them snap into battle-ready stances, swords fully drawn. Yuri announces sharply that it is an enemy attack. As the fire rages, chaos explodes across the camp. Knights and soldiers sprint in every direction, while someone shouts that the tents are on fire. Orders are barked over the den and buckets of water are hauled as men rush to contain the spreading flames. Hernando stands frozen for a moment, staring into the inferno in disbelief. His mind races as he wonders whether the orcs attack through underground tunnels. Dozens, no, hundreds of orcs have suddenly surfaced in the middle of the camp. His face pales further as another realization strikes him. This is not even the worst part. Unlike last time, his dispel is not working. He hurriedly tries to conjure magic only to feel it unravel in his grasp. It is not just being blocked, it is being countered and nullified. The realization makes him click his tongue in frustration. A voice suddenly calls out from behind him, asking whether his dispel is failing. Hernando jolts and spins around in shock. Prince Yuri is already rushing toward him, his armor stained dark with orc blood. Hernando hastily calls out to him, addressing him as Your Highness. Yuri stops in front of him and listens as Hernando explains that the enemy sorcerers must have prepared something in advance. Yuri answers immediately, stating that he will take care of the sorcerers himself. He tells Hernando to wait until the dispel wears off and to use his magic the moment he can. Then, just before turning toward the fire, Yuri looks back with a brief smile and tells him that he is counting on him. Without waiting for a response, Yuri charges straight into the flames. Hernando instinctively takes a step after him, shouting in worry for him to stop. As Yuri nears the fire, Hernando shouts again, asking how he plans to identify the sorcerer. Yuri acknowledges inwardly that under normal circumstances, he cannot. But standing across the blaze, watching orcs continue to crawl up from the ground, he pours mana into his sword and remembers. He recalls the lesson from the memory, the knight explaining to the boy that orcs, sorcerers lose their sight as a result of black magic. That to find one, you look for the one whose gait is unnatural, whose movements are uncertain. A faint smile curves Yuri's lips as he murmurs that such rules only apply when the knowledge is limited to memory. His eyes lock onto an orc standing farther back than the rest, its movements subtly off. There you are. Yuri shifts into a throwing stance, mana surging through his arm and blade, and hurls his sword with full force. It tears through the air and slams into the orc's neck, the impact violent enough to send the creature flying backward until it crashes into the fence at the far edge of the camp. The orc is still alive, its hands trembling as it reaches weakly for the sword embedded in its throat. In the next instant, Yuri launches himself forward. He flies through the air and drives a crushing kick into the orc's neck, snapping it with a sickening crack as blood splashes against the fence. Yuri lands, plants his foot against the orc's shoulder, and rips his sword free. He steps away and flicks the blade clean with a sharp swing, then turns with a small smile, declaring that he has taken out the sorcerer. Only then does he realize how far he has pushed in. Orcs surround him, too many snarling as they close ranks, confidence rising with their numbers. Yuri acknowledges calmly that it seems he is in trouble now. Then his gaze hardens and he finishes the thought inwardly. That is only what the orcs believe. Behind him, Hernando finally unleashes his magic. A massive swirl of fire erupts skyward before roaring forward toward Yuri. Even as it barrels toward him, Yuri does not flinch. At the last possible instant, he swings. A menaced downward slash cleaves the inferno in two, the flames splitting and racing past him on either side, scorching the ground but leaving him untouched. Orcs scream as fire consumes them, their bodies collapsing in agony. Yuri looks at the remaining orcs and asks calmly how it feels. Their rage only deepens. Resting his sword casually on his shoulder, he asks whether they still think they have the advantage, a smug smile briefly returning to his face. Then another explosion erupts behind him. The smile vanishes instantly. Yuri turns with a displeased expression and mutters that he really needs to stop talking. As Hernando's fire dies down, more orcs claw their way out of the ground. Yuri watches them emerge and comments dryly that there really is no end to them. He glances to the side and spots Hernando hovering weakly, sustained by magic. Yuri shouts for him to fire another spell. Instead, Hernando begins to fall, drained and pale. He apologizes, saying there seem to be more sorcerers. Yuri snaps out a frustrated protest, but Hernando does not respond. Yuri turns back toward the encroaching orcs, exhaustion creeping into his smile as he exhales and mutters a quiet curse. The orcs advance in overwhelming numbers, and he lets out a strained breath, forcing a crooked grin as he mutters for them to go easy on him. But the humor fades as reality settles in. He acknowledges the truth with cold clarity. Charging into the center of the enemy formation just to eliminate the sorcerer was a mistake. He got carried away. He miscalculated. He pushed too far alone. Still, his grip tightens around his sword. He exhales slowly and steadies himself, reminding himself that he has already experienced death once before. That knowledge hardens him. He rests the blade on his shoulder and pours mana into it. The energy humming through the metal, he calls his own name aloud, grounding himself in his existence, in his will, in his resolve. Even if he dies here today, it will not be in disgrace. His lips curve into a calm, fearless smile as he points the glowing blade toward the approaching orcs. He welcomes them. Then a voice speaks from behind him, amused, approving, and calm, praising his resolve. Before Yuri can turn, the figure launches forward, leaping through the air. The man lands in front of Yuri and in a single sweeping motion of a man-infused sword, decapitates multiple orcs at once. Blood erupts and arcs across the ground as bodies collapse in pieces. Yuri's eyes widen in shock, and he yells, "Master!" The foreigner turns his head slightly and tells Yuri to give everything he has and to leave the rest to heaven. He speaks of death and life not as opposites, but as states of resolve of how one who is prepared to die truly lives and one who clings to life only truly dies. He tells Yuri that only someone who stands at this level is worthy of becoming his disciple. Then the foreigner smiles proud, fierce, and burning with confidence and declares that today he will show Yuri the sword of Chongxiang. He turns fully toward the orcs. His presence changes. The air tightens. He inhales deeply, raises his sword and channels his art. Azure cloud, crimson glow, sword art. Half-moon momentum. His blade moves in a perfect arc, carving a half-moon through the air. For one suspended heartbeat, the world falls silent. Time itself seems to pause. Then it resumes. Orcs' heads fall. Blood explodes outward. Multiple orcs collapse simultaneously, their bodies crashing to the ground in a grotesque cascade. Yuri stares frozen, eyes wide, breath stolen from his lungs, disbelief flooding through him as realization strikes like thunder. So this is it. This is the power of the 10 strongest of the continent, like his father, like legends made flesh. The foreigner speaks again calmly, stating that he will take half of them and that Yuri will take the other half. Yuri answers instantly without hesitation, his voice firm and unwavering. "Yes, sir." He launches forward into battle. Behind him, the foreigner watches Yuri charge, a faint smile forming as he thinks that the boy is a strange one and wonders if he himself is not just as strange for being drawn to him. Yuri fights brutally, efficiently, cutting through enemies with raw force and sharpened instinct. His movements are rough, imperfect, unpolished, yet seasoned, practical, and lethal. The foreigner observes silently, recognizing it immediately. Such talent never stands alone. Followers are always drawn to it. Turning back toward the orcs before him, the foreigner speaks in a low voice, almost reverent, almost prophetic, of celestial disorder, of ominous stars spreading darkness across the heavens, yet of encountering a star that still holds light within it. He questions how this could be anything but celestial guidance. His aura surged once more as killing intent flooded the battlefield. He advanced slowly and deliberately, his eyes fixed on Yuri's form as he cut through blood and fallen bodies. While watching the boy fight, he wondered whether that child, once grown, would be devoured by the black star destined to one day cover the world, or whether he would instead become a new star himself. Blood sprayed across Yuri's armor as yet another enemy fell, and the foreigner's voice lowered, tinged with quiet fascination. An orc's blade tears through the chaos, followed by another crushing strike that slams into the ground, dirt and sparks exploding outward as the earth shudders. A blast detonates near the ranks and smothers the field in thick smoke. From the swirling dust, two red-eyed orcs burst forward, snarling as they press the attack. Prince Yuri pivots toward the pressure and calls out for Jared and Lauren. Seeing their line begin to buckle, he thrusts his arm forward and orders them to stop the enemies. One knight charges into the front and blocks a heavy swing with ringing steel, while another drives an orc back with a brutal counterblow. A scream of pain cuts sharply through the clash of blades. Jared scans the battlefield and reports that there are too many underground tunnels, adding that they are losing ground far too quickly. Yuri falls silent for a brief moment, listening to the tremors beneath his feet. He admits that the warning is correct and says that a force this large moving underground means something is wrong. Narrowing his eyes, he senses deeper and realizes that aside from the orc sorcerer, there is something else moving below. Jared calls out to him again, but Yuri drops low and pushes his awareness into the vibrations beneath the battlefield. He asks himself where it is, then demands to know where they are digging the tunnel. Following a faint, irregular rhythm through the soil, it suddenly sharpens into focus, resembling something like a massive sandworm from legend. Yuri states that he has found it. He lunges forward and signals sharply, ordering everyone to follow him. His men scramble after him. Jared questions whether this is truly the right direction, but Lauren immediately shuts him down, saying that no one questions Yuri, while Jared reacts with visible unease. They skid to a halt as the shaking intensifies. Yuri says that this is the center point, the place that has been vibrating without pause. The air quivers, and a hooded orc shaman steps into view, baring its teeth as it raises a crooked staff. The shaman begins chanting and slams its palm into the ground. The earth groans in response. Cracks race outward as stone heaves and something massive forces its way up from below. The surface splits apart. Hulking figures burst through shattered soil and leap forward in a spray of rubble as the ground collapses behind them. Yuri watches without flinching and murmurs that it is exactly as he expected. 3 Orcville advance with weapons raised, red eyes burning as cruel grins spread across their faces. Yuri remarks that he assumed they would appear sooner or later. More orcs fan out behind them, forming a living wall that separates Yuri's group from the shaman. They begin chanting again, shouting in unison as if sealing the spell across the battlefield. Jared leans in and says that the enemy is deliberately targeting Yuri. Yuri answers calmly that he can tell. Yuri raises his sword and commands each of them to take one opponent and not lose. His knights answer immediately and spread out. As Yuri steps forward, his focus sinks beneath the battlefield once more. He senses that whatever lies below is not an orc, and he knows that ending this battle means destroying it. He charges toward the largest presence, the Orc V Val, and swings with full force. As the duel begins, the Orc V Val brings its curved blade, crashing down. Yuri meets it head-on, steel shrieking as sparks burst outward. The impact forces Yuri to skid backward, but he twists, deflects, and turns the weight aside. Even so, the Orc V Val's an opening and snaps a cut through his guard. Blood sprays as flesh tears. As the orc taunts him, Yuri thinks that it is irritating and judges that the Orc V Val's exactly how to exploit the advantages of a curved blade. Shouts rise behind him as the wider fight continues. Yuri steadies his breathing and says that he needs to finish this quickly and get back to his people. The Orc V Val grins and Yuri surges forward to end it. He slashes, but the Orc V Val slips past with minimal movement and blocks at the last instant, turning every decisive strike into a shower of sparks. Yuri grows increasingly irritated, thinking that the Orc V Val is reading his movements and parrying everything. He wonders if it is deliberately stalling while the battlefield around them collapses. His focus falters for a heartbeat, then snaps back as a memory of his master's lesson surfaces. Bernard says that when the mind scatters, the sword strays, and that no matter how urgent the situation is, if the sword cannot keep up, it will never reach the enemy. Yuri's younger self demands to know what he is supposed to do. In that memory, Yuri snaps that his master should complain instead of swinging, adding that he nearly killed him. Bernard answers that Yuri must choose, explaining that combat is fluid and filled with paths beyond what seems obvious. He orders Yuri to remember why he fights. Back in the present, Yuri hardens and says that it is just like his master, admitting that the nagging brought him back to himself. Pressure coils at his feet like a wound spring. White energy wraps around his body. In the distance, the shaman stiffens and the Orc Val's eyes flare as it senses the shift in Yuri's rhythm. Yuri levels his sword and says that they were trying to provoke him. He leaps forward, declaring that his original purpose was to deal with what lies underground. He drives his blade down with ruthless resolve. The strike detonates the space beneath them and forces the massive earthbound creature upward, unleashing a harsh, echoing scream. As the smoke peels away, Yuri is already moving again. He surges forward through the white spiral of his own momentum, eyes locked ahead, and states that charging straight through like this is always the best way. The scene unfolded in complete chaos, with everything spiraling out of control. At that moment, Jared was fighting the goblins alone. In panic, he turned back toward the person behind him and urgently called out to warn the prince. Across from him, Yuri stood alone, witnessing the dangerous situation before his eyes. Suddenly, a sword was driven forcefully into the ground, causing the surrounding stone fragments to crack apart. Exhausted, Yuri dropped to one knee and fell into deep thought, realizing that he had drawn out all the mana stored within his core and throughout his entire body. He bitterly acknowledged that the backlash was far stronger than he had expected and that he would need time to recover, though he believed that even so, the tunnels should have been affected by what he had done. Meanwhile, the goblins relentlessly swung their sharp blades at Jared, whose eyes were filled with undisguised terror. Without warning, a strange creature emerged from beneath the ground. Alarmed, Jared shouted to warn the prince that the situation was dangerous. Seeing this, Yuri cursed under his breath and stepped forward, throwing an arm around Jared to support him and help him stay on his feet. Together, the two of them moved away, narrowly escaping the danger. They stopped and watched as the monster on the other side continued its violent rampage. Jared swung his sword powerfully, determined to bring everything to an end. Yuri leaned against him, their bodies supporting one another as their gazes sharpened with focus. Yuri expressed his gratitude, to which Jared firmly responded that if Yuri was truly grateful, he should at least inform them beforehand before doing something so reckless, and he asked whether Yuri could still fight. Yuri replied that while his will remained strong, his body was no longer able to keep up. As footsteps approached, a hesitant question arose about whether the situation was bad and whether they would be able to return alive. Jared cheerfully admitted that dying in battle alongside the prince would be the greatest honor he could imagine, laughing as he noted that the enemy was starting again. Rising to his feet, Yuri responded that even so, they could not simply fall there, and that until the very end, he would at least take one more enemy down with him. He then ordered Jared and Laurent to spread out. They answered in unison that they understood, and Yuri charged forward like a warrior, declaring that he would open the path. At that instant, a voice called out, causing Yuri to halt mid-action. Hearing the name Sir Graham, Yuri suddenly moved like the wind, leaping away from the ground. At the same time, Graham stepped forward to protect him, flooding the space with light. Staring at the familiar face in confusion, Yuri called out to him again in disbelief. Graham approached and reported that they had received orders from His Highness Ragna, and that from that moment on, they would assist Prince Yuri. Later, back at the encampment, someone asked whether the enemies had fled. Another person confirmed that they had. Graham then explained that when they arrived, the largest of the monsters, the sandworm, had already been dealt with by Prince Yuri, and that the enemies had likely believed victory was impossible once the entrance was blocked. Ragnar remarked that it was still a pity, as interrogating them would have been useful, but he praised Sir Graham, noting that had he arrived any later, the core strength of the Alliance army might have been lost. Graham expressed his gratitude in response. When Ragnar was left alone in the room, he complained, telling Yuri that he could withdraw now and remarking that Yuri always made such a spectacle of things. He commented that it felt as though the entire Orc Alliance existed merely as a stage for Yuri's debut, and added that this was to be expected, stating that if Yuri was to be Ekaterina's partner, he should be at least this capable. As the sunset gradually dyed the forest red, Yuri awakened with his body feeling utterly drained. Gasping, he clutched his head and wondered what kind of dream he had just experienced, feeling as though he had been shown a terrible future. At that moment, Sibylla entered the room and asked if he was awake. Upon seeing her, Yuri softly called her name and asked about the situation, anxiously inquiring whether everyone was safe. Sibylla told him to calm down, explaining that the battle had ended well. She informed him that during the 2 days he had been unconscious, the Alliance army had moved further ahead, and that everyone had made sure he could focus solely on recovering. She then asked how he was feeling now, noting that his mana had recovered significantly, and added that he should be grateful to her, pointing out that it was no easy matter to directly receive holy magic from a princess of the Holy Kingdom. He burst into laughter and replied cheerfully, expressing his thanks to Sibylla. Yuri then asked curiously where they were at the moment. She placed her hand on her knee and slowly stood up, suggesting that they go outside, while smiling and hinting that he would probably be surprised. A short while later, the two of them stepped out of the tent together. Yuri's face was unable to hide his astonishment, and he began to speak in disbelief. Sibylla responded by asking how it felt, and explained that this place was the Alliance Army's final destination, Okua's fortress. Yuri was overjoyed and exclaimed that they had finally made it there. Sibylla agreed and added that she felt she should thank him. Confused, Yuri asked why, and she explained that without his achievements, they might not have made it this far at all. Even if they had arrived, far more people would have died. She then told him sincerely that she was truly glad he was by her side and thanked him. Yuri looked at her hesitantly, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. He placed his hand over hers and asked whether, if she felt grateful, she could grant him one request. Sibylla froze in surprise and asked what kind of request he meant. Lowering his voice, Yuri said that if she was okay with it, with him, his gaze becoming extremely resolute as he made an unexpected proposal, asking her to pretend to be dating him. Sibylla immediately flared up, demanding to know what he was talking about all of a sudden. Yuri then explained that marriage discussions were likely to begin soon, and there was someone he absolutely wanted to avoid. He added that she was not a bad option either, and that when they returned, her brother would probably try to marry her off right away. After hearing this, Sibylla eventually agreed. Yuri reacted with immediate excitement, asking if she truly meant it. Suddenly, Sibylla pointed a finger at his face, causing him to freeze, before adding a firm condition, though she did so with a bright smile, saying that she had one requirement. Sibylla suddenly pointed straight at his face, but then gently stated that there was one condition. Yuri reacted in surprise and asked what kind of condition she meant. Sibylla calmly explained that since it was something being done under her name, she could not do it without any stakes involved, and she suggested a wish token as a clean and simple solution. Rubbing the back of his neck with hesitation, Yuri remarked that it sounded a bit much and questioned whether she thought he was afraid she might wish for something strange. Understanding his concern, Sibylla casually reassured him that it did not matter, adding that if he did not like the idea, he was free to look for someone else. Hearing that, Yuri immediately fell into an awkward silence. Growing curious, she asked who exactly the marriage proposal involved that made him go to such lengths to avoid it. Yuri answered matter-of-factly that it was the crown princess of the empire. Upon hearing that, Sibylla froze on the spot and questioned why he reacted that way, adding that he should be grateful. Yuri emphasized that he himself was also a prince and therefore did not have to be thankful. Doubtful, Sibylla questioned what he meant, pointing out that the empire possessed higher national prestige than the Briels and that, above all else, the princess had beauty and an excellent personality, practically lacking nothing, which was precisely why he should be grateful for the proposal. Those words plunged Yuri into silence once more, his expression darkening. He then turned around to leave, stating that he did not want to get married, adding that from what he could tell, her personality was nothing more than a mask, and that there was no way she truly had a great personality. He then mentioned Sibylla again, saying that regarding the wish token she had brought up earlier, he would have to postpone it and look for another method. At that moment, Ragna suddenly shouted loudly, causing Yuri to halt in his tracks, as Ragna called out to ask whether Yuri was awake and declared that he had just been about to report Yuri's amazing performance back to their homeland. Laughing heartily, he added that he had expected Yuri to be unconscious for at least 4 days, yet he had already fully recovered, praising him as an incredible man. Yuri responded politely, expressing his thanks to His Highness. Ragna then stepped closer and teasingly remarked that his niece seemed extremely interested in hearing about Yuri's recent exploits. Those words made Yuri feel as though he had fallen under a spell, cold sweat pouring down his back. Ragna then excitedly slapped Yuri on the back and exclaimed that it was such a great turn of events. Internally, Yuri screamed in desperation, his eyes silently begging, thinking that whether it was a wish token or anything else, he was willing to go along with it as long as he could get help immediately. He quietly called out to Sibylla with a pleading tone. Finally stepping in to rescue him, Sibylla addressed His Highness respectfully, explaining that Prince Yuri had not been awake for long and requesting that he be given some consideration so he could rest and stabilize a bit longer. Ragna, now curious, remarked that she must be the princess of the Holy Kingdom and asked what her name was again. She then introduced herself, stating that her name was Sibylla Arsent, and addressed him as His Highness. Ragna remarked that he understood and observed that she seemed to care quite a lot about him, then questioned whether the two of them were close. Immediately afterward, Sibylla stepped forward and casually wrapped an arm around him, explaining that they were not merely close. With a gentle smile, she firmly stated that they were in a relationship. The revelation unfolded so abruptly that the old man froze in place as if turned to stone. Ragna then spoke again in a doubtful tone, asking whether what he had just heard was truly the case, directing the question toward Yuri. Unable to meet his gaze, Yuri reluctantly confirmed that it was indeed true. At that moment, Ragna's expression darkened noticeably. With evident disappointment, he remarked that the two of them looked good together, though his tone carried a hint of bitterness. He then seemed to question his own reaction, brushing it off and suggesting that they could discuss the matter further at a later time. He reminded them that they were already well aware that a final battle against Okua was approaching soon. He continued by explaining that, due to the relentless battles they had endured and the exhausting long march, the Allied forces planned to advance only after taking time to rest. He emphasized that they needed to be fully prepared, as this would be the long-awaited final battle. Conversely, he warned that the orcs would attempt to exploit their moment of vulnerability in new ways. Nevertheless, he pointed out that they possessed powerful individuals gathered from across the continent, from the Empire, the Briols, and the Holy Kingdom, and asserted that they could not possibly lose to mere orcs at this stage. Declaring that the extermination would begin immediately, he proclaimed that those filthy creatures of unknown origin would be wiped out and that the entire continent would come to know their name. Lost in thought, Yuri reflected inwardly that he had joined the Allied forces driven by a single-minded resolve to correct the failures of his previous life. He recalled advancing all the way to the doorstep of Okua without suffering a single defeat. He noted that 5 years had passed since he had regressed to the age of 13, and that since then, he had relentlessly trained his body and techniques, reclaimed the legacy of his ancestors, and kept by his side those destined to share his fate, bound together by the chains of destiny. He recognized that this path was clearly an improvement over his former life. Now that he had reached a level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the strongest individuals on the continent, he had finally come face to face with the very first culprit responsible for the fall of the Briols. He reaffirmed that his sole purpose was to prevent the collapse of Briols and vowed that, this time, he would protect his nation. At the Granzian Empire's imperial palace, a banquet was underway, with glasses of red wine meticulously arranged atop one another. An elegant woman appeared among the guests, while couples intoxicated by wine leaned closely together. Someone casually brought up the topic, asking whether the others had heard the news about the Allied forces. A beautiful woman replied with curiosity that it was outside her usual interests, but wondered if there was anything noteworthy to hear. It was then mentioned that the Allied forces were about to engage in their final battle soon. Another guest reacted in surprise, remarking that, from what they had heard, the Allied forces remained undefeated. Someone commented that this was only to be expected of His Highness, and praised how incredible it was, while also noting with amusement that His Majesty did not even spare him a glance. Laughter followed, but another woman quickly cautioned that such remarks should not be made within the imperial palace. She then suggested that they move on from such a boring topic and reminded everyone that they were surely aware of the third prince of Briol, who had been performing exceptionally well in the war. Someone voiced their agreement, remarking that it was only natural, as they had liked his appearance and therefore remembered him clearly, before asking whether there was any news about him. At the same time, the sound of footsteps from a pair of white high heels echoed through the room. A clear, graceful voice soon rang out, drawing everyone's attention as she mentioned that, according to what she had heard, he had been discussing a marriage proposal with the princess of the Holy Kingdom. The moment people recognized the young woman, they immediately began to bow, expressing their astonishment. She then spoke again in an alluring tone, asking whether the name being mentioned was Yuri Briol. Someone responded enthusiastically, asserting that it must have been love forged on the battlefield and commenting on how romantic it sounded. Immediately after, a hand was placed firmly on the chair, causing the two people seated there to shudder. Her voice turned cold as she remarked that it seemed they were discussing a rather interesting topic. Those who had been drunk moments earlier were now visibly terrified and hurriedly bowed, stammering in panic. A cold sweat broke out among everyone present under the pressure of her presence, and they spoke in unison, stating that it was an honor to meet her. She then smiled and calmly brought the matter back up, requesting that they explain the news mentioned earlier in greater detail.